Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Pakistan strikes Afghanistan after the Taliban announce a major offensive. Pakistan now says it's open war. The UK and US withdraw embassy staff from Iran and Israel over safety concerns as fears of an imminent strike grow. And a ban on Gazan international aid agencies is lifted by Israel's Supreme Court, allowing NGOs to carry on their work for now. Pakistan has struck the Afghan capital of Kabul today as part of a series of attacks. Pakistan's Prime Minister has said his country has the full capability to crush any aggressive ambitions, whilst the Defence Minister has declared open war on the Afghan Taliban. Earlier this week, a spokesman for the Taliban told Al Arabiya English that Afghanistan would respond militarily to recent Pakistani airstrikes. Take a listen.
Previously, when a retaliatory attack was carried out against Pakistan, we targeted only military positions and destroyed them. No civilians were harmed. If we deemed it necessary again to respond to these attacks, naturally civilians will not be targeted.
And without going into military details, if Kabul plans a response to Islamabad, what kind of action might we expect? Would it be political or security military?
Naturally, it would be a military response, but its details are confidential and I cannot explain further. Pakistan must receive a response for its shameful act.
For more on this, I'm joined from Islamabad by Dr. Zafar Nawaz Jaspal from the School of Politics and International Relations. Professor, thank you so much for your time with me today. So, Pakistan is calling it an open war, but what does it mean by that? Could we see Pakistani troops cross the border into Afghanistan?
I think that Pakistan will not cross the border, but it will continue striking the military installations, or you can say ammunition depots in Afghanistan. It is trying to decapitate the TTP leadership there residing, or the Afghans who are involved in these kind of the nefarious acts, I mean terrorism in Pakistan. Crossing border is not a choice for Pakistan.
And what are the potential regional and international implications of the war between Pakistan and Afghan forces, especially considering civilian casualties?
Of course, it will be an asymmetrical warfare, and Afghanistan lacks the capacity to fight with the armed forces of Pakistan. They go for a guerrilla warfare tactics using the kamikaze drones and suicidals, or in the civilian centers in Pakistan. Within the region, of course, all the 6 neighbors of the Afghanistan expressed their serious concerns about the 22 plus terrorist, you can say, hideouts or sanctuaries located in Afghanistan under the patronage of the interim government. So therefore, the region is very much on the power keg. So that's why we cannot ignore this dimension. Increasing instability in Afghanistan and continuity of this regime and their patronage certainly cause instability, or it will be a recipe for instability in the region.
And India has condemned Pakistan's actions. What is Pakistan's strategy as India-Taliban ties do grow?
It's very strange. India fought Pakistan 4-day war, and then there was a ceasefire announced on India's desire. Now India realized that it cannot go for state-to-state war. They are using Afghanistan as a proxy. They are providing a financial and material support in this context. That's why India is now a close ally of the Afghan Taliban, and naturally they have to condemn the Pakistan and continue providing assistance to the Afghan Taliban so that they can bleed Pakistan, and that will be in the advantage of the India. So therefore, we try to convince the Afghan Taliban that please refrain the activities of TTP BLA, and the India sponsor of launching the terrorist organization and using their territory diplomatically. And that's why these all efforts have been exhausted. Pakistan involved the brotherly states like Qatar, Turkey in this kind of a crisis so that diplomatically we seek some kind of a solution. Unfortunately, that diplomatic efforts miserably failed, and it further galvanized the Taliban, and they start thinking that they can bleed, and that resulted in today's, what we call it, operation against Afghan Taliban.
The Pakistani military spokesperson says 274 Taliban fighters have been killed since Thursday night. Pakistan has significant air and military superiority as well as nuclear warheads. So does it come as a surprise that the Afghan Taliban now says they are open to talks?
Yeah, this is important. You rightly pointed out that Pakistan made a very calculated strikes on the military depots or their brigades. That's the reason there is no collateral damage, and there's a limited, out of these strikes, only a few hundred people died. And that's, if we can go for a further escalation, definitely there will be a collateral damage. Second point is, it's an accepted fact that Pakistan is a nuclear weapon state, but Pakistan's conventional superiority over Afghanistan is such as that there's no need to think about the nuclear in this context. Pakistan is capable enough to, you can say, retaliate with conventional might against the Afghan Taliban and teach them a lesson. I think that now the pressure will be increasing within the Afghanistan. Already people of Afghanistan are very much disturbed due to the border closure and the trade stoppage. The common man in Afghanistan is suffering, and that's why there is a challenge for the regime in Kabul that maybe there will be internal revolt. That's why they are now rushing for a dialogue. My understanding is that Pakistan is still open for a dialogue, but there is a pressure on the government of Pakistan by the people of Pakistan that we have to now go for a complete end of this menace.
And, you know, we just mentioned a little bit earlier India involvement in this. So what does this mean for Pakistan and India relations?
I think that India and Pakistan are now fighting a proxy war on the territory of Afghanistan. India is successfully using interim regime in Kabul in its advantage as its ally and providing openly, as you can say, financial and material support. It was already providing to the BLA and Pakistan, Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan, but it was limited scale. But now it has 4 to 5 times increased. So definitely we are now fighting not only with the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan, Tehrik-e-Taliban Afghanistan, but also India there.
And we did briefly touch on it, but obviously in October there were talks that were mediated in Doha, that we did see an end to the fighting happen between Pakistan and Afghanistan. Now we see that reignite. Do you think diplomacy is the way forward and to get everyone around the same table again? Do you think that's the main aim here, to use diplomacy to diffuse the situation?
Pakistan's priority is diplomacy. You rightly pointed out then in Doha, when Pakistan and the, you can say, Taliban representative met, there was ceasefire announced. Pakistan only demanded that Afghan Taliban stop their policies from the terrorist activities in Pakistan. Instead of stopping them, 70% Afghans were involved in all these kind of the activities in Pakistan in the last 4 months. So that was the result. Pakistan is making a very calculated, measured strikes, but still, of course, diplomacy option is there, and that is the way forward to save both countries further bleeding.
Dr. Zafar Nawaz Jaspal, really good to have you on and your analysis of the situation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Staying with our top story, as China says it is deeply concerned about escalating violence along the Pakistan-Afghanistan border and is offering to help ease tensions. The fighting follows air and ground strikes that officials say have pushed the situation close to open war. Chris Gilbert has this report.
Beijing stepping forward as clashes intensify between Pakistan and Afghanistan. China's foreign ministry says it is seriously concerned about the escalating violence.
As a neighbor and friend, China is deeply concerned about the escalation of the conflict and deeply saddened by the casualties caused. We are closely monitoring the situation.
Conflict escalated on Thursday when Afghan soldiers attacked. Pakistan launched airstrikes inside Afghanistan, targeting Taliban military posts, headquarters and ammunition depots. Afghanistan responded on Friday. Both sides have reported heavy losses, and Pakistan's defense minister has described the situation as open war. China borders Afghanistan, where it has growing economic interests. It also has major infrastructure investments in Pakistan, including near the Afghan border, and says the regional instability is concerning. Security threats to those projects have been a constant headache for Beijing. It has helped bridge differences between the two neighbors in the past and is prepared to do so again.
China has been mediating the conflict through its own channels and is willing to continue to play a constructive role in easing tensions and improving relations between the two countries.
Beijing says its diplomats and embassies are in contact with both governments. Officials have also urged the two sides to ensure the safety of Chinese citizens and institutions. Analysts warn further escalation could disrupt trade routes and worsen humanitarian conditions along the border. With tensions simmering, Beijing says dialogue and restraint are essential to prevent further violence, which could reverberate across the region. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
The UK government has withdrawn embassy staff from both Israel and Iran over safety concerns of an imminent strike, as non-emergency US staff and family have been told to leave the bureau in Jerusalem. Earlier this week, during his State of the Union address, President Trump said Tehran was working on missiles that would soon reach the US. However, this statement has gone unsupported by US intelligence. Here's a reminder.
For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons, yet they continue starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon.
Let's go live to Delaware to speak to former Trump campaign chair Rob Artlett. Rob, great to see you. Thanks for joining me on the show today. So we just heard there from Donald Trump. What is your response to intelligence assessments pointing out that Iran is still years away from developing a missile capable of reaching the US, despite Trump's claim that such a threat is imminent?
Well, it's always a pleasure to be with you and your audience, and thank you for the opportunity. President Trump does not mix words whatsoever. And coming from a former military intelligence background myself, I can tell you that the president and his staff has much more access to intelligence than the general public. So just because they don't believe what he says does not mean it's not true, because not all information is accessible to everybody. So we have to understand that. And I would just say that President Trump has been very clear, very consistent, for many, many years, that it is a red line, that Iran will not have any nuclear capabilities whatsoever, military capabilities. Now, we also know that Iran has made claims that they have never intended to create or manufacture a nuclear weapon, but the actions do not align with what they say. And I say that because it is a known fact through the IAEA, the International Atomic, of course, Energy, folks around the world. They know that Iran has attempted or actually has created enrichment levels that exceed civilian purposes. And I'm talking about to the tune of 60%. Now, it states that you only need 90%, but to get from 60% to 90% can happen very, very quickly. That is exactly why President Trump went in with our bombers and took out those facilities, because the intelligence and the facts reiterated that Iran wants to create a nuclear weapon. And even though they say they don't, but the reality is they do. And of course, also recently, it has also come out that the IAEA has also stated that Iran is not allowing for the inspectors to get in there to inspect what they're doing. And also, of course, there is also no trace currently of, they don't know exactly where the 60% enrichment levels, the material are currently located. So that is also a problem. So my point here.
Oh, Rob, I just wanted to say, actually, the IAEA today, for the very first time, has said that some of Iran's most highly enriched uranium, close to weapons grade, was stored in an underground area of its nuclear site in Esfahan. Actually, really interestingly enough, I saw that. So the first time the IAEA have actually pointed to where this high-grade uranium is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we shall see if that's actually a true statement or otherwise, because I'm also seeing some other stories that are saying just the opposite. So time will tell. Yeah. But my point here is that Iran cannot be trusted. Mm-hmm. And that's the real issue here. They cannot be trusted. They say one thing, but then their actions say something very different. Why have they enriched uranium to the level of 60%? They've never answered that very question. When you only need about 20% for civilian purposes, but yet they enriched the 60%. I've never heard an answer from Iran of why they've done that. So they're not honest, they're not sincere, and they are certainly not being transparent in all of their efforts. Hence why President Trump said what he said. Now, if they came clean and if they worked a deal, whereas, yes, they will agree in writing to whereas they will never have nuclear weaponry whatsoever, ever, zero enrichment, and then have full transparency and accountability in those actions, then we might have a deal. But that's not where they are today. And so the question becomes, what happens next? If they're not going to comply with the red line, and if they're not going to comply with the international community, then what's going to be next?
So, Rob,
and I think the question.
Sorry, Rob. I just wanted to ask you one other thought that I've got with your background, and we're seeing a lot of information coming out today, and everyone's trying to sort of read the mood music of what's going to happen next, because the UK government says it's temporarily withdrawing embassy staff from Iran. That's, of course, over safety concerns. Meanwhile, the US has told Americans wishing to leave Israel that they should do so today. It's hard to ignore the facts that this is probably to do with the talks that didn't proceed the way that people might have hoped. We saw those talks in Geneva yesterday. There's also this huge US military build-up in the region. What are these signals telling us? Because for the first time, we're seeing all the pieces come together, and I think there's a lot of anxiety that a strike could possibly be this weekend.
You know, with my background and also knowing President Trump, I would just say that Iran should be bracing for military, for our military. I believe that to be the case. I know President Trump does not want to do that. He would prefer a diplomatic method and a solution. But we also know President Trump, meaning he will do exactly as he has said. And he means what he says. And he would not place our U.S. military surrounding Iran if he was not prepared to use them. And I think we have to understand who we are talking about. We're talking about President Trump, and we're not talking about a President Biden. They are two very different people, and President Trump is prepared to use military force when needed. He has proven that, and I believe he will do the same here. Hence, why he is asking for U.S. personnel to get out of Iran as well as Israel. Because if we are proactive in our U.S. military efforts, of course, Iran will respond. How will they respond? Well, they're going to respond by hitting our bases in the region as well as hitting Israel. So I think that what you're seeing is exactly perhaps very true, is that Iran should be on alert because if they don't comply very quickly, President Trump is prepared to U.S. military force to ensure that they comply. It's really quite that simple. And President Trump also, as we all know, gave them a deadline of 10 days. And I believe that deadline is nearing in the days ahead. So I think Iran, unless they are willing to come back to the table and come to their senses and open up their books and open up and be full transparent in all of their efforts, I think they will likely be striked. And I think if we do that, President Trump chooses that, I believe it will be very deliberate. It will be short-lived. I believe that to be the case, and it'll be very targeted specifically for military purposes and military installations only.
Rob, just one final thought from you. You think it will be precise, deliberate attacks from the US. However, Iran have said that they're going to retaliate this second time around. They're ready. How concerning is it for the Republicans and mainly the MAGA base, who Donald Trump said there'll be no more forever wars? Is there support for this military strike on Iran? And I think a lot of questions have been asked, what happens the day after the strike?
Well, if it's short-lived, I would say yes. I think President Trump's supporters here in America, and even perhaps his enemies, if you would, the Democrats, I think they would agree to a short-lived effort, so long as it's so focused only on the military capabilities that Iran has, nuclear capabilities. But if it goes long-term, then you will see his support plummet. And I think you will also see a big impact in November when it comes to the midterms. So President Trump, I think, is going to be very concise in his military efforts to go in and do exactly what he has said he does not want to do. He's put Iran on notice. He's given them plenty of time to comply. But if they do not, President Trump will go after them, as he has said, because, again, President Trump is a man of action and not just a man of words. Big difference.
Yeah, definitely. Rob Artlett, as always, good to have you on. Thank you.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Let's continue this conversation with a London-based human rights lawyer, Dr. Omid Shams. Dr. Omid, it's a pleasure to have you on. So I was just talking to my previous guest there, Rob Artlett, and he was saying that he is predicting that there will be a strike on Iran by the US military, possibly this weekend. We've seen lots of movement. UK and US staff have been removed from embassies in Iran and Israel following those talks between Washington and Tehran. How are the people in Iran feeling right now following the negotiations and this massive US military buildup on their doorstep?
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be with you. Well, there's a mixed feeling inside the country and outside. The Iranian people, first of all, see the Iranian regime at the moment as an occupying regime, a regime that has committed crimes against humanity time and time again, and this time on a scale that is unprecedented. Around 30,000 people were killed, which is 3 times more than the number were killed in Kosovo, and in half that time. So the Iranian people feel that they've been stripped of their every human rights, the right to self-determination, the right to freedom of expression and assembly. And at the same time, they expect from the international community to commit to their responsibility to protect. And that is what they expect. And more importantly, that applies to the United States mainly because of the promise President Trump made to the Iranian people that if the Iranian regime committed a massacre, there will be a response. But on the other hand, the Iranian people are very worried about what is going on and how this situation will escalate and how this will affect their livelihood, and whether this will leave them with a wounded regime that will retaliate on its own people, or will it end the Iranian regime's tyranny once and for all. So this is a huge issue that they have. What they are all univocally against is to be used as a bargaining chip for negotiating with the regime that has shown that it has no respect for international law. It gravely violated jus cogens, the preemptory norms of international law, by committing crimes against humanity on that level. And it means that negotiating with this regime is not only ethically wrong, but it's also strategically wrong, because a regime that can do such horrible atrocity against its own people is not to be trusted with any kind of negotiations, agreement, or treaties.
And we're just talking about international bodies, and the UN today is highlighting that dozens of Iranians are currently at risk, including children, and that's following the first death that we've seen, the death sentence, tied to those protests we saw in Iran in January. Do you think, Doctor, that the international community is actually doing enough to prevent executions and these human rights abuses in Iran?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because if the international community has done enough, there wouldn't be any expectation for a unilateral intervention from a foreign state on a military scale, which is boring enough. We all know that. Is so much to concerned about, so much at risk when a military intervention on that level might happen. But the international community is frozen. They disappointed the Iranian people by doing very little, by not intervening timely enough to, first of all, stop that bloodshed. And now they are dealing with a regime that is that has a record of forced disappearance, secretly massacring political prisoners in 80s by the scale of thousands, tens of thousands of people were forced disappeared and massacred during the 80s in Iran. And the regime succeeded to keep it secretly for decades. So the situation is getting out of hand, and this is the problem. If it wasn't like that, what we see when we talk to Iranian people, they all say that we need the international community to intervene, because there is no other way to solve this problem with this regime peacefully, to stop it from killing people. You saw in the 12-day war, right after the war ended, they started retaliating by executing Iranians and political prisoners. The number of execution and death sentences spiked drastically at that time. It is happening again. The Iranian regime has always been using the Iranian people as a shield. Right now, we have received reports of putting anti-aircraft missiles inside the children's schools. And this is unacceptable. And what we see from the international community is just ineffective wars that is not going to stop this bloodshed.
And just one final thought from you. US Senate Majority Leader John Thune has called for US strikes in Iran to lead to government change. How realistic and lawful is this approach? And in your opinion, do people in Iran actually want that?
Well, legally speaking, we should know that we are living in a situation, in an age that the sovereignty comes after the human rights. The human rights has superiority over the sovereignty. That's the first. And sovereignty comes with the responsibility in our age. So if a regime is killing its own people, and it's not only able, but it's not willing to protect its own people against crimes against humanity, it does not have sovereignty or legitimacy. It only is ruling through brute force, through lethal force, and that's it. On the other hand, it is illegal to unilaterally, without the consent of the Security Council, to militarily intervene. But it might be legitimate, so it's illegal, but legitimate, as it was in Kosovo, as it was in Cambodia, when the Khmer Rouge were killing 500,000 of people. So what the Iranian people expect is not to bring democracy and prosperity through warcraft and bombing, but what they want is to stop this regime which has been killing Iranian people for 4 decades. That is the responsibility of the international community, not the United States. But if the international community is unwilling and incapable of doing that, then the Iranian people have no other choice but to resort to any option that they have at the moment. They don't want a violent overthrowing of the regime, but the regime is giving them no choice at the moment. And we have to understand that if this going on, more and more people are going to die, even without this military intervention. So we have to understand how bad the situation in Iran is and how little choices the Iranian people have.
Dr. Omid Shams, thank you so much for your time with me this evening. Aid agencies in Gaza have been allowed to keep operating in the region for now after a ruling from Israel's Supreme Court. Israel had previously given international NGOs a deadline of this Sunday to hand over information on their Palestinian workers or else leave the Strip. Agencies, including Doctors Without Borders, warned the move would trigger a humanitarian collapse. I'm now joined by MSF Head of Emergencies in Gaza, Claire Nicolette. Thank you so much for your time with me, Claire. First of all, what's your reaction to Israel's Supreme Court temporarily allowing international aid groups to continue operating in Gaza, and what impact does this have on MSF?
So, of course, for us, it's already a good news because we were supposed to finish our activities according to Israeli authorities by tomorrow. So this is, of course, a good news. Nevertheless, we don't know what it really means and how we will be able to continue activities as such, meaning that from January, we cannot enter any more supply inside Gaza. And yesterday, 26 international staff, they left the Gaza Strip because of this ban. So we are not sure if tomorrow we can go back, for instance, if we can continue as before, bringing in supply, bringing in international staff and rotating them. So this is still a very unknown for us what will be, at the end of the day, this decision.
And it's very unknown, of course, what will be for the people of Gaza. But how do Israel's new registration rules, which they say are necessary to make sure armed groups do not infiltrate humanitarian organizations, affect your staff's safety and ability to operate and help those people in Gaza?
So the thing is that when we have been requested this list of staff and information about our staff, we wanted to discuss openly with the Israeli authorities about how they will use it, how they will share it, etc., etc. Unfortunately, we didn't get any answer. What we have seen is that this conflict in Gaza has been very, very dangerous, of course, for the humanitarian. For instance, just MSF, we had 15 of our colleagues killed during this war. So for us, we wanted to understand what will happen with this list, what they will do with that. And we didn't manage to get this answer, basically. And that's why we didn't complete our registration process.
With Gaza still devastated and civilians relying on aid despite the ceasefire, what are MSF's biggest challenges in reaching people in need in Gaza right now?
Yes, indeed, the situation is still terrible in Gaza, and of course everything is still destroyed. 80% of the territory, not even half of the hospital are still functional. So we have very many difficulties to be able to respond to the needs up to now. And of course, with all these decisions that we cannot even bring in more supply has been always a very big challenge, you know, to enter supply inside the Gaza Strip for more than 2 years. And now it's even more difficult. And in general, not just for MSF, it's very difficult these days to continue entering supply. This is one of the most complicated things. Then if you see a little bit these images that we are seeing, everything is destroyed. It means that to get even to the population is very difficult. For instance, we are delivering and distributing a lot of water every day to the population as MSF. But how you can manage to pass with your trucks inside this situation in there is no more roads, there is no more anything. So it's very difficult to access exactly this population in these conditions.
And going forward, what does the future look like for you and your organisation in Gaza? How are you planning for the next stage? And what does that look like with staffing and supplies? As you said to me, it seems very difficult to get any supplies in.
So this is, of course, our main trouble, and we are not sure how we can continue effectively and for long, because we are supporting 20 health centers and hospitals. So you can imagine the number of drugs we need and material and etc. And for us, if we don't indeed receive supply, little by little, we will have to stop activities and to stop some of the great support we are trying to give to the population. So indeed, it's a very black future we are seeing. We are really not very sure how it will unfold.
Claire Nicolette, thank you so much for joining us. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Netflix has backed out of plans to buy Warner Brothers Discovery, paving the way for Paramount Skydance to win the takeover battle. Warner Brothers said Paramount's recent bid of $101 billion was superior to Netflix. If successful, Paramount would take control of Warner Brothers' iconic studio, their archive, as well as news brand, which is CNN. Nintendo, the video game giant behind franchises like Super Mario, has announced it's selling shares in the company. The sale is expected to total around $1.9 billion. Turning to all the sports news now, and Manchester United say sacking their coach Ruben Amorim could end up costing the club almost £16 million. The Portuguese manager was dismissed in January after a string of poor performances. And Cristiano Ronaldo has become the new co-owner of Spanish side Almeria after acquiring a 25% share in the club. The 41-year-old Al Nassr striker says it has been a long-time ambition of his to contribute to football beyond the pitch. Now let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Ukraine has struck the Russian city of Belgorod, damaging their energy installations and disrupting power, water and heating. It follows overnight strikes by Russia to Ukraine's port infrastructure in Odessa, spreading fire to warehouses and food containers. Former U.S. President Bill Clinton will give evidence to the House Oversight Committee in Chappaqua, New York. That's happening today in relation to his connection to Jeffrey Epstein. Yesterday, his wife, former U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, gave her deposition denying any encounters with Epstein. The FBI has fired around 10 agents who took part in a Trump investigation. FBI Director Kash Patel and White House Chief of Staff C.B. Wiles told reporters their phone records had been subpoenaed whilst they were private citizens. And the UK's Prime Minister has suffered a devastating election battle in Manchester, losing a long-time Labour seat to the Green Party. It now puts future pressure on Keir Starmer, who has faced calls to resign. A reminder of our top stories. Pakistan strikes Afghanistan after the Taliban announced a major offensive. Pakistan now says it's open war. The UK and US withdraw embassy staff from Iran and Israel over safety concerns as fears of an imminent strike grow. And a ban on Gazan international aid agencies is lifted by Israel's Supreme Court, allowing NGOs to carry on their work for now. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. Goodbye, happy Friday, and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
For years, Nemesio El Mencho Oseguera Cervantes, leader of the Jalisco New Generation cartel, evaded capture. But in the end, authorities didn't just follow the money, they followed his girlfriend. Her name, Guadalupe Moreno Carrillo. Military intelligence says she had been in a relationship with him for about 3 years, after his split from his wife, Rosalinda Gonzalez Valencia, in 2018. Low profile, no public criminal charges, almost invisible. Her name first appeared in the 2022 Guacamaya leaks, placing her inside El Mencho's inner circle, though her exact role was never confirmed. Then came February 20th, 2026. Intelligence tracked a meeting between the two at a private cabin in Tapalpa, Jalisco. The next day, she left, he stayed. That was the break authorities needed. Special forces moved in, and one of the world's most wanted drug lords was dead. Officials later described her as the key to finding him.
De una de las parejas sentimentales del Mencho.
So who is Guadalupe Moreno Carrillo? Little is publicly known. Reportedly, she's in her early 50s, has light skin and dark hair. Military intelligence says she moved in high society and business circles in Jalisco. Despite being in his inner circle, there's no public evidence linking her to criminal activity. And authorities confirm she is not under arrest and faces no charges. After years on the run, El Mencho wasn't brought down by bullets, but by his own love story.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal. Coming to you from the Arabiya English studios, this is your weekly bulletin bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, Saudi Arabia has a new investment minister. Fahad bin Abdul Jalil Al Saif is appointed to that position. Plus, we're going to be speaking to the CEO of Astrolabs, which helps companies to enter and navigate the Saudi market. We ask, how do they do this and who are their typical clients? We'll be hearing from the CEO of the Saudi low-cost carrier Flyer Deal, who tells us that 2026 is off to a flying start. And as Formula E continues to expand its global footprint, Saudi Arabia is now a key stop in the motorsports calendar. We'll be speaking to the Formula E CEO. And with Ramadan well underway, we take you to meet one of the busy Riyadh food market's vendors who are reporting brisk trade. This as people stock up on produce for the iftar. Taking you straight to our top story. As part of a cabinet reshuffle, Saudi Arabia has a new investment minister. Fahad bin Abdul Jalil Al Saif has been appointed to the position, replacing Khalid Al Faleh, who served in that role since 2020. Well, with a strong track record in both the public and private sectors, Al Saif, who formerly worked for HSBC, he also previously headed up the Global Capital Finance Division and Investment Strategy at the Public Investment Fund, which is chaired by the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Well, in line with plans to transform the kingdom and diversify away from oil dependency, the kingdom is targeting $100 billion in annual foreign direct investment by the year 2030. Well, I'm joined now by Jamil Ahmed, who is the chief analyst at GTC and also a global markets commentator. He joins us this week from Istanbul. Thanks a lot for joining us, Jamil. Saudi Arabia's trade balance recorded a record surplus of some 22 billion Saudi riyals during the month of November. That's annual growth of more than 70%. Just talk us through that.
Yes, so the annual growth was at more than 70%, and actually that goes in line with so many of the updated economic projections we saw for 2025, because clearly that's huge activity. But what I really want to highlight on here is that you're seeing the imports are quite high, showing that the Saudi Arabian economy is getting the materials and the goods that it needs as it builds up towards the 2030 vision. But it's actually the export numbers that are particularly more impressive, because we are still seeing a lot of non-oil activity, but we're also seeing the percentage of how much oil exports means to the economy in the greater scheme of things is still starting to get lower. So it does show the strategic outline and the evolution of the economy. It's working, and at the same time, it does appear that the Saudi economy is going to be one of the larger economies to grow in 2026. So we are expecting to see more export numbers such as this over the upcoming months.
Okay, just tell us which markets are importing the most goods from Saudi Arabia.
So if we look at from an energy dependency, then we are getting a lot of the South Asian economies, such as Japan, South Korea, India, and China. But the latter two are also importing other goods. In the region, we are seeing the MENA accounts for about 10 to 15% of the exports, with the UAE as the main trading partner. Where we're starting to see some growth pick up, and I think that's where scope is to continue to improve over the future, is with the Western markets, including the United States. They actually account between 5 to 10% of overall Saudi Arabian economy exports. So should the economy continue to export more in the future, and that seems to be in line with the 2030 plans, then I would look and expect for the Western markets and those more traditional economies in the G10 to be the ones that are going to pick up some of the slack.
Okay, and Jimmy, we've been talking a lot on this channel the last few days about geopolitical tensions in the region. I'm just wondering, what's that doing to the financial markets, not just in the region, but across the world?
We are seeing a lot of, I would say, investors being indecisive on positions. If you're looking at some of the trends that are coming out on Wall Street, we're looking now specifically S&P 500, the NASDAQ, and so forth. This week, there's been, I would say, every trading day has been different. We're not exactly having a positive week. That might also be due to policy uncertainty from Washington and elsewhere, such as central bank policy. Also, when it comes to the trade tariffs, we've got that Supreme Court rulings due out later on this week. But I would say that when it comes to geopolitics and investor uncertainty, investors don't like to take on risk. So if you do have some geopolitical, I would say, tensions out there, then they won't be adding as much risk into the portfolio. Having said that, oil prices are up about 5% this week. However, historically, in the greater scheme of things, US oil price at $65 is not particularly high. But I would say that 5% move does mean that investors are pricing a little bit of risk, but potentially not enough considering how sensitive this period might be.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for talking us through all of that. Jamil Ahmed, the chief analyst at GTC and global markets commentator. Thank you for your time. Okay, we're going to turn our attention now to the fast-growing aviation sector. And following on from a record-breaking performance in 2025, Jeddah's King Abdulaziz International Airport has been achieving some historic milestones in 2026 as well. Well, last year, the airport handled 53.4 million passengers. And in January, the kingdom's busiest airport saw its highest ever number of passengers in a single day, with more than 195,300 travellers passing through the terminals in a 24-hour period alone. Well, with KAIA, the primary hub for millions of pilgrims, airlines are operating additional flights throughout the course of Ramadan. Well, Flyadeal is a Saudi Arabian low-cost airline which is headquartered there in Jeddah, and it happens to be the fastest-growing airline in the Middle East. Well, we caught up with the CEO of Flyadeal, Stephen Greenaway, who confirmed that 2026 is off to a flying start. Here are some excerpts from that interview.
Our capacity for January was up 37% year on year, which is huge. You know, we're not a small airline. We're not a huge airline, but we're not a small one either. We've had 44 aircraft. Our 45th arrives on Monday next week. Just to give you a comparison, that was 300,000 extra seats year on year just for the month of January alone that we were flying that we didn't fly last year. So it is booming. And Jeddah is it's interesting. It's the second airport, of Riyadh's the primary airport, but it's actually bigger than Riyadh. And a lot of it has to do with traffic mix. We have a lot of pilgrims coming into Jeddah, and that boosts the numbers up over Riyadh.
OK, so you got that cadet training program in Saudi Arabia. I mean, that does suggest, doesn't it, and everyone talks about a shortage of pilots in the open market. Is that something you're struggling with? Is it difficult to recruit pilots?
It's real for the rest of the world. It's not for me. I get asked quite a lot, and we don't have a shortage at all. So as I said, we have quite a good pipeline of first officers coming in who are have a commercial pilot's license. They need to be type rated onto our aircraft. We have a program with the Ministry of Education to do that in Spain. So that's really supplying that through. And it's also, Saudi Arabia has now become very, very attractive to live in. So when we do require foreigners, particularly for our captains, we don't have a problem or a challenge to be able to bring them into the kingdom.
You're in a challenging industry. We've already talked about the difficulty of finding pilots, although you're saying that's not a particular challenge for Flyadeal.
No.
One of the other big problems for airlines is finding aeroplanes. And there are a lot of reports circulating about some pretty major orders in the pipeline in Saudi Arabia, not necessarily Flyadeal ones, but at the moment, you've got 44 aircraft, I think, at the moment.
Yes,
is that right?
Yeah.
What's on order, and what are your plans to grow the fleet?
So I think the kingdom has something like 600 or so aircraft on order over the next 4 to 5 years. Now, part of that is our order book. We have 44 aircraft at the moment. 45th arrives in a couple of days. And we have an expansion plan over the next 3 to 4 years that gets us to just shy of 100 aircraft, actually 98. And that is a mix of short haul in terms of our 320s and 321 each, I suppose. So in a very, very short amount of time, we're going to be more than doubling in size, but also capability in terms of being able to stretch our network further.
OK, let's talk about destinations for a moment.
Yeah.
43 destinations as things currently stand. They all seem to be short, medium haul.
Yeah.
For now, and you've got 5 new destinations in Pakistan that you're serving. Syria is a market that's opened up for you in the last year or so. Where are you going to focus next?
I love opening up new markets. Syria is an interesting one for me. We're into Damascus from both Jeddah and Riyadh, and we hope, if we get security clearance in literally the next 2 weeks, we can open up Aleppo, which is the second largest city in Syria. So with the civil war now done, or out of the way, hopefully, the country is now back opening up, and there's a lot of Syrians in the kingdom. There's 2 million Syrians living and working in the kingdom, so there's this huge opportunity in terms of market share. Our backyard, we still don't fly to a lot of places in the GCC. Bahrain, Doha as an example. So there's some easy ones there that we'll focus on over the next couple of years. You mentioned Pakistan, 5 cities in the past year alone. We've just celebrated our first anniversary there. And we've also been speaking about India for this year. So we want to open up India probably in the second half of the year. So that's our immediate term. And then we want to push as far as Malaysia, Indonesia and Bangladesh and so forth with our new A330s next year. So we really are stretching the model.
Where and how do you see Flyadeal playing a part with Vision 2030?
I think there's really 3 business models in the market at the moment. One is the premium, and that is Saudi Air at the moment, but soon to be Riyadh Air. You have a hybrid, which is FlyNAS, our biggest competitor. So they're a bit mixed. They have a business class cabin. They also have an LCC cabin down the back. And then we're a pure play. And I say it unromantically, we're a bus. We get people from A to B safely, on time, we do not cancel, and we're cheap. And as long as we stick to that proposition, I think we've got a winner. Because people know, even if they only paid 100 SAR, they know that we've got reliability. They know they're going to get from A to B on time, etc., etc. And that is a really, really valuable proposition. And don't forget, Saudi Arabia is a big country. They need air travel, and we want to be able to take our Saudi Arabians to the world, and we want to bring the world to Saudi Arabia. And so we are that mass market travel option in terms of air travel option, and we'll continue to play that in the years to come.
OK, so you play very neatly into the Vision 2030 ambitions and goals.
Absolutely, we're a key enabler. I mean, if they want the 130 million tourists a year, et cetera, we have to. We're part of that mix. We're absolutely part of that mix because we provide that mass form of travel, be it pilgrims, be it worker traffic, or be it leisure traffic, or VFR. We are the solution to that.
Let's take a quick look now at some of the other stories we're following through from the past week. Saudi Arabia's AI company Humane announces that it's investing $3 billion in Elon Musk's XAI. This is part of its Series E funding round just prior to its acquisition by SpaceX. Well, this move makes Humane a significant minority shareholder, and it builds on a partnership announced at the US-Saudi Investment Forum to jointly develop 500 megawatts of AI data center capacity, underscoring Saudi Arabia's push to expand compute power and diversify beyond oil. The Saudi telecoms giant STC Group has reported record annual revenues of 77.8 billion riyals for 2025. Net profit was up 12.5%, excluding non-recurring items, while EBITDA increased just over 6%. Well, the year also witnessed the expansion of STC Bank to more than 8 million customers. And Moody's Corporation has announced the establishment of a regional headquarters in Riyadh. Well, the company, which first opened an office in the country in 2018, says the move reflects confidence in the kingdom's economic momentum. Well, in line with Saudi Arabia's regional HQ program, more than 600 foreign companies have established their regional bases in the kingdom. Now, for international companies looking to set up and scale in Saudi Arabia or more broadly across the region, there are multiple considerations. As with any new market, a new entrant needs, amongst other things, to consider legal issues, local compliance, HR, and payroll. One company with a strong track record in supporting companies to plug directly into the Saudi ecosystem is Astrolabs, which seeks to simplify and accelerate these processes. Well, we're joined now by the CEO of Astrolabs, Roland Daher. Thank you very much for coming to see us, Roland.
Thanks for having me, Tom.
Let's start off by talking about your company and what you do. Is it fair to describe it as a sort of a one-stop shop for companies that want to set up in Saudi Arabia? And just tell us what you do for your companies exactly.
Yeah, it's a very fair description, but I don't like it to stop at one-stop shop. We consider ourselves as a growth partner for international companies looking to enter and scale in the local market. So we connect global companies with actual opportunities. The one-stop shop is an enabler. A company coming from abroad needs to tick all the boxes that you just described in terms of licensing, regulatory compliance, local hiring and team building, offices, tax and accounting, all of the infrastructure needed in order to operate in a country. Granted, we deliver that through our services, but we also invest a lot in creating opportunities for the companies that we help soft land, one through and within our network. So we have helped expand around 2,000 companies to the GCC, 1,000 of which in Saudi alone. So that network in and by itself is a massive opportunity for these companies among each other. But also we've been operating in the region and building ecosystems for the last 13 years, 14 years now. And that depth is another asset that we make accessible for these companies. So we establish connections with government entities, large private sector players, ecosystem or industry or sector builders that these companies can partner with, work with, get investment from, and so on and so forth.
Okay, tell us a bit about who a typical client is. What does your client base look like?
So, as I mentioned, 1,000 companies in Saudi Arabia, spanning across 35 sectors. We're talking upper mid segment and massive companies. Some of them are publicly listed, Fortune 500 and the likes. Think of companies like Virgin Atlantic, we were talking about earlier, Black Lane, Vale from Brazil, massive mining player, London Business School in the education sector, many tech and IT companies. So 25% of our customer base is tech and IT players, followed by consulting and construction companies. And the rest of the portfolio is quite diverse across many other sectors.
Okay, let's talk about the private sector a bit in Saudi Arabia, because it represents about 51% of the economy now. It's grown from 1 trillion Saudi riyals a decade ago to more than 2 trillion now. Right. What does the market look like? And where can we see that shift most easily on the ground, Roland?
So our view on the private sector development is primarily through the lens of the international companies coming to the market, where we have seen breadth. So I just said 35 plus sectors, companies that are spanned across the economy, that are coming not only to explore the market. So 5 or 10 years ago, it was more exploratory. Now it's depth also. So companies that came to Saudi Arabia 5 years ago just to explore or through just a representative office are now at the full establishment of their regional headquarters, full on hiring, investing, building local partnerships, and contributing to the development of the private sector. So that's one angle we see the development of the private sector in Saudi through. The other one is the role of the government, that in the last year especially has started creating more space and opportunity for private sector players, both local and foreign, to contribute to the building of the economy. So the economy is moving from primarily government-led into more of a partnership between government and more private sector players, whether through public-private partnerships or through creating opportunities for companies to come and invest and build their local manufacturing plants, or to create local teams beyond commercial teams, especially in sectors like consulting or, I mentioned, manufacturing and many others.
Okay. And obviously you've seen all these companies enter the Saudi market. Lots of companies are doing that at the moment. Some 600 companies decided to make Riyadh their regional headquarters in recent years. Do you see time and time again companies making mistakes when they enter the market, especially if they're not, having their hand held by a company like yours? Do you see companies arriving with misconceptions about the Saudi market?
Absolutely. I mean, we've been doing this for almost a decade now, and the mistakes are almost a playbook now. Mistake number one is not committing to the market, thinking that this is a market you can get the upside from remotely or by undercommitting, and that is totally not true. The Saudi market is indeed a massive opportunity if you invest properly, if you play the long game. This is not a quick buck market, especially not now, but it's rewarding for those who have a plan, show up, invest, are based in Saudi, build local teams, rely on local content and local talent, build partnerships, and try to, solve on what they are strong on and rely on local players for what they need to build capability on.
Okay. Let's talk a bit about the media sector in Saudi Arabia. It's forecast to triple to 47 billion Saudi riyals by the year 2030. What does that tell us about the growth of the creative and media sector in the kingdom?
So the creative and media sector in the kingdom is one of our most exciting and strategic sectors for the next few years, primarily driven by one the opportunity and the growth of the sector. So if you look at the different subsectors of the creative and media sector in Saudi, it's either upper single digit or double digit growth, when the global average is 3 to 4% max. So at the least it's 2, 3, sometimes 5 times growing faster than globally. So that is one. It's driven by the fact that the Saudi market is one of the largest consumers of media, entertainment, driven by a young population, massive mobile penetration, purchasing power, and a few other things. So there is demand, there's growth, and there are some anchor events that are bound to happen. Expo 2030, World Cup 2034, that also create a pull power to more companies coming to Saudi. That being said, it's important to not think that the media sector is a new growing sector in Saudi. We've seen early movers from back in 2018 with some companies like Augustus Media. That was one of the very few companies that we established in Saudi Arabia, and gives you the great example of not the mistakes, but the right playbook implemented, where from day one, local team, local leadership, investment in infrastructure. They now have a local production facility, studios, and the local teams, and the entire value chain. And they've been growing massively in Saudi. Then a few years later, we saw another batch of joiners who saw the success of the early adopters, like Augustus Media. We had companies like Footballco that owns Goal.com, who again played the right playbook and came to Saudi, now have their RSQ, started hiring from day one. You cannot do media and content remotely. You need to fully embed in the local ecosystem, fully rely on local talent, and then infuse it with your expertise and your capabilities. And Footballco did it really well. They have now massive reach in Saudi, and I think it's one of their fastest growing markets too. So we're excited about this sector in terms of opportunities, and especially about the announcement that we made late 2025, us joining the Riyadh Creative District, which is a partnership with the Royal Commission for Riyadh City. Very ambitious project that is currently in full rollout mode to establish a hub for the media, creative, tech, and education sector, serving the creative industry out of Riyadh.
Okay, I'm told we're out of time, but really appreciate you coming to see us and sharing all of that with us. The CEO of Astrolabs, Roland Daher. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Now, Formula E continues to expand its global footprint while promoting sustainability and technological innovation in electric racing. And Saudi Arabia is now a key stop in the Formula E calendar. Well, following on from the success of the 2026 Jeddah E-Prix earlier this month, we're going to turn our attention now to this increasingly popular motorsport, in which the cars actually have faster acceleration than Formula One vehicles. Well, we caught up with the CEO of Formula E, Jeff Dodds, on the sidelines of the Jeddah Corniche racetrack, and I started by asking him how important the kingdom is to the sport and to its long-term growth.
We've been racing here for a long time. The Saudi partners have been incredibly important to us. So we have sponsors that are Saudia, the airline, SABIC, the chemical company, and the PIF, the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia. So we're well supported by not just the businesses in Saudi, but also by the Saudi government here, who allow us to come and race on this incredible circuit. So we've had many enjoyable years here, and our hope would be to have the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as part of our race schedule for many, many years to come. So no, incredibly important part. It's also the first night race we do in every season. So we go from these kind of more traditional styles of Grand Prix, or E-Prix as we call them, to this first night race, which is two races on Friday and Saturday night in Saudi, at night with the drones and the fireworks and this incredible backdrop here. So it marks a real spectacle in the calendar for us.
Well, given the relative newness of this sport, I went on to ask Jeff about how fans can connect with and follow Formula E, and also what sets it apart from other motor racing events. Here's what he told us.
We are relatively new. We're in our 12th year, as you said earlier, and that would compare to someone like Formula One that's 75 years old or 76 years old this year. So we are comparatively a newbie when it comes to motorsport. If they were to come though, and they like motorsport, the first thing is there's a lot of familiarity, right? You've got open-wheeled, single-seater racing cars screaming around here at incredible speed. The drivers will feel familiar to them. The setup will feel familiar to them. Maybe where the differences are, the first thing is we're all electric. So we're pure electric powertrain, which means 30% faster accelerating than a Formula One car. So they explode off of the line. Much more close combat racing. So the cars are much more tightly packed, which means you've got many more overtakes, much more sharper elbows. They don't reach quite the same top speed, but then they don't need to, because we're on circuit layouts that are much more tightly packed together, much more challenging. So I think if you came to watch it, the other big difference, of course, which everybody will reference, some people love, some people don't, is the sound is very different. So these will sound more like fighter jets, that very different sound to a traditional roar of a combustion engine. So I say if you're coming to watch it for the first time with a family, actually you can watch the racing, enjoy the racing, still talk to the people with you, and maybe you go home with slightly less of a headache. But if you're more of a traditional motorsport fan, you are going to find that different.
Well, Jeff Dodds has said that Formula E is like a living laboratory. He explained to us as well how what happens on the racetrack can be applied to electric vehicles in the real world.
Because we're relatively new technology, so the combustion technology is roughly 130 years old. So it's been in cars for a very, very long time. So any real benefits that can come out of that technology have largely been extracted. Battery electric vehicle technology is really only about 15 years old in terms of being on the road. So we're still unlocking benefits to that technology very, very, particularly in things like batteries. So the stories are not ours, but the stories belong to the individual manufacturer teams that are in this championship. So whether it's Porsche or Jaguar or Nissan or Stellantis, it's Mahindra, it's them that are unlocking the benefits. And you could talk to someone like Jaguar. Jaguar tell a lovely story of they discovered something in the way that the software worked between the battery and the powertrain on the racetrack, that they were able to update their road cars over the air with that upgrade in the software. And almost overnight, I think you had, it unlocked kind of 20, 30 kilometers more battery availability and range from something they learned on the racing track. If you look at the new Porsche Cayenne, for example, the new all-electric Cayenne, it is stuffed full of incredible technology, a lot of which has been developed here in their racing program. So yeah, we're very much still seeing tech move its way from the racetrack into the road cars of our manufacturers.
And finally, Ramadan is well underway, and that means brisk trade in many of the markets across the kingdom as people stock up on fresh produce for the iftar. Well, vendors at Riyadh's Al Rabwa market say that there has been good turnout with shoppers. There's also reported to be strong demand for dates, coffee and fruit juices right throughout the month. Well, let's listen to what one shop owner, Mohammed Abdul Rahman, had to say about consumer habits during the holy month.
The turnout every year is the same and demand is the same. Thank God, it's a good turnout. It gets more active naturally during Ramadan in the dates market because dates are an essential part of the iftar meal in Ramadan. In Ramadan, the demand and consumption naturally doubles compared to regular months.
Well, the Kingdom's moon sighting committee spotted the crescent moon last week, heralding the arrival of Ramadan. Well, as the Islamic month of fasting began, thousands of worshippers have been gathering at the Grand Mosque in Mecca. Well, the holy month is one of the busiest periods of the year there, drawing visitors from across Saudi Arabia and indeed from the entire world. Well, thank you very much indeed for watching. We wish you a Ramadan Kareem, and we're going to leave you with these pictures. Thanks for watching.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Really bad things will happen if we don't strike a deal. It's a pretty vague but still ominous warning from President Trump to Iran. More US military muscle is heading to the Middle East ahead of last-ditch nuclear talks set for Thursday. Will the threat of war force a deal, or has the US underestimated Tehran's resolve? I'm Melinda Nucifora. Stay with us. That Counterpoints debate coming up soon.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
I've really enjoyed meeting Arab filmmakers. I've really enjoyed seeing how the industry here is booming and flourishing. And I've enjoyed watching the movies, man. Just an incredible range. I've watched horrors, I've watched rom-coms, I've watched historical epics, I've watched tone poems, I've watched art house movies. I've watched films that I would not have seen had I not come here, and I feel the richer for it. I think the world would be richer for hearing these stories. And it's about time that they're heard.
Excited, happy, yeah, just carefree. It's been a full year of being on the festival circuit. I've been to so many film festivals, and it's wonderful to end the year here, kind of coming back home where we started, you know, in the region, and to be able to celebrate tonight and everyone's achievements is really just it's a privilege and it's really a joy. My favorite experience is seeing my film with an audience and seeing an audience connect with the film, and it really felt like coming home and felt like just like embrace of family. It was beautiful.
It's been incredibly mind-expanding. The people are incredibly kind. I've made a lot of really good friends. I have a whole new understanding of this part of the world, so it's been great.
I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot about different stories and different filmmakers and creatives and a part of the world that I haven't really been able to visit before. Just meeting people, honestly, at the Red Sea Film Festival and talking with people and exchanging stories. It's always so cool to me, cinema, because around the world, we all speak the same language in our hearts, you know, like we all feel the same things, but the way we express them in the context of our stories and our daily lives are so different that being here is really, it's just inspiring because I'm exposed to things that I don't think I would have had the opportunity to be exposed to.
You know, every single time I come back, like, Red Sea Film Festival gets bigger, it gets more beautiful. Now that it's kind of more based in the old town, it's amazing. 15 amazing movies. I'm really eager to sort of see which one they choose, because I heard, like, the competition was very fierce, so.
Oh, so good. It's really good. I love it here. I'm being honored tonight, which is really special to get it here. So I'm feeling good. I had a great time. People are lovely. The people. I like the people. The people are so warm and friendly.
Amazing. I mean, it's been 5 years since we started working on the film. It's 5 years this festival has been in existence, so it feels like kismet to be able to sort of bring it home, you know. So, yeah, it's a great privilege.
There isn't a film like this from this region. You're talking about before the rise of Islam, it's 609 AD, Arab tribes being united by a princess to fight this colonial power. You've seen war movies, you've seen people fighting colonial powers, but you haven't seen a Hollywoodized, you know, big scale take on this region and this history. So.
I think what's the most impressive part of this film is the scale of it. We had from international cast to crew, you know, merging with local crews. In Saudi Arabia, in the most beautiful cinematic landscape you can imagine, Neom and Tabuk, and seeing that all come together on that kind of scale is powerful.
Great, it was a massive cast, big ensemble. So I wouldn't say one's herding cats, but it's kind of like that. It's like that kind of like everyone has their place in the story. I have my place within the storytelling, and it's all about communication. And I was very lucky because I had very intelligent actors who understood storytelling, so they all kind of fit into their part of the film.
You start as a so-called bandit. For me, he's none of the above. What did you love about this onion type of character? You know, you kind of, you know, peel the layers of him throughout the film.
Well, Hanzala was a very interesting character for me, just simply because of his origin, his background, and how he ended up to be a part of this story. It was very unique and very eye-opening to be able to play the character and learn so much about this history that we've never really talked about outside of the myths and legends that we've heard.
How you changed as an actress. Obviously, when you've got the experience of acting, when you've got the knowledge of knowing what's good for you and what you should do, do you feel like your confidence changes, your curiosity, and you became more courageous?
Confidence comes with success.
And experience.
And experience, yeah. But curiosity you always have. That's the one thing that you have from birth. Like when you're born and you come into this world and you're just curious about what's this and what's that. And I see that now through my daughter's eyes. Like she's so curious about everything. And it makes me even more curious. She keeps the child in me alive as well. So I would say my way of approaching my work even now is truly through pure instinct. The way I choose a part and pick up a role is like, oh, I've done this, now I want to do this. And now I'm feeling this. I go very from that gut feeling. Like it's very like, what do I want to eat today?
On the subject of legacy here, in 20 years, how would you hope audiences feel and people feel, not about your fame, but about your presence on the global stage?
Again, I think different stages represent perhaps a different time. When I was younger, I'm still young, but like when I was very young, when I was in my 20s, I was a little bit more like,
when I was a teenager.
Yeah. A little bit more like fizzy and buoyant and like a little bit more like light, and then there came a little bit more weight, and now I'm like feeling light again. So I think it depends on different stages, but I only want the audience to be entertained. So whether it's through me or not through me, I'm the first person to stand up and clap when a film does really well and gets a lot of love, because I feel so happy when the audiences are entertained and cinema connects.
Started his career very young. You've seen him in DC, in Marvel, in independent movies. He can play a romantic lead, a zombie, and a villain with the same pizzazz. Please, a huge round of applause for Nicholas Hoult.
Good evening. Assalamu alaikum.
From the beginning, actually, is it a cute story? Is it true that your siblings have introduced you to the art of performing? And did this mean that play dates in your house were all about singing and dancing and all these things when the friends came over?
There was a lot of musical theatre in our house growing up. The original was like production of like the stage video filming of that. But then my older brother was into acting, my older sister was into a lot of singing and dancing, so my mum would always say like, well, if your sister's in dance class or doing acting classes, then you can't just sit in the car and wait, you're going to do it too. And so it wasn't something that I drove, it wasn't something that I woke up one morning and said, oh, I have this burning need to act. But it was something that I enjoyed and did from a young age, and then got very fortunate to continue doing.
This year you played in a small movie called Superman. Has anyone seen Superman? So tell us how you constructed the character, and there's so many references you can have for Lex Luthor from the comics and from old books, etc. How did you do your research? How did you narrow your own vision of him?
It was interesting because the first time I read the script, I remember reading the Lex scenes and being like, oh, these are interesting. I might actually be better at Lex than Superman. But I was like, well, don't say that to anyone now whilst we're auditioning for Superman. And then after the screen tests, James called me and he said, how would you feel about playing Lex? And instantly my brain was like, yes, that's the character you should and need to be playing, because there were just moments in the dialogue and in the script where I was like, oh, it's really delicious, the twists and turns of the character. And like you say, he is definitely very much the villain of that story, but at the same time, there's things in there where you go, okay, you can understand it in your brain and not have empathy, but understand it. So there's a really fun character to play in that sense. And James just wrote a wonderful script, and he's such a fun director to work with.
This actress
is one of the most iconic actresses in Hollywood and in the world. She has been known for generations for iconic roles. I would love to welcome the iconic, the remarkable, and the loveliest Sigourney Weaver. Assalamu alaikum. I love to start from the beginning, and you know, when actors start loving acting, was it early for you, was it later, and who was the biggest inspiration in your life to, you know, make you gravitate towards acting even in the first place?
I don't think I'm very typical because I was very shy, so the idea of becoming an actor was so far away from anything I was thinking. I was thinking I'd love to be a storyteller, maybe a writer or a journalist. So I never really said out loud I want to be an actor until I was, you know, maybe in college. And my father, though, was a great influence because he was running NBC, which was a big television network, and he'd always come home smiling. And so I think whatever he's doing, which of course I didn't know at all, whatever he's doing looks like it's fun. So I think that did influence me.
You've worked with directors with such strong vision, and how much did that inform the acting profession for you? You know, we're talking about Peter Weir, Mike Nichols, Ang Lee, Ivan Reitman, Ghostbusters. How much do you enjoy that? You know, every director is a different experience.
I think I love that part of it very much. I mean, I've never been an actor who looks for the roles. I look for the story. And then I have to find a director whose vision is so strong that we will make it through the filming process, because the filming process is really tough on films. And the script has to be able to hold up against all the things that can go wrong making a film. Don't want to discourage anyone, but a lot of things come up. And so the director has to be, you know, sort of obsessed and be very forceful in his or her vision. And so the combination of the strong script and the visionary director, I think, is what helps a film continue to live on, like Ghostbusters.
It gives me great pleasure to welcome you here at the Red Sea International Film Festival. Sigourney Weaver, please continue to inspire generations. Please continue to inspire us. And thank you for joining us once again at our 5th anniversary.
I'm so delighted to be here, and this is such a beautiful award, and I'm so grateful that you invited me. I'm so grateful to be here today, and, you know, to have my work acknowledged halfway around the world, and to feel a connection with what you all are doing here, and all the developments in the whole Arab world for the film culture is so exciting, and I'm so glad now to feel connected to it. So thank you so, so much.
Does it matter that you have all these awards and success when you're excited about working with the director? Is there candid enthusiasm when they send you the script?
With Paul, absolutely. I think, not to speak for Benicio here, but I know I've been an avid fan of his work for 25 years now. He just does everything right. I don't know how to say it other than that. The music, the tone, the world that he envelops you into, his imagination, the unpredictability of each one of his plots, the immersive quality that you feel in his movies like you're there. So this, I think everyone comes into a Paul Thomas Anderson project, A, feeling lucky and blessed to be there, but B, feeling like you got to bring your A game.
I ain't afraid to die anymore. I've done it already.
My name is Jordan Belfort. At the tender age of 22, I headed to the only place that befit my high-minded energy.
We always joke when I interview you that you don't like simple roles. Everything has to be very energy-consuming. Was that a whole other level of energy consumption because it's so full-on?
This was a huge adrenaline dump. Yeah. I mean, I actually needed to take a year off after this. I did 3 films in a row, but this was the culmination of all, and that was because we had we really had artistic freedom on this film.
'Cause I ain't going nowhere!
wonderful role. You gave him such vulnerability. You made him transparent. Is that how you felt him, Gatsby?
Well, the Gatsby that I remember reading in junior high school is a lot different than the Gatsby I remember reading, that I read as an adult. He's a much more tragic figure than I remember as a youth, you know. I didn't quite connect with how hollow this man really was, you know. Daisy to him is really a representation of so many of his dreams of becoming this great American figure, this powerful man, this entrepreneur, and in a lot of ways, he is an empty vessel.
Why, of course you can.
I'll do it school style. I'll start with his infused imagination. I always feel like the imagination comes out of his head. How amazing is it to construct a character that could be possibly iconic, like in this one?
We had the benefit with these characters of getting this incredibly rich backstory. We had an entire history together that he wrote for us. So even though it's a sort of day in the life of these two sort of outcasts of Hollywood that are trying to fit their way into a changing culture and a changing industry, there was an immediate familiarity with who these people were because we knew so much about our past, and it was so easy to fit in those shoes.
Gentlemen, you had my curiosity, but now you have my attention.
This is going to be the adventure of a lifetime. We've dreamed of making this movie ever since we were kids.
What does it cost to get this thing made?
$2.5 million.
We've approved a loan for up to $9,400.
Yes.
Raya.
Good to see you both.
Good to see you.
Tell us about the adventure of making movies like this, in the sense of so much fun and so much comedy, but also a lot of heart.
I am a sucker for some real heartfelt, sweet, hopeful, makes you feel good kind of movies. And then if there's some laughs in there, even better. So that's kind of my favorite thing, I think.
Yeah.
How about you?
Well, I mean, when I read on the page some of these scenes that make me laugh and make me think, oh, that's going to be really exciting and fun and funny. It's one thing to read it, but then when it comes time to do it, you're like, I really do have to run through the jungle with a boar strapped to my back probably 100 times. This is going to be physically challenging, but that's the name of the game, and that's what you have to keep in the back of your mind. It's like, it's worth it. That's what you got to do to make magic sometimes.
Here we go.
Doug, you direct.
Action! Put your face right up next to the snake. Maybe it'll be okay. Cutting.
With you guys' experience in comedy timing, how much are you completely involved on set into, knowing what works, knowing what doesn't work, trying new things?
Somewhere, I'd say over the last few years, I would be on a set, look around and think, I think maybe I have more experience than anybody on here because I'm old. And I've done it now a bit. And I still have the mindset of like an actor starting off. Like, I can't believe I got the job. I'm excited to be there and try and do it. And I feel insecure and I hope I do an okay. But I think just by the very nature of doing something so often and logging your 10,000 hours or whatever, I start to become just innately aware of certain things that work and certain things that don't. And also some technical things about actual movie making I don't ever remember really trying to study, but now I'm just very aware of.
I like to really imagine each scene, and I like to look at the script and go through all my lines and imagine the way I would do it. But there's some scenes that are challenging, like, I don't know how I'm going to approach this. I don't know what quite the right way to say this line is. And I'll look around the crew and the cast and crew and imagine how everyone on the set would say it. If they had my part, what would they do? And I'll get inspiration from anywhere I can. Sometimes, you need to feed off the people you're working with.
Always when it comes to comedy.
This is Anaconda, and we no longer have a snake for our snake movie. We have to go out in the jungle and find another one.
Also, when it
it comes to legacy, like the legacy of the Anaconda in cinemas, how much do you enjoy that? That, you know, a whole new audience generation is gonna kind of be very Anaconda crazy.
I hope the whole world gets Anaconda fever. You know, there's another movie coming out at the same time as ours. I can't remember what it's called. It also starts with an A.
Very small. No one's heard of that one.
But now they're saying that maybe it's going to be like Barbie and Oppenheimer. Do you remember when those two giant movies came out at the same time?
Barbenheimer?
So they are saying this could be the new one, Anatar.
Anatar.
Yeah. That's what I think James Cameron has been saying, that we're Anatar. Now we're Anatar.
What do you like more, Anatar or Avoconda? Because it's up to you to start this.
Avoconda is my favorite. I have
Avoconda?
Without hesitation.
Yeah, that was right. Yeah,
Avoconda's
It does have a funnier.
It doesn't sound too much like avocado.
Well, that's catchy, and you know, it goes with Jack's t-shirt, so why not? I love it. Before I wrap, my daughter has a message for you, Jack. She's completely obsessed with the Lava Chicken song from Minecraft.
Lava!
Peachy chicken. We're obsessed with it.
Yes, thank you. La Lavacanda!
George! He's right behind you! What the hell is all about that? It's a long story! Run!
Really bad things will happen if we don't strike a deal. It's a pretty vague but still ominous warning from President Trump to Iran. More US military muscle is heading to the Middle East ahead of last-ditch nuclear talks set for Thursday. Will the threat of war force a deal, or has the US underestimated Tehran's resolve? I'm Melinda Nucifora. You're watching Counterpoints. In the face of one US warship, Iran held firm. President Trump threatened a whole armada, and still, Iran didn't blink. Now, a second aircraft carrier is heading towards the Middle East, capping off the largest regional deployment since the Iraq invasion in 2003. And not even that has, so far, forced Iranian negotiators to accept a deal.
He's curious as to why they haven't, I don't want to use the word capitulated, but why they haven't capitulated. Why under this sort of pressure with the amount of sea power, naval power that we have over there.
Rather than fostering compromise, it seems US saber-rattling has only served to harden Iran's resolve. It's ruled out nuclear weapons development, but considers civil enrichment a source of national pride.
One thing I have to emphasize is that there is no military solution for Iran's nuclear program. That has been tested last year. We are prepared for, war, and we are prepared for peace. We are prepared for diplomacy, and we are prepared for negotiation as much as we are prepared for war.
We'll ask our panel, are US strikes on Iran inevitable? Would capitulation pose a greater threat to Iran's government than war? And is Israel replacing Iran as the major regional threat? Joining us for this discussion is Cenk Uygur, CEO and co-host of the Young Turks, an independent American media organisation. Retired Major Doron Spielman is with us, former IDF spokesman and New York Times best-selling author. And rounding out the panel is Professor John Gazvinian, Iranian-American historian and expert on US-Iran relations. To all of you, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, officials have described Thursday's talks between the US and Iran as last-ditch negotiations. But so far, previous rounds appear to have done very little to bring the sides closer together. The US is still demanding zero nuclear enrichment, while Iran insists there's no legal reason it shouldn't be allowed to pursue a civilian nuclear program. The most advanced US aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, is now on its way to the region where it will meet up with a vast concentration of US military power. Doran, let's start with you. Are strikes on Iran inevitable?
I think that one of two things is inevitable. Either Iran is going to give up this murderous nuclear arsenal that it's created, was destroyed, and is now, instead of feeding its people, immediately reworking on to rearm, creating uranium enrichment, while the Iranian rial is 1.3 million to $1, while its people are starving in the streets. Either that program is going to be fully dismantled, along with all of their ability to use their ballistic missiles, which they fired at Israeli cities, killing innocent Israelis, or yes, the United States most likely will go about striking this regime, which is working on creating a bomb not only for Israel, already has the missiles to bring it to Europe, and is working on missiles to bring it to the United States. So I think that we are at an imminent point, not only regarding Iran, but in history. I can't imagine another U.S. president that will have the courage to strike down the plague that is the leadership of Ali Khamenei in Iran before he grows into the absolute and ultimate Hitler that he probably aspires to.
Oh, please. Okay.
Cenk?
Yeah. All right. It's funny now hearing Israeli propaganda, because before it seemed normal. And now that we could all see it, it seems, both tragic and hilarious at the same time. Do you know which country has a nuclear weapon between Iran and Israel? Oh, right, Israel. Do you know how they got that weapon? Oh, right, they stole America's nuclear secrets. We should have been done with them at that moment, period. Period. How dare you steal our nuclear secrets? Then they stole more secrets through Jonathan Pollard, and then they gave it to our enemies, the Soviet Union. This country is not remotely an ally to America, and they are now trying to push us into this war that we have no business in at all. Even this brother right now just said that we destroyed their nuclear facility, so why are you still yapping about nuclear? You guys have a nuclear weapon. They're not, and you're saying not only can they not have a nuclear weapon, which makes sense, I don't want them to have a nuclear weapon, but that they can't have nuclear energy like any other country. Why? Who are you to tell them if they can have nuclear energy? Okay, you can't have nuclear energy. You can't have nukes. Oh, no, that's beloved Israel. We're a...
Okay, Cenk, all right, pause there and let's let Doran respond, and then I'll bring John in.
Let me finish about the war.
Okay, all right.
It's just, again, Cenk is part of his conspiracy theory that Israel's nuclear...
All right, I'll just let Cenk finish his thought.
We did. You have to double
sure. Go ahead, Cenk. When you're done with your tantrum, I'll try to jump in.
Then you have to stop their foreign policy and have Israel in charge of their foreign policy. Why? Why do we have to do all of that for Israel? Why don't you go fight your own wars? Oh, that's crazy. No, Americans have to die for it. Americans have to pay for it. Why? It has nothing to do with us. Their missiles couldn't possibly reach us. And no, we don't have an obligation to destroy every enemy of Israel and make the entire Middle East defenseless so that Israel can continue to attack its neighbors. It's attacked 7 of its neighbors, and it is far more dangerous than Iran.
Okay, all right. Doran, respond, and then I'll hand it over to you, John.
Sure. It's the same playbook. At the end of the day, if we left it up to Cenk, I think we would have a nuclear Iran in the Middle East. Cenk apparently trusts the Iranian regime. Again, when I confronted you, Cenk, about 32,000 people have been slaughtered by this regime. Your answer was...
And we don't fund the Iranians.
Can I just finish?
Cenk, let Doran speak so we can hear his point of view.
Exactly. I just want to, I want to hear what you have to say. You want to hear what I have to say.
No, he lied about me. That's what I wanted to clarify. I have no love for the Iranian regime. I don't want the Ayatollah in charge. Keep going.
Again, Cenk, okay, you don't want a nuclear Iran, but you just tried proving the case to me why we should allow Iran to be nuclear. Apparently, you trust a regime that just slaughtered 32,000 of its people.
Cenk, you are going to need to let Doran speak, please. Let him finish his point, and then we can continue.
This is a lie about me.
Cenk, I'm just trying to let the truth be told. I'll let you speak freely, if I could please speak freely. Cenk, there are 32,000 people that this regime killed its own 32,000 people. When I asked you about it, you said it was Israeli bots, and I don't think you can deny it because it's on your X feed. You said that they're Israeli bots. These aren't actually people. No, 32,000 people were killed by this regime in the streets of Tehran. Women were raped and children have disappeared. A regime that would do that, I would not give them an atomic weapon. And I'm sorry, it may cost America to send the planes over there. America is an incredible country that wants to protect its own interests. With regards to them being able to reach the United States, Israel is around 2,000 kilometers from Iran. They have developed ballistic missiles that can go almost 10,000 kilometers. Why? They don't need that to hit Israel, because now they can hit Europe. And if you say that they can't ever hit the United States, where are you living? All of Russia's ballistic missiles can hit the United States. It's nothing for them to develop that kind of thing. And, you know, Cenk, I would like to believe like you. I would love to say we should just give them civilian, nuclear power, but we tried that and they've enriched it to 60%, which is one goal. 60% enriched uranium is not for civilian use. It's only for military use. So, Cenk, I just can't trust you or the Iranian regime.
Okay, we need to bring John in to let John have his say on this initial point. John, I want to ask you, are US strikes on Iran inevitable, or will President Trump risk looking weak by backing down now? I mean, he's got this big armada there. If he doesn't use it, does that make him look weak?
Well, it's very hard to know whether, of course, strikes on Iran are inevitable or not. Obviously, Donald Trump holds the ultimate decision-making power in that in that particular scenario. What's clear is that he's certainly threatening war. He's threatening war, and he has already bombed Iran once. On the sort of debate that we just heard, I think it's important to step back a little bit. I'm a historian. I'm going to suggest that we step back a little bit historically. Iran has been a signatory to the International Treaty on Non-Proliferation since 1968, since the day that it opened for signatures. The Islamic Republic, for all of its flaws, and its flaws are many, has never pulled out of the NPT. It, as Cenk says correctly, does not possess nuclear weapons. It does have an advanced nuclear program, which is of concern to many people around the world, for very good reason. But what we do know is that again and again and again, American intelligence, Russian intelligence, European intelligence, and even Israeli intelligence has verified multiple times that Iran, the Islamic Republic, has not, or rather had not until perhaps the last 12 months or so, made any visible decision, the political decision, to weaponize its nuclear program. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not naive about this, and nobody should be naive about this, that somehow we simply take their word for it, that this is a civilian program, et cetera, et cetera. However, the reality is that this very question of enrichment is where all these problems began. The United States, under the Bush administration in the early 2000s, decided that Iran could not enrich uranium, that it had to have zero enrichment, which is actually a highly problematic demand under the in terms of the NPT. And it was the one that the Iranians rejected. Mm-hmm. And it remains incredibly, more than 20 years later, still at the very heart of this dispute between the United States and Iran. Even today, as we speak, Stephen Witkoff and the Iranians are hung up on this exact same point. This is an absolute red line for the Islamic Republic, and it's an absolute red line for the Trump administration, as it was for the Bush administration. The only time we ever made any progress through this was when the Obama administration decided to relax its red line a little bit and allow Iran to have highly surveilled, highly controlled, limited enrichment on its soil. Okay. It was a deal that was working. And that is, and as we know, the Trump administration pulled out in 2018. That's really ultimately what's brought us to this impasse today.
All right, Doran. Well, let me put this to you then. So John is saying that this idea of a workable oversight, it's worked before. Why wouldn't it work again now? And how has the US president, as the commander-in-chief, if he's going to send his troops into a conflict, he needs to make a strong case for war? How is starting a war going to make America safer? Wouldn't it be safer if they just had a strong and trustworthy oversight situation like John is suggesting?
It would be wonderful if we could, again, trust Iran, if they were a normal regime. But let's just be honest. The largest supporter of state terror in the entire world is the Islamic Republic.
But how is it going to make Americans safer for the U.S. president?
I'm driving there. I promise you I'm driving there. Not only, and I will answer your question, not only were 500 ballistic missiles in the Iranian arsenal used, which means Israel has ballistic missiles. Israel, according to foreign reports and even according to certain prime ministers, is a nuclear country and has never used its nuclear weapons. Iran had built a regime of ballistic missiles, and they launched them at Israel and killed Israelis. Now, why is this important for America? Because Iran didn't only kill Israelis. In 1983, Iranian-funded Hezbollah, and is a plan that the United States uncovered and is verified, drove a suicide truck into Marine barracks in Lebanon and killed 260 Americans. Now, when the Iranian regime took over in 1979, within 10 months, who did they get retribution on? Whatever Americans were left in that country. The Iranian hostage crisis was that they had 66 Americans to hang on to. They support Hezbollah, which carries out is an internationally recognized terror organization. I don't know if Cenk would admit or acknowledge that they are a terror organization, but they are. They support Hamas. They used all of their money to create the Houthi shipping routes and to have the Houthis disrupt 50% of global shipping. Now, how can we say, again, I would love to think that Iran was the nice people that Israel had a relationship with in the 1950s before the Islamic insane regime that calls America the Great Satan and death to America, Israel the little Satan, and death to Israel is the largest terror-sponsoring state in the world, that to give them the ability to enrich civilian uranium. But John, as you and I both know, in 2005, already the International Atomic Energy Council said that they were already in violation in 2005 of the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty. The fact that they signed a document means nothing because Iran lies. And the answer in President Trump's mind is going to be this. Can he, because he doesn't want to go to war, and I don't want to go to war, and I don't want our pilots to go to war.
You don't want to go to war?
Trust
You're the biggest warmonger
an Iranian
in the world.
republic that is the largest sponsor of state terror in the world, that has taken all of its natural resources to create a nuclear program that blows up Israelis, has attacked Americans, and say, you know what? I'm going to trust their signature on a piece of paper.
Okay, John, you want to say something there? John, jump in.
And I do not believe he's going to trust their word.
John?
I think we're all very aware of the long history of animosity and mutual grievances between Israel and Iran, but that wasn't actually your question. Your question was about enrichment. And as Doran well knows, it's not about taking Iran's word for anything. I'm not going to take anyone's word for anything when it comes to any state or any kind of politician. It's not what Iran said. It was the fact that under the terms of the JCPOA, Iran was verifiably below 20% enrichment, and it was following and implementing the terms of the JCPOA, even after the United States pulled out, actually, for about a year. That was actually the question, not, all the sort of grievances that these two countries have against each other.
All right. Cenk, has the US president made a strong case for war? I mean, Doran makes a good point there. Bases were attacked in Lebanon. US soldiers were killed.
Okay, so everything he said was preposterous. So let's begin with, Iran is not following the nuclear treaty to the letter. Actually, the professor here is saying they have been following it. You know who hasn't followed it? Israel. Israel never entered any of those agreements, will never follow international law, proudly says that international law doesn't apply to them. They built a nuke in secret. They're actually the greatest danger in the Middle East. It's not even close. So am I against the Iranian regime? I am. So I'm not a fundamentalist Muslim by a long shot, and they are. I believe in freedom for the Iranian people, but that is not our business, okay? I'm rooting for the Iranian people. But there's a difference between saying Saddam Hussein's a bad guy, this is a trick that Israel already played on us, and you need to go and lose 5,000 men over there, Americans, not Israelis. You need to spend $8 trillion on the global war against Israel's enemies, not Israel. America must do it. We don't have to fight your wars, especially because you're giant hypocrites on every single issue. You are much worse on the nuclear issue than Iran. That is not disputable. Not at all disputable. And they're also the country most likely to use a nuke because they have a trigger finger. The minute that they think they're in slightly danger, they attack, and pretend that it's self-defense. Iran has not attacked any of its neighbors. Israel has attacked 7 of their neighbors.
Cenk, why do you think President Trump is pushing this now?
Let me finish. The entire conversation is an illusion. So he says, oh, what do you want to trust the Iranian regime? I don't want to trust the Iranian regime. That doesn't mean I need to go to war with the Iranian regime on your behalf. He says, get rid of all their ballistic missiles. Is Israel going to get rid of all their ballistic missiles? They say, no, we have a right to attack and kill anyone we like. But the Iranians do not even have the right to defend themselves. Then he goes back into history, into the 1980s or the 1880s. I hated what happened there, but how about the USS? We're going to go back in history. How about the USS Liberty? The Israel attacked an American ship, murdered 34 Americans. We don't fund Iran, but we fund Israel, despite the fact that they keep murdering Americans and
okay,
never
well,
listen to
Cenk,
us. They
answer me
murdered
this.
10
Why
Americans
now?
in the last 3 years with no accountability at all. They are the biggest terrorists in the Middle East, and if we're considering war in the Middle East, Iran is not the right target.
Why is President Trump pursuing this now then, Cenk? Why now and not before?
Because
Why not give more time for
that's
negotiation?
the easiest question in the world.
Very briefly, Cenk, and then I'm going to ask Doran.
Even this brother was like,
it's
well,
obvious.
they don't have
the Israel lobby, Jewish
reach
money,
Russia
Jewish
does.
influence,
Wait,
Jews
you want us to
control
go
the
to World
world. Go
War
on,
III on
Cenk. Give us your
Israel's
answer.
behalf about ballistic missiles of Russia? Are you nuts?
Cenk, quickly answer my question so we can move this debate on.
The reason Trump is considering, let me answer the question. The reason Trump is considering
I'm waiting for you
war now is because he is utterly bought by the Israeli lobby. The
Israeli lobby,
alone,
number
the
one.
Adelsons gave him $337 million. That is an indisputable fact. And if you think that Trump is holy and doesn't care about $300 million, you're on a different planet. Go ahead, deny that the Adelsons, the traitors that took traitor Jonathan Pollard and flew him on a private jet back to Israel to reward him for betraying America, tell me that they didn't give over $300 million to Trump. Go ahead.
Okay, all right, Doran, why is the U.S. pursuing this now?
You know, I think that President Trump understands that there is an axis of evil in the world. The axis of evil includes China, first of all, that gets most of its oil from Iran and has a plan to really usurp the United States' position in the world. North Korea, which I don't think we need to say much about North Korea, Iran, and to some degree Russia. And I think he understands, learning from World War II, if we allow evil to grow, evil will always grow. Evil will metastasize. And he takes lessons from World War II, where the Allied powers watched as Hitler slowly took over Europe until he was unstoppable. And I think President Trump has a real mission here for the American people, and yes, also for Israel, because we share common values of democracy and of building a world based on peace. And Israel responded, by the way, to all those countries that Cenk said that Israel did. It was obviously after October 7th, which he, of course, failed to mention because he always fails to mention. But I think President Trump sees himself in a point in history and says, you know what? I don't want to kick the can of a nuclear Iran down the street when my children or my grandchildren or in 3 years when there's a president not as strong as me, they're going to prove me wrong. I don't want to be proven wrong by an atomic weapon blowing up in a container in New York or being launched in American cities. My role now is to protect American interests. And I think he correctly also sees that Israel's part of that, meaning Israel did not ask President Trump to bomb Iran right now. President Trump, if he decides to do it and Israel sends aircraft,
no, wait, really?
It will because A, they are no question a regional destabilizer, but B, Prime Minister Netanyahu, who has managed to push back and defeat 7 different countries who launched a simultaneous war, he knows one thing. He knows that Israel is the only true ally of the United States. The United States just put out their security paper saying the model ally in the world is Israel. And if the United States goes after someone and we're in the region, we will help them. That is because we share values of freedom. Iran is the opposite, and we need nothing more, nothing more than the blood of 33,000 people that are running in the streets of Tehran to show us what Tehran really means.
I got to respond to that.
Please do.
So this brother's pretending he cares about Muslim lives after Israel just slaughtered well over 70,000 innocent Palestinians, over 20,000 Palestinian children, and he's pretending that he cares about Muslim lives? Are you kidding me? And did you just say that Israel didn't ask us to attack Iran? Are you and then did you just say that there's an axis of evil, including China and Russia? Are you going to push us into a war with China and Russia, you lunatics? Are you pretending that Israel is peaceful when they have enslaved the Palestinians for 58 brutal years? Why won't you let the Palestinians go? You are tyrants. You're the biggest dictatorship in the Middle East. You will not let those 5.5 million Palestinians go. You continue to steal their land. They took 53% of Gaza. They're never going to return it. It was never about self-defense. It was always about taking land. They attacked in 1948. They attacked in 1967. They're attacking now. They're demanding that America help their imperial empire grow in the Middle East, just like the Germans wanted to grow their empire in Europe. It is so stark and so sad and tragic that you have become what you most feared and despised. But that is Israel now. Constant, forever wars, demanding that America finance all their wars, die and bleed for them when they attack us over and over again. Are you going to turn over the 10 murderers who murdered 10 Americans in the last 3 years? No. Are you going to turn over Tom Alexandrovich, who's a rapist, alleged rapist in Nevada, and you took him and you won't return him? Are you going to return any of these people so they can serve justice in America? You're never going to do it because you think that your job is to take advantage of America.
Okay, all right. I need to turn us back onto Iran, to the topic at hand.
Wars that cost us trillions. We're tired of you stealing from us. You're not remotely an ally. You're trying to trick the American people into endless wars, and we're all sick of it. The whole world is sick of it.
Okay. Look, I feel like, John, I need to give you a quick right of reply there. And, John, I want to bring you in. If you can respond in the sake of fairness there, John. John, I have a question for you next.
Sure. I'll just, now that the temper tantrum is over, I'll just respond very simply. Again, I disagree with everything that Cenk just said, and so does the United States security establishment. But anything I say, I'm sorry, Cenk, I'm trying to speak. Cenk, I'm trying to speak. I will just tell you, Cenk, that I know you think that everything is bought and everything, wherever the evil lies, Israel is a manifestation of the devil. That is what I hear from you. You've been blaming Israel over the last 2 weeks for Epstein. You blamed us just right now for the grooming clans that are in the UK. You blame us that we've bought everything. It's, you know, the person who said this in 1933 was Adolf Hitler. Just replace the word Israel with Jew. You cover it as if it's not anti-Semitic. Anytime I call you anti-Semitic, the regime, there he is again. He's going to call upon the followers. Bottom line is this. The United States sees a threat that is growing. It sees 33,000 people that have been killed that tried to protest this regime, to reach out to the United States of America saying, let us be free of this regime. This regime wants to kill us and it wants to kill you. And I think President Trump has the courage to stay to Iran. We're willing to make a deal. I've just spent 2 months waiting for you. Get rid of your uranium, get rid of your plutonium. It may not be, according to John, fair, but I'm sorry. People who launch ballistic missiles in the largest state terror operation in the entire world, they don't get to have any benefits. They get to have no uranium, no plutonium, no ballistic missiles, and then they can actually grow their economy and let their 90 million people not have to take 1.2 million of their currency to buy a banana. Can you imagine lugging that amount of cash for one reason? Iran's put everything they have into a nuclear weapon, not for civilian use.
All right. John, I want to ask you, Steve Witkoff says Trump is...
You're the one who launched ballistic missiles against 7 of your neighbors.
John, a question for you. Steve Witkoff says Trump is curious as to why Iran hasn't capitulated. Is the US mistaken, John, in viewing Iran as so weak that it has no choice but to make a deal? Is the US miscalculating?
Well, only time will tell. But the Islamic Republic has clearly made the choice to continue holding its red line on enrichment. Historically, Iran has made the calculation. The reason the Islamic Republic has made that calculation, at least over the past 20 plus years, is that it sees a sort of happy medium between, on the one hand, capitulating, which it sees as simply, look, for Iran, on the one hand, if it capitulates on the issue of uranium enrichment, you have to understand historically, when the Iranian Revolution took place in 1979, Iran had a lot of outstanding nuclear agreements with with European companies and with European governments. It did not receive the enriched uranium that it was supposed to receive out of those agreements. It learned some lessons from that. Now, this has nothing to do with whether you like them or not, but it affected their thinking. And the current leadership of the Islamic Republic has grown up in the in the ashes of the Iranian Revolution of 1979, and it fundamentally believes that if it doesn't control uranium on its own soil, it is giving leverage to foreign powers to deprive Iran of resources that it needs, either for energy generation or for other kind of purposes. Now, again, we don't have to believe any of that, but that is their position, and they feel very strongly about that. So Stephen Witkoff shouldn't be surprised that they're not willing to capitulate on that. I think the thinking among the Trump administration and the Israelis over the past year or so has been that the issue has been we've never put enough pressure on them. If you just put enough pressure on them, they'll eventually break. And maybe they will. Maybe they will. But at least right now, it looks like they're not willing to. It looks like they're still digging in on this issue of enrichment. And that is surprising, I think, to someone like Witkoff, because he comes out of a mentality and a sort of foreign policy orientation that believes that the mistake that Joe Biden and Barack Obama and successive American administrations have made is simply not to put enough pressure on the Iranians. We saw that in the first Trump administration with the maximum pressure campaign. They believed that it was just a question of breaking the regime, and there was simply no other way to do it.
Is capitulation a bigger threat to the survival of Iran's leaders than going to war?
So up until now, that has been the calculation, was that if this is why, also, by the way, why they haven't built a nuclear weapon, I believe, because that also would cause them a different kind of problem. They have always stayed just within the letter of the law of the NPT, because they know that if they were to, actually develop a weapon, that would be, of course, a violation of the NPT, and the whole world would, quite understandably and perhaps quite justifiably, go to war against them. Whereas if they capitulate, they have a different kind of problem, which is that they are now at the mercy of the Western powers for their uranium, for their enrichment, for their this, that, and the other thing, and are now opening the road to perhaps a deeper capitulation and therefore war or regime change. They've always felt that the happy medium is to enrich, to make the West nervous, to go above 20%, to perhaps, but always stay just within the letter of the NPT, and that of course drives their opponents crazy. But that has always been their best strategic move up till now, and it's worked for them for over 20 years. Again, the thinking of the Trump administration and its Israeli allies more recently has been, no, we can eventually get them to crack, and again, maybe they will. But right now, they seem to be deciding that they would rather take war than capitulation. I think part of the reason for that is because they feel their backs are against the wall. When you have a system like the Islamic Republic, if you pressurize it enough, again, the theory is that somehow it will break and you'll bring around regime change. I think that is possible, but it's equally as possible that they feel their backs against the wall, they have nothing to lose, and they'll take war.
Okay.
And then we have a much bigger problem.
Doran,
I'd like to respond to John if there's a chance.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, John, and if you disagree, just, let me know, because I this is what I've learned, that civilian enrichment is usually between 3 and 5% of enriched uranium for most nuclear reactors.
That's not correct. That's not correct.
Electricity
enrichment is between 3 and 5. No, between 3 and 5%, just as a matter of fact. Civilian enrichment
That's why I asked.
For medical isotopes, for example, or for other kinds of, it can be up to 19.75%, as I think you know.
Okay, so up to 20%. I appreciate the clarification. Why, and that's why I asked, why would Iran enrich 60% uranium?
For several reasons. At this point, the simplest, because we don't have a lot of time, is leverage. Iran knows that when it stays below 20%, it doesn't really get, it's not really in the news. It's not really, it kind of gets left alone. When it is seen again and again that when these negotiations take place, when one side negotiates in bad faith, as happened under the Trump administration in 2018, it has a choice. It can continue to follow the letter of the JCPOA as it did for a while, but as the sanctions increase and they keep increasing and Iran keeps getting pressured, they feel the only way that they can get their needs met in a potential future negotiation is to, yes, enrich far beyond the point that they need to, so that what they end up giving up is perhaps more than they need to. It's actually exactly what they did in the JCPOA in the first place. When the negotiations were taking place under the Obama administration, Iran actually enriched well beyond where they needed to or wanted to, and I think actually made out pretty well on that deal because they ended up giving up a whole bunch of centrifuges.
I would agree with you. With the Obama deal,
Yeah.
they learned an important lesson. And actually, I agree with you that they enrich up to 60% for leverage. I guess where you and I may disagree is the only leverage that comes from 60% uranium is the threat of them having a nuclear weapon. And maybe you agree. I mean, your 60% enriched uranium is not a threat unto itself. 60% enriched uranium is to say, okay, our breakout time to 90% enriched uranium and having a fully active nuclear weapon can take the place over a couple of months. And that's their leverage. Now, if I'm looking at them, let's do a character analysis of Iran. If it was like Sweden, maybe I would say, wow, that's really strange that Sweden's enriched 60%. Wow, let's send inspectors.
Duran, with the greatest respect, with the greatest,
just one second, John.
If I could just, can I just stop, because I think what we're about to hear is another lengthy, speech about kind of all of Iran's evils, and I understand where you're coming from. I really do. I understand.
I'm just looking at their character.
If I was a member of the Israeli security apparatus, I would feel the same way. But there are two separate issues. One is how you might feel about Iran as a regime, and I think actually the three of us might find that we have more agreement on that than you might think. But the other is the letter of international law. There's just this thing called international law, and the NPT is part of that, and the JCPOA is a kind of annex to that, if you will, an informal one perhaps, but just like the additional protocol and all these other protocols, and it is a fact. And I'm not saying this to be provocative, but it is an agreement that Israel has never signed. Israel is one of only 4 countries, along with North Korea and India and Pakistan, that has never joined the NPT and didn't join explicitly so that it could develop actual nuclear weapons, of which you have about 100. And, again, you don't have to like Iran, or you don't have to hate Israel. You don't have to do any of these things to acknowledge that if we're talking about enrichment, we're talking about international law. You can hate Iran all you want.
But John, 60% enriched uranium, you and I both agree, it's leverage because of a potential breakout. And for you, and maybe for you, I don't know for you, but maybe for other people, they might say, oh, Israel has a nuclear weapon, and therefore Iran should have a nuclear weapon because Israel's like Iran. Well, I'm sorry, I categorically disagree. Israel's a democratic country that pursues peace. And when I look at Iran, Iran, it's not theoretical, John, because October 7th was funded and planned by Iran via Hamas. Hezbollah has launched more than 8,000 rockets. It was built up by Iran. The Houthis have sent ballistic missiles next to my home, have landed very close to my home, funded by Iran. The Buenos Aires embassy blew up. Israeli embassy, it was funded by Iran. So for us, when we look at Iran, the character is one of evil, and therefore we don't want to trust them with the bomb. I'm shocked that anyone would.
None of us. Doran, the three of us, I guarantee you, none of us wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon. There is no disagreement.
I don't know. Ask Cenk if he wants.
I hate nuclear weapons.
I don't want to speak for him.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to move us on because I don't want us to run out of time. Cenk, I want to ask you, we were mentioning leadership change or at the beginning of this segment of the discussion. I want to ask you, will the US or perhaps Israel be satisfied with leadership change? Is that the goal? Would they allow some sort of nuclear enrichment if the current leadership were no longer in place? Or is this just, completely reset the table and it all gets to be US way, i.e. what we're perhaps seeing in Venezuela?
Yeah, so this entire conversation and debate, I don't mean just on this show, but worldwide about this issue is an illusion. So let me explain why I say that. So you have North Korea that had 0 nukes when Trump first came into office in his first term. They now have 60 nukes, yet we didn't do anything about it. We barely even talked about it. And North Korea is one of the most dangerous, unstable countries in the world. Why did we have no conversation about that at all? But we're having nitpicking about what percentage of enrichment Iran has made on a weapon they don't have and have no chance of getting anytime soon. The reason is because North Korea is not next to Israel. Almost the entire American foreign policy, and hence what the whole world talks about, is driven by the demands of Israel. Since Israel doesn't care about North Korea, they're allowed to have 60 nukes. Israel already has about 100 nukes. They're the most aggressive country in the Middle East. They've attacked most of their neighbors. They actually have a terrorism rate way worse than Hamas or Hezbollah or even Al-Qaeda. According to Israeli press, the IDF has an 83% civilian kill ratio. Out of 100 people that they kill, 83 are civilians. Hamas was terrible on October 7th, and had a 67% ratio. IDF is far, far worse. So we have a terrorist regime that continues to expand its territory and attack its neighbors, and that is not at all a democracy, that has 5.5 million people, the Palestinians, that are not free, and they voted to say they will never be free. They will be forever oppressed by the Israelis. It is a super dangerous regime. But we're talking about Iran? We're talking about how Iran doesn't have nukes, doesn't even have nuclear facilities anymore, and is willing to stay in a civilian nuclear program like the rest of the world, whereas Israel says we are not willing to do that. We will not listen to any international law. We're a rogue state, and we will continue to have all these nukes. And then we're having this conversation as if Iran is some sort of nuclear threat. The whole thing's an illusion and a lie. Then since that can't be sustained, then Israel goes to things that are not doable because they want war. So then they say they should get rid of all of their ballistic missiles, and that they should not be allowed to do the foreign policy that they want and fund those proxy groups, et cetera, right? Now, I don't want them funding those proxy groups, and I don't want them having a nuke. That doesn't mean that I'm going to start World War III over it and have America pay for it. But even more importantly, these are impossible standards. Literally no country on earth would give up all their ballistic missiles. And by the way, why do they not want to give up their missiles? Or why are they trying to build up leverage through their enrichment program? Because Israel constantly attacks any neighbor that is defenseless. They want them defenseless, and they set the impossible standards so that they can get regime change. And what they do is they install puppets in those Middle Eastern countries. If you're in one of those, I'm sorry, but a lot of your leaders actually work for Israel. And after they installed a puppet and everyone is placated and everybody ignores the plight of the Palestinians, Israel goes back to bombing, taking land, acquisition, oppressing the Palestinians. So there is a real significant danger in the Middle East, and it's Israel, not Iran. Iran is a bad regime, but they're not threatening their neighbors anywhere like Israel is. They're not taking land like Israel is. They're not doing terrorism at the rate that Israel is. They don't have the nukes that Israel has. So it is super clear who the real danger is, but the whole world is having an illusion and a fake conversation about why we need to kill the Iranians on behalf of Israel. So that we can install a puppet regime for them. We don't need to do any of that. If Israel wants to do that, they're a maniacal in this. At this point, it breaks my heart, but I believe they're a fascist country. If they want to do that, I would hate it, but that's their business. When they say America must do it for us because we bribed almost all of your politicians, and it is true, legally bribed 94% of our Congress through the Israeli lobby, #1 donor to Donald Trump, to Joe Biden, to Mike Johnson, to Keith Jeffries, to Schumer, and they say you owe us a war, you owe us hundreds of billions of dollars. And that is obviously not true. I want the manipulation to end, and I want America to be free.
Okay, Doran, I'm obviously going to get you to respond to that. But first, because this feeds into a little piece of an interview I wanted to play you. So I'm going to do that first, and then I will throw the question to you, Doran, and get you to respond to Cenk. Because we heard from the US ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, speaking to journalist Tucker Carlson recently. His comments were explosive. I'm sure you all heard them. Here's a little segment of that interview.
I'm not going to let you off on this because you have said it 3 times that God gave this land to this people. And so it is entirely fair for me with respect to ask, what land are you talking about? Because I just read Genesis 15, as I have many times. And that land, I think it says, from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is, once again, basically the entire Middle East. So God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't. You're saying he did. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis. You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all.
Okay, while the ambassador did clarify his comments, saying it isn't Israeli policy, nor did Israel want to take over the Middle East, he did leave the door open for further Israeli expansion. So, Doran, with that in mind and responding to Cenk, is Israel replacing Iran as the major regional threat?
First of all, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry, it's simply absurd. Israel has not been developing regional proxies. Again, responding to Cenk is really not worthwhile because Cenk has an entire conspiracy theory. He just added another component. I've been adding it up over the week. So it's Epstein, It's the grooming clans. We've bought all the politicians in America, but now he added one that we've now bought all the heads of the Arab countries as well. Meaning, basically, according to Cenk, there's a little room with a dark light and a bunch of bearded Jews with hooked noses, basically drooling
said that, brother.
with blood,
I gave
kind
you
of horns that have controlled the entire
No,
world.
that's
I mean,
absurd.
this is an
Don't hide
anti-Semitic
behind
trope.
Jewish people.
If you want to look at
You're
Israel,
hiding behind
why don't we
human
look at Israel?
shields.
Why don't we look to see the number of Nobel Prizes Israel wins for science and medicine and law? Why don't we look for the ideal is, according to the United States Defense Department, which of course, according to Cenk, is completely bought, said that they have one model ally in the world, it's Israel. Why is that? Because we share our technology with the United States. The $3.4 billion, which is now going to be depleted to nothing, was shared with Israel, and the United States gets billions of dollars in technology in response. Israel is a country that produces literature. Israel's a country that teaches freedom. Israel's a country that, if you walk into our universities, what you see in our universities is a number of Arab students that far outweighs their numbers in Israel. It's a fact. Our medical schools and our law schools are full of Israeli Arabs. So the idea that Israel's replacing Iran is absurd. I do want to say one thing, though. Israel is indigenous to the Middle East. There's no question. Israel's indigenous. My DNA, even Ashkenazi Jews that look like me, 50% of our DNA goes back to Israel. We are indigenous. And yes, we trace our roots back to God's command to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to the Bible. We lived in this land for 1,800 years before being exiled by the Romans. In fact, Jews have always lived in this land, and therefore we're indigenous. Now, I just want to make a point that in 1947, the United Nations reduced our territory and excluded the land of our little portion of Israel, which, keep in mind, was 0.5% of the whole Middle East, excluded Judea, meaning the whole area of Jerusalem, Hebron. And guess what we said? We agreed. We agreed to even give up on our biblical heritage. Now, maybe thankfully our enemies didn't agree. They attacked us in 1948, which Cenk says that we went out and attacked everybody. Read your history. 1967, Egypt closed the Straits of Tiran. We were attacked and we responded. There is probably no other country on earth that has more of a legal tie to their land, which they received as a defensive measure from defending themselves, than Israel has to that area. So no, we are not replacing Iran. Yes, we are indigenous, and the world should be coming together to stop Iran before it is too late.
We're almost out of time, so very briefly, Cenk, let me give you a response.
Yeah, so I explained in numbers and in great detail. So 100 nukes that Israel has, the 7 countries they've attacked, 83% civilian kill ratio, 94% of Congress they've donated to, legally bribed, #1 donor to Trump, Biden, et cetera. So instead of countering with facts, he just says, I will not respond to Cenk because he's talking about Jews with hook noses and... But nobody said anything about that. So he's talking, this is what they always do. You come at him with the problems of the Israeli government, and every government has issues. The Iranian government has issues, the American government, the Israeli government. They go, no, the Israeli government is holy and moral. It's the only government that doesn't have any issues. And if you accuse us with facts of the government doing something wrong, we're going to hide behind the human shields of Jews and Jewish Americans and try to call you an anti-Semite to end the conversation, because you cannot argue on the facts. And so the reality is that's not remotely true. There's wonderful Jewish Americans throughout the country constantly fighting for peace and for justice, and they're wonderful. This has nothing to do with religion in that regard. Now, when we turn to the claim that Israel has some holy right to the land, look, again, that entire conversation is absurd and fake, because Muslims could also say we have a right to that land. Now we're at loggerheads. So what are we going to do? Kill each other forever over that supposed right to the land? What if the Mongols say, oh, because of my shaman religion, I'm owed half of China? Okay, are we supposed to take that seriously? Is that a real conversation? What else did, God whisper in your ear about how your government should oppress others and steal their land? That's not a serious conversation. That's a conversation of children. But Israel does that so they can say, hey, Christians in America, we're on your side. We're taking the Muslim land on your behalf. for Christianity. We're the good guys. It's all a trick. It's the propaganda that we also saw in Germany. You can't do the kind of horrors that Germany and Israel have done without loading up an enormous amount of propaganda. The Germans said, Gott mit uns, God is with us. And Israel is literally saying, Gott mit uns, God is with us, and that is why we're allowed to steal this land.
John, I want to ask you the same question I put to our other two panellists. Do you think there is a growing sense of unease, a growing sense that Israel is becoming a source of instability in the region? Or, as Doran is saying, do you think that that rests at the feet of Iran?
Well, I think there's no question that Israel is increasingly losing the battle for hearts and minds around the world. I think that even Israel's best friends would acknowledge that. And of course, its actions in Gaza since October 7th have played a large part in that. I know that there is a narrative in Israel of that, that it's constantly somehow under attack and simply defending itself. That it just simply does not bear scrutiny. It doesn't really hold up to the reality that people have been able to see with their own eyes. I think this conversation started with Mike Huckabee's comments, giving Israel carte blanche on biblical terms to take land from Egypt to Mesopotamia to wherever else. I haven't heard Doran's response to that. I would kind of love to know whether that is something that he would agree with, because I think for a lot of us who look at this and who try to be as fair as we can be, we see that in Israel is a country that constantly demands that its enemies recognize its right to exist, while also having never actually made clear where its borders end. It's a kind of a curious demand to make, to say, we're not going to tell you how big our country is or is going to get, but you have to recognize our right to exist. It's a little bit like if I sit down with you and share a pizza and I keep eating more and more slices of the pizza and I say, I'm going to keep doing this until you recognize my right to my share of the pizza, but I'm not going to tell you what that share is because I have to keep defending myself because otherwise you're going to keep taking my pizza. That is in a nutshell the kind of Israeli argument when it comes to borders and recognition and this entire narrative. And I think that is kind of, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think that's kind of what Cenk is getting at.
Okay, we're almost out of time. Doran, a brief response to balance things out, and then we'll have to wrap it up.
As I said, the greatest proof is in looking what Israel said to the United Nations in 1947 when they offered Israel a piece of land that did not include the most important part of our biblical homeland. And the answer was yes, we accepted. And we did nothing whatsoever to try to go beyond our borders. In 1948, in May, we declared a state of Israel and we were attacked by 7 countries and our borders changed. In 1967, we were attacked by 3 countries after we publicly went on the record and asked them not to, especially Jordan, and our borders changed. We were attacked in 1973, in which we gave back the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt, even though they attacked us from the Sinai. Now, I want to remind all of us, I understand what you say, there's a narrative in Israel, John. Well, I can tell you since I was down south in the morning of October 8th, this is not a narrative. I saw people hanging outside their cars. I saw dead women on their cars. I saw babies. I saw baby bottles. I saw blood streaming everywhere. I sat inside my bunker as 8,000 rockets came from Hezbollah. I sat inside my bunker when rockets came from Iran. I have had friends that have been blown up in the streets, and have friends that have gone on to try to defend Israel. Israel, we have established borders. The problem is, the reason why they're never fully defined is because our enemies do not respect our borders. What we keep saying is, respect our state to exist. Sir. Stop trying to attack us. We want to live peacefully in our own land. And I don't know if you can find a single other country that you can get to say right now, I disavow that I will ever carry out an aggressive attack on Israel. Egypt won't say it, Jordan won't say it, and Iran certainly won't say it.
They're pretending that they're not occupying the Palestinians. Why don't you let them go? Why are you so evil and for 58 years say, no, I'm going to keep these as my human hostages?
Okay.
What's wrong with you? You've attacked all of your neighbors and taken their land. You're totally lying about self-defense.
Israel attacked in 1967. Jews only had 6% of the land in 1948, and they aggressively took it by ethnically cleansing the Palestinians in the Nakba. Please stop lying to the world, and most importantly, stop lying to yourself.
All right.
Almost every cabinet minister, including Benjamin Netanyahu, has said that they believe in greater Israel, which is almost the entire Middle East, and we see them doing it with our own eyes, and this brother won't even define his borders.
Okay, thank you, Cenk. We're out of time.
The 1967 borders, everybody would be thrilled. A safe and independent Israel.
Then why were we attacked when we had the 1967 borders?
But they won't do it.
Okay, we don't have time. We don't have time to launch into a new debate about borders and about October 7. Unfortunately, we need to keep it focused on Iran, and we are out of time. We are going to have to leave it there. It's an impassioned topic, such heated and insightful perspectives on all sides of the debate. So we really do appreciate all three of you bringing your diverse opinions, your expertise and your analysis to Counterpoints on such a difficult point of contention. Cenk Uygur, CEO and co-host of The Young Turks, retired Major Doran Spielman, former IDF spokesman, and Professor John Gazvinian, Iranian-American historian. We thank all of you for being here on our panel. And thank you for tuning in to that very heated episode of Counterpoints. I hope you enjoyed those diverse perspectives. Keep up to date on debates just like that one and other one-on-one interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and you can follow us on social media across X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds. We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
I'm happy to put my neck on the line now. I think West Ham will stay up.
Momentum.
I'd love to see Tottenham go down.
And straight from the off.
And I don't want Arsenal to win the league.
Football's supposed to be like music. Music brings the whole world together. Yeah. It depends what you like. Why are we bringing race into football when it's not doesn't need to be there?
Right, we're back. This is the Dressing Room Podcast, Football Without the Filter, and we drop every Tuesday morning. I'm Joe Cole, and as always, I'm joined by my good friends Carlton Cole and Wayne Bridge. How are we, chaps?
Yeah, we're good.
Good, mate,
good to be back, mate.
Yeah, it's good. It's
you know
great.
Back, baby.
It's great to be back, and we'll get on to the brilliant weekend's football. But we have to address. We need to. It's important we address. You know, the incident in Portugal with Vinicius, and also again this weekend 4 Premier League players racially abused online. Right, let's start in Benfica with the incident with Prestiani and Vinicius. It is alleged and it's under investigation, so we have to say that. But it was just an ugly scene, wasn't it?
Yeah, one that it doesn't seem to go away, does it? Like I thought we're past this. We're in 2026.
Yeah,
and we're still having these type of problems. Like, look. Racism definitely on the terraces, I think, has improved. I think culturally, people are starting to accept each one another.
Yeah.
But as I said, I've said this before, I think in football, it's its own ecosystem, and it's an example to how to be in the world, because a lot of people have eyes on it. And I don't understand why a player, and I've never got it, another player will be racially abuse another player, pro. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit weird for me. I look at it, I think, that's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. And listen, it is alleged, but why do you feel to cover your mouth if you was going to say something nice? Do you know what I mean? Like, you've said something that you're not supposed to say. That's why you've covered your mouth. Now you've left the door open for people to speculate what you said. And now then you've got other Real Madrid players saying, yeah, he said it. He said it. Because you've let that happen. So you was a coward in the first place. Because if you got anything to say it with your chest. And I know it's a high octane scenario and everyone's unhappy about this situation, and you do things in certain situations where you're probably not supposed to do because of high pressure. But then what signal is it going to send to people that actually are abused on a daily basis? They're going to be upset by it, even if you might not have said it, because you covered your mouth. Everyone thinks you said it now.
That's what I said afterwards. And it's why it's under investigation, because ultimately he's covered his mouth, which I said at the time was a coward move, like you said. You know, if you've got something to say, you stand by it. And that's the reason it's going into under investigation, because it's going to be obviously the Real Madrid players' word against the Benfica players. And I suggested after the game, the only way to deal with this now is anytime there's an altercation and there's a player covering his mouth, you're going to get dealt with as if you said the worst possible thing, you know, to that person. So I think that's the way that we're trying to find solutions for it from UEFA's standpoint. From the societal role, right, what you said, there's certain countries which are behind, I feel, because we've all grown up multicultural, and then we you know it's this country does it is listen, it's not perfect. I'm not saying that, you know, there is you can never there's if you get 100 people in a room, some people are going to be morons, and if you get to a certain age and you haven't quite worked out that regardless of the colour of your skin, you know, the person is underneath, and they can be a good person, they can be a bad person, an angry person. You know,
it doesn't matter.
All of these things, it doesn't matter. But I think there's certain places in the world where they're not as, and when you have an incident like that, it sparks what we saw in the stadium.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And we have to have an opportunity as, you know, as human beings. You know, it's about bringing the people together, and just, you know, the kid, if he said that, educate the kid.
Yeah.
Don't. You know, he needs to be dealt with, and there needs to be punishment if that things happen. But it's about bringing people together, you know, and learning.
It could have been dealt with better than it has been.
It's a world problem. It's everywhere, which is really sad. But what's even sadder, like when you say cowardly, well, it is really, isn't it? When I look at sport these days, and when I go and watch some of the kids' football, you know, like if a player annoys you. It's like there's people who are inside who think, I've got to say something to hurt him here.
Yeah.
I've got to do something.
Yeah.
I've got to do something back. And I think what we need to realise as well is it's like it's just as harmful people saying stuff and it's turning around and punching someone. If anything, it could be a little bit worse. You don't realise what it does to them internally and mentally. Yeah. But I think that it's a problem that people, for instance, whether he said it or done, but how he's dealt with, if he said it and he's come out and he apologises to it and he is remorseful about it, he's probably going to get a bit more love from people, from owning up and saying I said it if he has said it, and hopefully that has then a knock-on effect for other people knowing it's the wrong thing to do. Yeah. But something has to be done.
Yeah. Well, it is alleged as well. So he's hiding behind that he didn't say it, but another 5 players said they heard him say it. So it's their word against his. Plus, afterwards, we got to understand how it's dealt with. Yeah. That's the main part, how it's dealt with and how you're going to own up to. If you said something, what did you say? Yeah. If you're saying you didn't say that, what did you say? And he's saying that you misheard. Tell the world what you said then. Yeah. Come out and say, so we can see it for what it is. Okay, he said that. It might sound like this. It might. Let us try and make an excuse for you. But you're saying you didn't say it, and you're not even telling the world what you said. Yeah. So we can speculate all we want now, and then it's going to get worse for you.
Also, the fans, like they're going to have to be dealt with as well if you want to kick it out. Yeah. Because it will hopefully it will stop people doing it in the stadiums. But people just need to
chill out,
learn a lesson, and just you know whether it's you were taught it in school or I think it's mad that you even have to be taught it. Yeah. I think it's mad that a colour comes into it or where you're from comes into it. It blows my mind.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds. We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello, I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and welcome to a special edition of W News Extra. Coming up on today's show, we'll be taking a look back at some of the highlights of the week, all broadcast from the Al Arabiya headquarters. Now, the US and Iran have met in Geneva for a third round of talks as President Trump continues his threat to attack if a nuclear deal is not reached. US naval forces have been deployed to the Middle East, with Iran vowing to respond if a strike takes place. Iran has refused US demands to stop the enrichment of uranium. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight, and Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. Shane and Dr. Ellie, just before we came on air, we got some new news lines out. Apparently, the talks have now ended between the US and Iran in Geneva. The Omani foreign minister says Iran and the US have made significant progress. So, mood music coming out of those talks, but I mean, Shane, a lot's happened today. Is the US approach increasing the risk of miscalculation and unintended conflict in the region? Because, as we know, and we're discussing, these talks have happened, they've wrapped up. Yeah. This naval and military fleet the US has built up around Iran is significant.
It is significant, but I generally like to be optimistic in these things, and I've said this a lot in the show and been proven wrong, so I take that as a pinch of salt. But I like to think that this is just sort of Trump building up the muscle power, because at the end of the day, he's going against an adversary that is, you know, it's a regime that's emotionally led, and they're not going to easily, cave. But I always, like as I said before, follow the money. So I've been looking at the way the markets and the oil prices have been viewing this. And earlier, when I was doing my first version of these 5 notes that we've had, the oil price was going down and the market was optimistic about the talks were going to be successful and it would all sort of de-escalate. But then just before we came on air as well, like the oil price was going back up again, and some of the comments in the Reuters analysis was saying that, you know, the sort of media reports coming out of Geneva weren't good, and that hostilities were looking more likely, and the market prices in terms of oil were reacting. And I think that the fact that the talks have kind of ended, even if they are significant, you know, when I'm back in work tomorrow, I think the oil price will probably be going up again because... So I kind of think, yeah, we're kind of moving towards a more pessimistic view, but I'd like to think it's pessimistic that the diplomacy is moving further away, but I don't think that that means that we're going to automatically move to military action, which is what I would hope. But you're more of an expert on these things. What would you think?
Yeah, no, I think practically it's good to see some positive feedback from these negotiations. There has been a lot of talk about creative ideas that could have been floated. We know that the Iranians have been mentioning that we will bring to the table some new ideas, some new options, etc. On all of this, let me just say that on the nuclear level specifically, on the nuclear file specifically, I don't think it's impossible to reach a common ground. I think it is possible with some creativity, with some flexibility from here and there to actually reach a common ground on the nuclear file per se. Examples that we've heard that Iran has suggested that they will stop any enrichment for 7 years. We've heard the option that enrichment will be done outside Iran and then brought in. We heard about the role of the IAEA to come in and inspect rigorously, continuously what's happened. All of these are accepted ideas, and there could be a way to find a common ground. But the problem is not here, in my opinion. The problem is, yet again, we heard today that a potential deal could happen if the US accepts to separate the files, meaning that Iran is willing to negotiate on the nuclear. They are not willing so far to negotiate on the ballistic and on the militias file or their role in the region altogether. And in that sense, I think this is where the real problem lies, with not even the willingness to start negotiations on these files.
Which that is the main stumbling block. And the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said that that was the big problem, that Iran just wants to talk about nuclear. And, you know, there is a precedent. They did agree, obviously, in the Obama era.
Yeah.
But that was also, you know, more of an international-led decision, while the Washington wants to talk about this in the context of a wider one. I personally think that you can separate the two issues, and you should just look at the nuclear one first, get that agreement in place that was already agreed, and then Trump pulled out of it. And then I think the ballistic missiles and what Iran is doing in the wider region, they are separate issues, and they should be treated as separate issues and should be negotiated as separate issues. And I think lumping them all in together, there's never going to be any agreement.
But that's if you accept the fact that you will negotiate on the other files. So far Iran is saying absolutely no negotiation on the other two files. On the other hand, Trump is saying, if I do only the nuclear, no matter how good it will be, it's going to be a repetition of what Obama did. So it's not going to be, you know, the Trump eternal achievement, the once-in-a-lifetime achievement.
I think the difference between the Obama one and the Trump one is that we're in two different economic times for Iran. So my personal opinion is that the reason that Trump doesn't and shouldn't need to make an attack on Iran, and I don't think there's really an international warrant for it, is that the economy of Iran is on the knees. Its currency is doing badly. There's mass unemployment. There's domestic unrest. So I think they should just let the internal politics of Iran play out. And if the economy keeps cracking as it is, and the predictions are that from the IMF that it'll contract even more, then I would think allow Iran to have a regime change, but the motivation for that to come internally. And I think in terms of how history will view that, it will view it a lot better than Donald Trump racing back in. Because we can remember like Iraq and the weapons of mass destruction that didn't really materialize.
Well, it's going to be so interesting because we're just getting some more news lines out of this US-Iran talks. Discussions on a technical level will also be held again next week. So more discussions next week, which might make people feel that a US attack this weekend might not be likely because they've still entered diplomacy. But I just want to touch on the organic movement because if we talk about this, Dr. Ellie, I think for a little while, when it comes to this huge US military buildup that we're seeing around Iran, is a lot of people are asking America, like, what is the strategy here? We've spoken about this together, the day after strategy. So last time we saw these big protests in Iran, Trump said, we'll come to your aid, we'll come and help you. They never did, but they had all their military hardware in Venezuela. So now we've seen that big shift happen. So is it a possibility that if the organic movement comes from inside, that's more likely to be the drive? Because we're talking about nuclear right now, but nuclear doesn't feel like an imminent threat like proxies possibly do. So there's actually more for Iran to be pushed on rather than nuclear.
Exactly, definitely. First of all, with Trump, everything is a possibility. Let's keep that in mind. So he might be even striking before the upcoming negotiations that are planned for next week, as he did in June.
Of course,
2 days before the negotiations started, he initiated the attack, or Israel actually did, and then he joined in. But again, I think, as you said very, very truly, the nuclear file is a potential recognition of Iran's power and coercive, presence in the region. But it's difficult to actually use it as a tool. And you cannot hit the countries that are surrounding you because you would be affected as much with a nuclear bomb. But again, it's that recognition of status that Iran is seeking, or the regime in Iran is seeking. On the other hand, the actual danger that has been affecting all the countries in the region, in the surrounding of Iran, are the ballistic missiles and are the support of militias and interference in their own different affairs.
Which is why I think they should split those two issues, because I think if they attack purely...
I think they want to split those two issues, but Iran is insisting they're not going to talk about the militia.
But even more, Iran is going to use the nuclear deal to get assets unfrozen so they can revive their economy, attack their people, and continue to do the business as usual.
Good point.
Which Trump will not want to allow, as he has clearly mentioned. What is direct at the table is actually a serious change of behavior of the Iranian regime with regards to its presence in the region and its cooperation with all its surrounding. Now, here is the question that why I am almost sure that the deal cannot possibly happen, is that this regime by nature is an ideological regime that if they compromise on the ballistics and on the militias, they will actually lose a lot of legitimacy, which brings us back to the internal movement that might actually pick up in that case and cause a real threat internally, keeping in mind that Trump has been so hesitant, and truthfully so, to take responsibility for a fall of the regime. He doesn't want to push for that. He doesn't want to take responsibility for that. All the allies in the region have told him, don't push for that. This is not because we don't have the plan for the day after. It will lead to chaos.
And just a quick thought before we wrap it up. We must remember that these talks are absolutely crucial because of this military build-up. And today, the US announced its military headquarters in Bahrain is now on mission-critical staffing, so that's down to 100 personnel. The last time we saw that was in June, before America launched their B-2 bombing campaign against Iran's nuclear site. So, right now, if we look at the positioning of America, everything's in place. So a lot hinges on the diplomacy here, but thank you so much.
But I think the big question is, you mentioned the word legitimacy. I think just attacking Iran based on purely what we think is their nuclear capabilities doesn't seem legitimate to me. But in terms of the missiles and what they're doing in other parts of the world in terms of proxy wars, it seems slightly more legitimate. So I think I'm not sure whether Trump worries too much about that, but I think in terms of like the longer term perception of the US worldwide, I think it's something that should be considered.
President Trump has praised the American economy and his return to the White House in his State of the Union address. Speaking for approximately 1 hour and 48 minutes, the US president repeated his mission statement to bring back the golden age of America. Take a listen.
Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. You've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before. And our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked. And America is respected again, perhaps like never before. And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong.
The bottom line is that I feel betrayed by my country. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it does need to return to the values that gave us our strength and humanity. If you want our leaders to be accountable, if you're devoted to the Constitution and the rule of law, if you want the United States of America to be worthy of your love, be ready to take this to the streets together, and we will take our country back.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined on Zoom by Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kiruz, who joins us all the way from Riyadh, and broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster, who joins us from Surrey in the UK. Wissam and Isabel, it's great to both have you on the show with me this evening. Wissam, let's start with you because, of course, Donald Trump's much-anticipated blockbuster State of the Union address was last night. What were the highlights and reactions to what the president had to say in that speech?
Well, the blockbuster wasn't a deception for a lot of, or a disappointment for a lot of people. It was really what it was supposed to be. It was symbolic, highly theatrical, and very Trumpy. And it was the lengthiest, the longest speech, State of the Union in the history, modern history of America. And Trump did actually say something that was so dear to his heart. He said that we are in a turnaround economy, that he is now playing a historical role in turning around the economy of the biggest economy in the world, which is the United States, and that his country is stronger than ever. Of course, his opponents are far from believing this or believing that whatever he said was correct, but he was speaking in front of a largely surrendering Republican floor at the same time. But when it comes to geopolitics, when it comes to the big questions, when it comes to Iran, it was very concise, very short, maybe a couple of minutes for Iran, which, by the way, we as newsrooms around the world were bracing for a huge announcement, something that takes us, or that can be a little bit more conclusive on this big build-up of firepower around Iran. On immigration, he was stating what he was saying all the time. On tariffs, he was saying that his very own policy on tariffs is the reason why America and the stock market is doing so well again. These are the big moments of Trump within the lengthiest State of the Union. And on the other side, it was very, we have just listened to Robert De Niro, who was talking about this and speaking about what he called state of the swamp, which is very ironic, knowing that one of Trump's earliest slogans was cleaning the swamp, which is Washington in his jargon.
Yeah, it's so fascinating. And a lot of analysts today, Wissam, have been picking up on that State of the Swamp event that happened. And a lot of people are saying there doesn't appear to be any democratic resistance at the moment to Donald Trump's White House and the Republican Party. And they just can't seem to galvanize that opposition against President Donald Trump. So lots of questions after we heard Robert De Niro speak there. But Isabel, Wissam did bring up the fact that Donald Trump touched on foreign policy. It actually took him an hour and 5 minutes to do so. Many of us weren't expecting that because foreign policy has dominated so much of his second presidency. But Iran is now accusing the US of spreading big lies after Trump's State of the Union address. What more do we know about what Iran is saying?
Well, Iran, even though Trump touched on them for about 3 minutes, still were hugely offended by what was said by Trump. And he did make some new allegations, even though it was long speech indeed, and some of the comments he made, he accused the Shia clerics of being the world sponsors of terrorism. He described them as spreading nothing but terrorism, death and hate. And he talked about them building these missiles that could soon reach the United States, which presumably is what they are claiming is the spreading of lies. He also said that his preference was to solve this whole issue through diplomacy. Now, there are obviously huge questions, and as Wissam was saying there, we were all sort of holding our breath. And in fact, we have been, haven't we, for several weeks about whether or not this will happen, whether there will be a big offensive in Iran. And, you know, he hinted today, or last night rather, at regime change, but we're not really any clearer on what his policy is. What we do know is that, you know, this year started off with an offensive in Venezuela. We've also seen his threats in Greenland. So when he's talking about diplomacy, I think it is fair to ask the question if that actually is diplomacy in the traditional sense of the word, or if actually that is about Trump weighing up a decision about whether or not there is going to be regime change in Iran, or if there is something that he can get out of this. Now, the third round.
Isabel, we just... Oh, sorry, start again. We just appear to be having some problems with your connection, but I can hear you now.
Sorry.
No problem at all. We've got you back.
I'm out in the countryside here, and usually it's fine, but it can be a bit... I don't know how far I got into it, but essentially I'm saying we didn't know much more about what his policy was after that speech. But, you know, looking at how his playbook has played out this year, there are concerns that when he says his preference is diplomacy, we're not really any the wiser of what that means. And it's not necessarily diplomacy in the traditional sense that you or I might expect it, where you've got high level, you know, career diplomats trying to negotiate things on a rule-based international order. His idea of diplomacy, as we have seen with Greenland and Venezuela, is to try and get something out of it to the advantage of his MAGA base at home in the United States. This America First approach, but also, you know, very much pushing the boundaries on international law. So he will be exploring whether or not there is any advantage to him in this. At the moment, we know that there are a huge number of American assets and naval, and as a result, there are suspicions that this is very much like 2003, just before the invasion of the Gulf. But Iran have had their regime accusing the Trump administration of being like Goebbels from the Hitler era for spreading disinformation and lies, which doesn't bode well ahead of those talks in Geneva tomorrow.
Wissam, what would you like to say? Because I've just seen a line now breaking across the news wires that Iran's foreign minister has arrived in Geneva now ahead of those talks that Isabel was just telling us about.
Well, we know that whatever talks that will happen tomorrow in Geneva will be very, very important, because it's going to be the time when America could decide eventually whether this whole negotiation process is to lead anywhere, or whether they are actually giving the Iranians an offer that they cannot refuse, but they cannot accept, and that would lead eventually to war. Having said this, the core of Trump's policy remains non-interventionist. The voters of Trump, they don't want to see America get involved in wars. But at the same time, when you move two of your biggest warships to the region, the operation cost of these two ships is somewhere near $600,000 every hour, just, you know, for making it work. I'm not talking about the weapons or about the salaries, only to make these ships work. When you have 50 to 60% of your movable air power all engaged in one operation, you cannot just forget about it. He needs to get something out of it. Now it is building up. There is the possibility of war is still likely, but it's not, you know, for sure, of course. And we do believe, and we were discussing this before we just went on air, that we are not sure if Trump has made his mind really about making this war. But at the same time, we know what he wants. We know his modus operandi. We know the pattern of what he wants. What he wants is being able to claim a victory very quickly, to say that I made something spectacular, that I obliterated my enemy, and that I can claim now that I'm a victor, and I made something for the Americans, which I believe the Iranians are making sure right now to make him know very clearly that this won't be possible right now. And if he eventually waits that he cannot make what he wants, then it will be a much harder decision. Is he ready to go to 6, 7, 8 weeks of wars, or maybe 4 or 5? Something that would make him much closer to his bases, to the elections, the midterms elections. This is a big question. And I guess the Iranians are playing this game exactly, putting him, dragging him into an area where making this war will be very, very costly. But in all cases, this state, actual state, cannot stay forever. It has to be conclusive sometimes. You cannot keep all this fleet, all this firepower waiting without, he needs to get something in return, or it's going to be war.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has marked the 4-year anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion alongside his coalition of the willing allies. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and French President Emmanuel Macron appeared on the video conference as they continued to pledge support and peacekeeping efforts. Earlier, Zelensky addressed his countrymen and told them Putin had not achieved his goal. Take a listen.
Today marks exactly 4 years since Putin started his 3-day push to take Kyiv. And that, in fact, says a great deal about our resistance, about how Ukraine has fought all this time. Behind those words stand millions of our people. Behind those words stand immense courage, incredible hard work, endurance, and the long path Ukraine has been pursuing since February 24. Putin has not achieved his goals. He has not broke Ukrainians. He has not won this war. We have preserved Ukraine, and we will do everything to secure peace and justice.
Meanwhile, Vladimir Putin has responded, accusing Ukraine of sabotaging the peace process, which their recent attacks against Russian pipelines. Take a listen.
We are talking about a possible bombing of our gas system under the Black Sea, namely the so-called Turk Stream and Blue Stream. They cannot calm down. They are desperate to destroy this peaceful diplomatic process. They are trying to provoke an incident to derail everything that, I'll say carefully, has been achieved on this negotiation track.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in the studio by columnist and correspondent Gemma White and Michael Jabri-Pickett, Managing Director of This Is Dubai. Gemma, let's go to you first, because we've just heard from Zelensky and, of course, we heard from President Putin on this 4-year anniversary. So in many ways, the war is now entering the 5th year. Take us back to the very, very beginning. Why did Russia invade Ukraine?
It's kind of almost feels like it's been lost in the midst of time now. So the invasion pulls together like quite a few threads. It's a mix of strategic, political, historical and ideological factors. But at its heart is Russia's desire to reassert their influence over Ukraine and Ukraine's gradual drift westwards, looking for allyship in Europe. So primarily, this was about NATO expansion. Ukraine has not been backward in their desire to join NATO. And Russia has always said that would bring the Western military on their doorstep, and they were dead set against it. Now, NATO has said that they're defensive. They're not an offensive organisation, and Ukraine has the right to choose if they join or not. But that was always a major factor, is Ukraine's desire to be a part of NATO. Now, since the 2014 Maidan uprising, and that ousted a pro-Russian president in Ukraine, Kyiv has always looked for closer ties with Europe, and we have seen Starmer and Macron step up relentlessly to show their support, and that appears to be unwavering. So if Russia was hoping that Ukraine would stop looking to the West, that's just not going to happen. That's not going to be achieved at all.
Because even Zelensky says he wants them to fast-track them becoming part of the European Union,
Yes.
which now seems to be more probable, because we know that one of Russia's red lines still is Ukraine joining NATO. So it seems to be like they've given that. aside to join the European Union?
Yeah, this quest is not going to go anywhere. I think, irrespective of whatever peace process Putin is talking about there, he seems to have invented that completely in his mind. This question of Ukraine wanting to side with Europe, wanting to join the EU, is never going to go away. Now, also, we have this ongoing conflict over Crimea and Donbass regions, which Russia sees as rightfully theirs, and we have Putin's historical claims. You know, he still sees Ukrainian people as Russians. So that's not going to go away either. You've got this immovable object and this irresistible force. And that's why we haven't achieved anything, you know, in the peace process over 4 years, because, yeah, we're still here 4 years later.
Yes, and we still seem to be sometimes getting somewhere on the negotiating front, and then there's big disagreements on territory and security guarantees, and these seem to be those main sticking points, which are, of course, the major ones. But what I also found when I was looking today and thinking back to 4 years ago, of course, I was a journalist when this happened, and I remember so many people at the time and analysts saying that Russia will take Ukraine in days, weeks, but days was the estimate. And now we look 4 years on, the resilience the Ukrainians have actually shown has been pretty phenomenal, and no one would have ever expected us to still be having this discussion 4 years on.
We were just talking that Ukrainians don't even have a navy, and yet they're doing a fine job of defending their coast against you know, the very vaulted Russian navy. And what they have done is they've taken warfare to that next step, which is inevitable. It becomes a little bit more dangerous or a little bit more tactical. And for the Ukrainians, what they have done is they figured out, with these drones that are not that expensive, we can be incredibly efficient at making sure that we strike deep in the heart of Russia, as they have done, or we can attack their navy, as they have done. We can do damage to their infrastructure as well. And that, I think, has helped arms dealers around the world recognize that, oh, we don't necessarily have to go big and mighty and massively expensive. We can just make sure that we outfit a drone. And this is one of the areas that Ukrainians have done very well. I can remember watching a late-night talk show, and it was the 3-week mark. And we were all amazed that Ukrainians had still not surrendered. Russians had not sort of rolled over them. And it just continues. And now we're, I think, truly in a stalemate. The Ukrainians are doing very good, making headway in the battlefield. Either they're reclaiming more, or they're certainly not letting Russia reclaim more. And it's at a true stalemate. And you have a leader on the Ukrainian side who is not willing to give up territory. You have the Russians and President Vladimir Putin, who absolutely want that, and they're just at loggerheads. And you have Donald Trump, who seems distracted by so many other issues, so many other big, if it be tariffs, or tonight the State of the Union, or what's going on in Gaza, what's happening in Iran. So you don't have that one unifying force who's bringing everybody together on a consistent basis to try to hammer home what are the issues that we can sort out.
And we talk about Donald Trump, and he's key to all of this, because he's the key that can unlock this deal by putting more pressure on Russia, sanctions-wise, crippling the economy, making Putin feel the squeeze. And also, we can't forget that Donald Trump got Putin back to the negotiating table, because Biden never did that. Europe haven't had conversations with Vladimir Putin, and that's been a big criticism when it comes to Russia. Russia were never invited to these talks. So in some ways, at least Donald Trump has actually got them to the table and got them talking, because we didn't see that before.
So I would say that he's got them talking. I don't know that they're negotiating anything. I think they're, by all accounts, they're still asking for everything that they've asked for from the beginning. So I don't know.
Ukraine is also still asking for weapons. So everything they've been asking for from the beginning, and the US and the EU have to pay for those weapons.
Absolutely, but the Ukrainians were the ones that were violated. You know, the Russian side they're the aggressors, despite what Donald Trump might have said. And Donald Trump also promised during the campaign trail, you know, day one, I'll sort this out, and if I was president, this never would have started. Well, we're now 13 months into his presidency, and we don't seem... I'm an optimist, and I don't see... I've been wrong so many times. I don't see anything happening anytime soon.
And when I had a look today at some of the figures that came out, because, you know, at the heart of all of this, when we look at war, we can talk about drone technology and warfare and how much that's come about. We can talk about the resilience of Ukraine and how Russia's still funded their war-footing economy, both extremely resilient countries. But it's the casualties that are extremely, extremely distressing. We look at estimates by the Center for Strategic and International Studies. 1.2 million Russians have lost their lives. Casualties are between 500,000 and 600,000 in Ukraine. So more casualties on the Russian side if these figures are to be believed. So today, 4 years on, it must be a huge day of reflection for those people in Ukraine and Russia. They've both lost people.
I'm remembering as well all the big armies that North Korea was promising. You know, we've seen so many different stages of this war. When Putin held his big military show in Moscow, and he had world leaders there, and we were saying, wow, Russia is not as isolated as we thought. But now it seems they are isolated again. We've seen so many different layers to this war and things going back and forth. Now, as you say, we're at a stalemate again. It just seems to kind of ping-pong all the time, and the rules seem to change all the time, and the boundaries change all the time.
I also think that there might be, I don't want to sound optimistic, but the Russian economy does seem to be creaking a little bit. We had the French foreign minister who said that the Russians are losing about 1,000 soldiers a day, but he also talked about the economy in Russia may be entering a recession, and that the national treasury is empty, that there's gasoline rationing, and that they're also now having to, some parts of the population, blocking phone service. And I think when the big cities start to feel the effects of war, finally, I think that's something that will maybe motivate Vladimir Putin to come to the negotiating table.
But as we did say, because Ukraine and their drone technology, they're now targeting those gas facilities inside of Russia. It's really hurting the economy. And there's a whole lot happening now. Extra sanctions on Russia when it comes to shadow shipping oil to India, to China, to various different places. But, you know, we reflect on 4 years, and it's a moment really where I also think those who lost their lives, you know, their families will be thinking of them in both Russia and Ukraine. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, also follow us on X. We'll be back on Monday. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, we'll be speaking to the younger brother of the late disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. I'll be asking Mark Epstein why he remains convinced that his brother was killed, and if he's so certain Jeffrey Epstein was killed, who he thinks would have had a motive to kill him. We'll be decoding President Trump's State of the Union address. Plus, we'll be discussing the case of one so-called ISIS bride, Hoda Mutana, who's an American-born woman who joined the ranks of the Islamic State group in Syria. We ask, why isn't she able to return to the United States? All of that to come. Hello and welcome. The shadow of the leaked Epstein's files seems to loom larger than ever. Nearly 7 years after the death of the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein inside a federal jail cell, the official ruling of suicide is deemed to be incredulous by some and has generated numerous theories. Well, now, as more documents surface and scrutiny intensifies, we're going to speak directly to his younger brother, Mark Epstein, who claims new autopsy details will prove that his brother's death in a federal prison in August 2016 wasn't suicide. Rather, he says his brother was killed. Well, we're joined now by Mark Epstein, who is an American property developer and the brother of the late Jeffrey Epstein. He joins us from the United States on the line. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Mr. Epstein. It's been nearly 7 years since your brother was found unresponsive in his prison cell, and you remain convinced he did not take his own life. Why do you say that?
Well, first, let me be clear. When I first heard that Jeffrey was found dead from the parents' suicide, I had no reason to doubt that. I fully accepted that he committed suicide. I thought that he was potentially facing a long time in jail. I know he wouldn't want to live that way in jail as a convicted pedophile. He had no children to worry about. Our parents were gone. He was single. So I just assumed he decided to take himself out. And I sort of respected that. But then the next day, I had to come back to New York to identify his body. And I did. So he is dead. And they did an autopsy. And the two pathologists that were there, which was Dr. Kristen Roman, who is the city pathologist who was charged with doing the autopsy, and Dr. Michael Barden, who we had there, we being me and the estate, had him there just as a precaution. They came out of the autopsy and they both concurred that this looked more like a homicide than a suicide. So they wouldn't call it a suicide. And on the initial death certificate, which we had to get that day in order to claim his remains, under cause of death, it said pending further study. So then you start wondering, well, what's going on here? You know, the two very highly qualified pathologists are saying this looks like a homicide. And that does not appear in the Justice Department reports. They neglect to mention that. And then a few days later, the chief medical examiner, Barbara Sampson, she calls it a suicide. Now, let me be clear. Barbara Sampson never saw Jeffrey's body. She wasn't at the office that day when they did the autopsy. So we don't know what she's basing her opinion on. Now, I've spoken to many pathologists, and they all basically agree that when an initial death certificate says pending further study, it usually takes weeks or longer to get a determination because there's going to be some kind of an investigation. They're going to study it further. But that doesn't appear to have been done here. Right. And then Bill Barr, the Attorney General of the United States at the time, came out with a ridiculous statement saying that he personally saw the videotape from outside of the tier, through that night, and he saw that nobody went in or out of the tier, and that convinced him it was a suicide. When I heard that, I knew that this was some sort of cover-up for a couple of reasons. First of all, when he said that, it makes you believe or makes you think that he can actually see the door to the tier in the videotape. Okay? Now, with the recent release of the videotapes, you see you cannot see the door to the tier, and it's been shown that somebody could easily get to that tier and leave from that tier without being caught from that camera. So just what was Bill Barr talking about? Also, we've seen the orange blur something going up the steps towards the tier, during the night. So again, what was Bill Barr referring to? And the other part that made me realize this was a cover-up was because he completely neglected the possibility that there was another inmate on the tier already that could have harmed somebody and who would not have to go and come from the tier. So for the top law enforcement official of the United States to neglect the possibility that Jeffrey was killed by somebody already under tier doesn't pass the laugh test. Now, since Bill Barr's testimony is worthless because it's based on nonsense, and Barbara Sampson's conclusion is also based on thin air, well, that's why they're calling it a suicide, based on those two determinations. Also, by calling it a suicide early, it stops any investigation. Because if it's truly a suicide, there's really nothing to investigate. Because in a suicide, there are two questions. It's how and why. And the how is usually pretty obvious when you come across a suicide victim. If they're hanging from something, well, they hung themselves. If they're laying in a pool of blood with a gun next to them, they shot themselves. If they're splattered on the sidewalk, they jumped from the building. There's really very little mystery in a suicide. So they decided to call this a suicide and close the case. And all the other investigation they've been doing is about the errors that went wrong in the prison, the guards didn't fill out the paperwork, and that kind of nonsense. Nothing about a potential homicide. And when it's proven, and it will shortly be proven, that he could not have committed suicide, the way they say, well, then we need to have a full homicide-capable investigation done.
Let me stop you there, because you say he didn't commit suicide the way they said he did. What did they say he did, and why did he not commit suicide that way? Okay,
well, there's a group of pathologists who decided to take this up, and they're not doing it on my behalf. I'm not paying them. They realized that this wasn't right, and they've asked me to give them all of the medical records from the autopsy. I've given them the complete file that I have, including all the photographs, and they've determined that he could not have committed suicide because of the damages on his body. And their report is being peer-reviewed and will be released. It's a very scientific paper. There's all kinds of incidents. Like one of the first things that came out was the groove on Jeffrey's neck, which was left by whatever ligature was left around his neck. It's not the right angle. If you're hanging with your body weight on the noose, that noose rides high up under your chin, under your mandible, and goes up towards the back of your ears and behind your head. Well, the mark on Jeffrey's neck is more in the middle of his neck. It doesn't have that high upward slope that it should in a true hanging. And they've compared Jeffrey's ligature mark to others, all kinds of reports in scientific journals. And it shows that he could not have been hanging the way they said. Because they said, we were trying to find out for 4 years what position he was in when they found him. And we weren't able to get that. And then finally, in the Justice Department report, they stated that when he was found, he was in a seated position with his legs extended in front of him. And when he was cut down or torn down, that's still not sure, that his buttocks was an inch and a half off the ground. Okay, so if you picture somebody hanging like that, in Jeffrey's size, there's about 20 pounds of weight on his feet because his feet were extended out. The rest of his body weight, and he weighed about 180 pounds, was hanging by the neck. That ligature mark should be high up on his neck. And we also know from the autopsy that he was dead for at least 2 hours before they found him. He was described as already being, cooled down, and rigor mortis had started. So, all these attempts to try to make it look like they were trying to resuscitate him, sort of like why? I mean, these were trained people. They should have known that there was no coming back for him. So it's like a whole charade was taking place. Also, the medical examiner, Dr. Kristen Roman, who did the autopsy, we recently, in the release of papers, got her deposition. She was questioned after the fact, and she stated that she was told not to take DNA evidence off of Jeffrey, and she was prohibited from going to the crime scene in the prison, which is very unusual. Usually the medical examiner has full access to crime scenes. As a matter of fact, when Jeffrey was found, they took him from the cell to the infirmary, which is against all protocol because, like I said, he was clearly dead when they found him. They were supposed to leave him there until the medical examiner's office showed up, but they moved him. And then afterwards, the FBI went in and destroyed the crime scene. So there's no record.
Okay, so
there's just too many questions.
A lot of red flags.
If this was a suicide, it would be simple. It would be very simple. But there's so much, hiding of facts. And, I recently asked for the complete medical file from the medical examiner's office. I had gotten a partial years ago. And we have documentation that the Justice Department told them not to give me the whole fact. They wanted to redact it. They wanted to see what I was getting. Now, why? All these questions come up, all these red flags, as you say.
Right. And, I mean, you went into that room at the mortuary, I presume, to identify your brother. I mean, a harrowing experience, I can imagine. But you went in there, just to be clear, with the view that you thought it was perfectly conceivable that your brother had committed suicide. That was your premise when you went in there. But it was when you went there, you saw the evidence and you spoke to the experts, that's when you started to say, hang on, this doesn't sound like it adds up. Is that correct?
Well, that's what they said. I had to identify his body. I was out of New York when I heard about his death. I was actually, the government said in their report that they notified me of his death. They did not. I heard about it while I was having breakfast. I heard it on CNN. The television was on. I was at a hotel. And I see my brother's picture on the screen, and it says he was found dead from an apparent suicide. So I accepted that, like I said, and assumed that that was the case. I had no reason to doubt it. So then I had to go back to New York the very next morning. And yes, I identified his body. And then they took him, they did the autopsy, and they came out, what was a couple hours later or something. And they said that they couldn't call this a suicide because it looked too much like a homicide. And that's when I started questioning. It wasn't me that started to question. It was the two highly qualified pathologists who said this doesn't look like a suicide.
And there'd never been any sort of indication before that, or your brother had never indicated his life was perhaps in any danger?
Not to me, no. I did not speak to Jeffrey after he was arrested. While he was in jail, I didn't speak to him. The last conversation I had with Jeffrey was the night before he got arrested. He was in Paris, and he flew home, and the next day and he got arrested. So when he called me, it was a Thursday night. It was just a normal brother to brother, what's new kind of telephone call. And he was fine. There was no indication. And when he got arrested, his attorneys called me and told me that he was arrested. They said they had no idea this was going to happen.
Right. So it took you were presumably startled when you got that news, when you saw that news and found out for yourself on the television. It didn't sound like this was in any way something you saw coming.
No, absolutely not.
If this was a homicide, an assassination, I mean, we'd have to assume, wouldn't we, this was coordinated at a very high level of government, given where your brother was, i.e. in a federal prison.
Yes, absolutely. You have to, like I've said before, there may have been a lot of people or a number of people that might have wanted to see him dead. But then you have to filter that list by who would have the ability to orchestrate this. It's a very complicated thing to do. And then to have the DOJ cover it up. Who would have the ability to do that, to pull that off? That's a much smaller list.
Right, and who would have the motive?
Yeah, well, like I said, there might have been a lot of people with motive, but who would have the ability to actually do it, to have it done?
So you've brought in Dr. Michael Barden, who's a former New York City chief medical examiner, and I'm wondering whether he's unearthed anything in recent
weeks. Well, yes, he's convinced that this was a homicide.
Right.
He's always staked that after the autopsy. He was, but he can't say it conclusively because the crime scene was destroyed.
Right. And
he's a very thorough guy, and he's very accurate. He's not going to shoot from the hip. If he got to see the crime scene, then maybe he can say with 100% certainty that it's, a homicide. But because he didn't have all of that information, he won't say with 100% certainty. But the new series of pathologists that are properly studying the autopsy results, they'll be able to say with 100% certainty that it wasn't a suicide.
I mean, when we talk about governments, I mean, it wouldn't necessarily have been the US government. Could it have been a foreign government or an agency of a foreign government?
Well, how could they orchestrate this to take place in a US federal prison without the US government being involved? And then again, you have the US Department of Justice obviously covering this up. And then you get more recently, well, first of all, in the recent congressional testimony, under oath, Bill Barr, when he was questioned about Dr. Boden's opinion, he said Dr. Boden came after the fact. That's bullshit, if I could say that online, because Dr. Boden was there for the entire autopsy. He didn't come after the fact. It was actually Dr. Roman, the chief medical examiner, who called it a suicide. She came after the fact because she didn't see the body. Now, it's important to point out, you mentioned it, Dr. Roman at the time was the chief medical examiner of New York. Dr. Boden is a former chief medical examiner of New York. He's a very highly qualified, doctor. So you have the former chief medical examiner who saw the body, who was there with the autopsy, and he says it looks like a homicide. And then you have the then current chief medical examiner who didn't see the body, calls it a suicide. Well, whose opinion would you value more?
Right, and in terms of the kind of the who and the why, in terms of who was behind this and why they would have a motive to kill your brother. I mean, there are these suggestions your brother was working for a foreign government. I mean, does that sort of ring true at all to you?
I have no idea of that. Jeffrey never mentioned anything about that to me. I didn't know much about what he did. And when we spoke, it was usually just telling each other funny stories, and I kept them abreast of family issues. So I didn't know what he did. I didn't know, I'm not mentioning any complaints or nobody knows me. Most people didn't know Jeffrey had a brother, but when he was arrested and I put up my house to help him try to get bail, that's when it became known that I was existing. So, like I said, most people didn't know Jeffrey had a brother. Years ago, before this took place, about a dozen years ago or so, I met Bill Clinton, and nothing to do with Jeffrey. And I mentioned that I was Jeffrey Epstein's brother. He was surprised. He didn't know Jeffrey had a brother, so people didn't know me.
Okay, I mean, I think you've said, and do correct me if I'm misquoting you here, but I think you've said previously that your brother had, quote, dirt on powerful people. I think this was with reference to the 2016 election. What
yes,
do you think?
That's what Jeffrey told me. Well, Jeffrey, I don't know what dirt he had, but at the time he told me that if he said what he knew about the candidates, they'd have to cancel the election. That's exactly what Jeffrey said to me. Like I said, I don't know what he knew. He didn't tell me. Because we were just chatting. The election was coming up. I asked him what he thought was going to take place. And he said he didn't know, but he quoted, if I said what I knew about both candidates, they'd have to cancel the election.
Right, and just to remind our viewers, 2016, Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump going head to head, and your brother, you're saying, was saying he had dirt, quote unquote, on both of them.
That's what he said.
Weren't you curious to say, to find out, what was he referring to?
No, actually, I was not.
Okay. I mean, there are all sorts of conspiracy theories, all sorts of ridiculous theories that have done the rounds. I'm sure you've seen lots of them. I mean, what's been your reaction to the torrent of news? I mean, it's really something unprecedented, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of surprising. The size of the circle he was in and the people he was dealing with. I was unaware of the scope of it. I knew some of the names, but not all of the names. I mean, it's just, it's pretty astounding at what the effect that one person is having around the world now.
It is, and I mean, to be his brother, there's 18 months apart. I mean, that must be really quite something to carry. And he's been dead for 7 years, and instead of closure, it just seems to go on and on and on, this story, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, but that's okay, because I don't want to let it die until we get an answer.
Are you going to?
Because I don't want the people that did this to just feel that they got away with it. So I want to keep I don't mind. And it's not just me. There's a lot of people now who are starting to realize, we're starting to listen to what we've been saying, and they're realizing that this was not a suicide. Many more people are starting to ask questions.
Right. And I mean,
even have members of Congress now saying that Jeffrey didn't commit suicide.
Yeah. And the fact that the CCTV, the closed circuit television security cameras don't seem to have captured anything. I mean, does that sound to you like the biggest of all the red flags?
Well, that's one of it. But what you don't know, and what most of the public doesn't know, is that the fire alarm system was also inoperable that day. Okay, and the fire alarm system controls motion sensors and some doors. That was made inoperable. And as far as videotapes, again, what's not really public out there yet, but it's in the files, is that the FBI swapped out hard drives, and in doing so, they lost a lot of information. And they were told that they would lose information if they swapped out the hard drives when they were doing it, but they did it anyhow. There's documentation for that.
Right. And I mean, you're going to keep pushing this, aren't you, until you get to the truth. Do you think we will get to the bottom of this?
I don't know. We're still not certain about Kennedy's death, and that's, about 60 years ago. So we'll see what happens. But what's happening with a lot of the government people, it's sort of like, I don't know how old you are, but the Warren Commission report about Kennedy's death, to investigate Kennedy's death, no matter what they heard or what they saw, they had a foregone conclusion that Lee Harvey Oswald was the sole shooter and acted alone. Well, now we know that that's not the case, but we don't know all the details because the Warren Commission report was supposed to be sealed for 50 years, and that was in 1965. So in 2015, it was supposed to be revealed, and it still has not been completely revealed. Another 11 years later, 10, 11 years later. So it's like with Jeffrey, whatever they hear, whatever we put in front of them, these, quote, DOJ, the powers that be, still keep calling it a suicide against all, it doesn't pass the laugh test with the facts that we have.
Sure. I mean, just to bring...
And when this report comes out, it'll be even less funny.
Sure. I mean, you say more, if more comes out. Sorry, what did you say there?
Yeah, well, when the report comes out from the proper investigation, the proper study of the autopsy results that shows that he did not commit suicide, well, then the only thing left is homicide. I've said there's only 3 ways to die: suicide, natural causes, or an unnatural death, being a murder or an accident. Okay, so we know Jeffrey didn't die of natural causes, so take that one off the table. And we know he wasn't hit by a bus, so it wasn't some accidental death. So it leaves either homicide or suicide. And when they find out, when the reports come out, that it was not a suicide, well, that just leaves a homicide. And then it should be properly investigated as a homicide.
What's your hunch? Where does suspicion lie?
Well, I don't speculate. I only stick to the facts. I've said that for 6 years already. I won't speculate. But I'll ask you the question. Okay, we know that Jeffrey was killed. And we know there were people that might have wanted him dead. But then you have to filter that list down to who could have pulled this off and have the DOJ and FBI cover this up. In the recent, I started saying before, in the recent testimonies, Kash Patel, the head of the FBI, when he was asked, he said, "You know a suicide when you see one." And I actually laughed out loud at that ridiculous statement because, number one, how many suicides has he seen? That's question number one. And number two, he didn't see Jeffrey's body. He wasn't around there. He didn't see the crime scene. So what is he basing that asinine opinion on?
Just to bring our conversation to a conclusion, Mr. Epstein, I mean, it has been an extraordinary and clearly tumultuous 7 years for you. And even the last 7 days have probably been extremely tumultuous and clearly brought a lot of memories back. There's been a torrent of news, as I said. I mean, what's been your reaction to this flood of news, the falls from grace that go from top to bottom, left to right across the world?
Well, to be honest with you, it hasn't really affected me very much. If there are people that are going to get into trouble, as we've seen, like I said, I don't want to be cold about it, but that's not my problem. I wasn't involved. I didn't know them, and that's their problem to deal with. So I don't let it bother me because if I did, there's just too much to be bothered by. So I'm only focused on the circumstances of Jeffrey's murder. That's what I put my attention to.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Mark Epstein, the brother of the late financier Jeffrey Epstein. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Okay, thank you for your interest in this matter. Okay.
Thank you. Now, the US President Donald Trump delivered the longest State of the Union address in history last night, running to nearly 2 hours. Well, he touted economic growth and a rising global profile, declaring the United States is entering a golden age under his leadership. Let's take a listen to his opening statements.
Hello, Americans. Our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America.
President Trump speaking there. Well, on the subject of foreign policy, the president repeated a warning to Iran, hinting at potential new strikes unless Tehran directly states it will not pursue nuclear weapons. Let's listen in.
For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
Well, the president didn't shy away from touting his hardline immigration policies, calling the Somali community pirates once again. And that drew shouts from the Democratic representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota, who labeled the president a liar.
The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are the norm. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Well, let's get more now. I'm joined by B.J. Martino, who is a Republican pollster and president and CEO of the Terrence Group. He joins us now from Virginia in the United States. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. That was the longest ever State of the Union address delivered by President Trump last night. He hailed what he said were massive achievements during those 107 minutes. Some people called it a combative State of the Union address. What tone do you think the president wanted to strike?
Well, first and foremost, if there's any questions about his endurance, he put those to rest with that address last night. But the tone he struck was one going into midterm elections in which Republicans are going to be defending their majorities in the House and the Senate. And he did a couple important things. First and foremost, he reminded voters of some of the economic accomplishments of the last couple years, including things that are going to be coming up, especially as we approach tax time. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. And it's going to be important to remind voters that these things they're feeling during tax time and seeing in their tax returns are all thanks to what Republicans have accomplished. The second thing he did is set a very modest agenda for this year. It is a midterm election year. You don't expect a lot to get done in Congress this year, but he put a couple things in Congress that he said are his priorities. And then finally, the combative tone. Yes, he held Democrats' feet to the fire. He reminded voters about what things were like under the Biden administration, and clearly highlighted the fact that Democrats' agenda is to take things back to the way they were. And you can see this in a lot of the polling data that exists in terms of trust for parties on the issues. Democratic favorability, Democratic trust is lower than that of Republicans right now. And setting that contrast, establishing that, are all things that are setting up successes for Republicans in midterm elections. So that combative tone was not one about needing to have great legislative accomplishments this year. It was setting up the campaign fights that are to come.
Okay, I mean, we heard President Trump in that address saying things like, our nation is back. This is the hottest country in the world. We are doing really well. But do you think all of that is felt by ordinary Americans? I mean, is that how people on Main Street would see things, do you think?
There is a lag, and you see this in polling, and I've been doing this for 25 plus years now, that voters' personal feelings about the economy and how they are experiencing it tend to lag behind a lot of the economic indicators. Voters aren't sure that things are better. It takes a few months, up to 6 months oftentimes, for voters to catch up to where those indicators are telling us that things are. So it's not surprising. And it's that not only that the president is touting these things, but it's not surprising that voters' attitudes quite aren't lagging behind where the reality is. It does put Democrats in the unenviable position of having to root against the economy over the next 6 months leading into the fall, whereas the Republican mission is going to be continue to talking to voters about accomplishments, telling them that when good things happen that they feel, such as in their tax returns, that remind them that that is thanks to Republican accomplishments, but also listening. It is going to be important for Republicans not to get too far out ahead of where voters are. It's totally appropriate for the president to be out in front and cheerleading. But when talking to voters, every Republican has to understand that voters aren't quite there yet.
Right. I mean, according to the polls I've looked at, President Trump's approval rating looks like it's hovering around the 40% mark. Perhaps you've seen some different polls. If you have, let me know. Is that something to be worried about for the GOP going into these midterms?
Well, there's good polls and bad polls, and the average right now is around 42, 43% for the president, and his normal watermark is about 45. So we're within range of that. I think the important thing going into these midterms is not necessarily where he is here, but where is those image ratings and that job approval going to be in the mid to late summer, once voters have begun to feel some of in their own lives, the economic benefits that are coming their way. I think for Republicans, it's also about making sure that the base, who is still very foursquare behind the president, is energized going into these elections. So a lot of what you heard last night was not just about talking to those middle who aren't unsure, maybe unsure or slightly disapproving of the president right now because of some of those economic feelings, but it's also making sure that the Republican base is energized and understands the stakes that are at play and is motivated to turn out when we get to the fall.
I'm sure you were watching that State of the Union address, or most of it, given that it was pretty long, wasn't it? It got quite rowdy at some stages as well. There were cheering Republicans, which I suppose is normal, heckling Democrats. I mean, is that new? Has American politics entered a new phase, or has it always been a bit like that?
It's always been a bit like that, not necessarily in the State of the Union. There have been events in the past, but I think that underlines, the nature of where our politics is in the country right now. It is going to be rowdy, and the president feeds on that. He didn't shirk away from continuing to deliver his lines when you had Ilhan Omar and others screaming back at him from the seats. I think that actually ultimately shows voters and shows our base again how passionate the president is about this, and ultimately will become a good thing for our base going forward in the elections.
Okay, and going back to those elections, we've got, 7 months to go until, a bit less than 7 months till the midterms. I mean, are you sort of the view that the GOP is going to manage to maintain its control of both houses of Congress?
Well, certainly history suggests that the party in power loses seats. That hasn't always been the case, but historically, that is the fact. It is going to be a challenge in the House, and we certainly have work, and there are a number of seats at play right now. But Republicans have a story to tell. They have accomplishments to tout. And it's not only accomplishments that happen at the federal level in terms of legislation, but it's accomplishments that these members have been doing and working for their folks back home. And I think you're seeing a lot of Republican incumbents in particular talk about the impacts they have had for their district, not just with legislation, but bringing home different projects, working for their constituents. So you're going to see all of that in these elections. The Senate, as opposed to the House, is in better shape for Republicans. Some Democrats say there's some opportunities there, but all the numbers suggest the Senate's in a lot better shape. But the House is going to be competitive going into the fall. And the president really was launching the campaign season with that speech last night, and in many ways giving Republicans a roadmap for how to go and talk to voters, talking about those accomplishments, particularly with the economy as voters begin to experience them. Go in and say, we have a couple more things that we're doing. The job's not over yet. We're still working on some of these issues. And then finally, delivering the contrast that the alternative is going back to the way things were in 2024 and reminding them how you felt under Biden. And that's the direction Democrats want to go. So in many ways, the State of the Union, when you see that sort of combative nature, when you see that tension in the gallery and the give and take from those in the seats, just because this was a campaign speech, this was launching really the campaign season, and we're going to November. It's a little under 9 months right now, although early voting and absentee voting starts the process a little bit early. But this is the kickoff. This was the kickoff of the 2026 campaign season for real that the president delivered last night.
Yeah, indeed. It is 9 months, not 7 months. It's, of course, in November. Thank you very much indeed. BJ Martino, Republican pollster, thank you for taking the time to speak to us.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Well, let's get more now on President Trump's State of the Union address, in particular the references he made to Iran during that address. We're joined now by David Sidney, who is the former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense under President Obama. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Foreign policy issues in the State of Union address don't usually get too much attention, do they? But do you think it's fair to say that Iran was the main focus when it came to foreign policy matters in that address?
Well, I think it's fair to say that Iran got some mention, but in fact, most people in the United States, certainly analysts of foreign affairs, were very disappointed at how little Trump said, how vague what he said was, and that he didn't really give any indication of why he had amassed such a large force in the Middle East and what the triggers might be to use that. Earlier on that same day, Secretary of State Marco Rubio conducted a closed-door briefing of the 8 key leaders of the U.S. Congress, the so-called Gang of Eight. Coming out of that, Senator Schumer said that President Trump is going to do anything, he's going to have to explain it to the American people first. A lot of people thought he was going to do that last night. He didn't. There was really nothing in there to assuage the concerns of many in the United States who feel that President Trump doesn't have a clear objective, doesn't really know what he's doing when it comes to the Iran relationship. So I think his remarks last night left more questions than they gave answers.
Yeah, I mean, he said his preference is for diplomacy. He also accused Tehran of having sinister nuclear ambitions. But beyond that, you're saying no other clues as to where things might head to from here, not even in his tone?
Not that I or anyone that I know of or have read about can see. But we do have these talks tomorrow with his special envoys, his son-in-law and his friend Steve Witkoff. The Iranians have said they're going there ready to negotiate. So I think we'll just have to see what comes out of those. The Iranians, of course, objected to the way President Trump characterized Iran as a terrorist state and having nuclear ambitions, but that was sort of pro forma back and forth. I didn't see anything new either in what Trump said or the Iranian response so far.
We're in a situation where there are two aircraft carrier groups that have been deployed to the region. One's arrived, one's about to arrive. Do you think it's an option for President Trump to have deployed that amount of hardware and then not use it?
Oh, I think it's very much an option. President Trump will not want to use force, especially as in this case, as he has reportedly been warned by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, that there would be U.S. casualties if there was such an attack. And so far, President Trump has been very fortunate. His overseas adventurism has not led to American casualties. So if an attack did take place and there were serious casualties, he faces a big attack from his right-wing base that don't want any foreign involvements. So he really does not want to use this force, but he wants to use it to try and intimidate Iran and get some kind of better deal. But again, it's not really clear what that deal means, what that deal would entail and how it would be carried forward. So we will have to really see what happens on Thursday. I will point out that President Trump said the other day that he had a deadline of 10 to 15 days. President Trump's past behavior is that whenever he sets a deadline that is squishy, like 10 or 15 days, it always gets extended. So I think that we will see a lot more play out before there's any military action by the United States.
But just drawing on the fact that there was a deal in place, the JCPOA deal that was struck just over a decade ago. I mean, what would President Trump have to extract from the Iranians by way of concessions for him to be able to then step back from the military option?
Well, President Trump, of course, pulled out of the JCPOA when he was elected the first time and made clear then and continues to make clear that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. The Iranians' position has been that their nuclear program is for civilian purposes and that they have no intention, and the Iranian foreign minister repeated this yesterday, they have no intention of building a nuclear weapon. But all the intelligence is that what they are doing creates the building blocks for that. So it would have to be for Iran to give up some of its nuclear material, I think, maybe all of it. It might have to submit to very intrusive inspections by the United States, not by the IAEA, which President Trump does not trust. So it would be a very heavy lift for Iran to go with that level of derogation of its sovereignty that would be required to satisfy President Trump. And I think that's been the key so far. Iran has not been willing to be as open as possible. But the regime is under a lot of pressure, not just from Iran, from the U.S. military, but also from the demonstrations in the streets, the continuing fallout from their killing of thousands of their own citizens. This is a country where many of the people who are demonstrating against the regime are calling on the United States to attack. There are students who are saying, we want the United States to bomb the regime. So this is a complicated situation for the Iranian leaders to try and navigate.
Right, and President Trump will have been taking into consideration the opinions of people like the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, who have made no secret as to what their preferred course of action would be. I mean, there are those in the administration as well, Iran hawks, who say it's now or never. Now is the time to be doing this and to be taking military action. How loud are those voices, do you think? And do you think President Trump will be taking those opinions well into consideration?
Well, those voices are very loud. Senator Graham from South Carolina is perhaps the loudest one, but there are others as well. As you say, Iran hawks who believe we should take some action. The problem that the Iran hawks have is they have no real solution as to what comes next after a major attack by the United States. There's no intention of putting U.S. troops on the ground. There's no intention of assuring that any follow-on regime, if this regime were to fall, would be any better. It might be a worse regime. So they have a lot of uncertainty on their side. At the same time, President Trump has very loud voices in his own party, in his own support, his MAGA base, who want no foreign adventures, who want no wars. And if an attack precipitates significant U.S. casualties, those voices will get even louder. So, yes, there is pressure to go now, but there's also pressure not to go at all. Israel is third factor. The Israelis want more than just an end to the Iranian nuclear program. They want an end to the Iranian ballistic missile program, an end to the Iranian drone program, because those are the weapons that threaten Israel. In the past, President Trump has shown himself willing to really put the U.S. interest in stopping the nuclear program ahead of the Israeli interest in stopping the ballistic missile program of Iran. There's a tension there between Israel and the United States, and how that gets resolved is really yet to be seen.
Just turning our attention back to the talks in Geneva, talks that are going to be held tomorrow. Are you hopeful anything's going to be achieved there? I didn't detect a great deal of optimism in your tone when those talks were discussed earlier in our conversation.
I think both sides have an interest in having enough progress to continue the talks. I would be surprised if there was a final resolution of the issues in those talks, but I think both sides want to come out of the talks with enough from the other side so they can continue discussing, and so that military action is not the preferred step for the United States, and that the regime doesn't have to face the consequences of that military action. So I would expect some progress, but not enough to fully resolve the situation.
Okay, so just to wrap up, and in just a few seconds, if you don't mind, you do not think that the signs are there that military action is imminent in this particular moment?
If you say it's imminent in the next 24, 48, 72 hours, then no, I don't. But a lot does depend on what happens if the talks break down, if the Iranians walk out of the talks. Then I think it's possible that President Trump, in some kind of fit of pique or anger, could order an attack right away. So you can't, with President Trump being as volatile as he is, you can't exclude the possibility that he might just go ahead and order an attack, even if his advisors didn't want him to. So I can't say there won't be, but I think the most likely course is that there will be enough progress to put off a day of reckoning.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for your time. So we're going to have to leave it there. David Sedney, former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense under President Obama. Thank you for your time, sir. Now, we're going to turn our attention to one of the so-called ISIS brides. This is the story of Hoda Muthana, who is an American-born woman who, back in 2014, left her home in Hoover, Alabama at the age of 20. She went to join the ranks of the Islamic State group in Syria. Well, more than a decade later, she's living in the Al-Roj detention camp, which is in northeastern Syria, with her 9-year-old son. Well, she's given an interview to this channel, to Al Arabiya, in which she says that she regrets her actions and says she wants to return to the United States. But her case is legally and politically complex. Although she was born in New Jersey, the argument from Washington is that she was never entitled to US citizenship, because at the time of her birth, her father was serving as a Yemeni diplomat. And under US law, children of accredited foreign diplomats do not automatically qualify for birthright citizenship. Well, Muthana argues that repatriation and rehabilitation are the only long-term solutions for people like her. Here's her interview with Al Arabiya.
Well, I'm desperate to go home to my country, and I really want to be repatriated. And I've communicated many times that I could help my country counter terrorism and help the national security and international security against ISIS. And I'm hoping that after this would be repatriation and no other movement between camps to camps, because we are in the media, we are high profile, and it could be dangerous for us to remix with potential ISIS people. So.
But Huda, you burned your passport, American passport. Do you want to get a new one to back to America?
That is the accusation. It's not true. I didn't burn it. It was taken by the Mudafa system. And of course I'd want another one. And I want to go back home and travel, and anything that needs to be done in regards to my case, I've been saying that I'm ready for it. I just want the process to begin instead of sitting here and wasting years on my life and wasting years on my son's life. Well, firstly, he wants to meet his grandparents. He hasn't seen them. He's almost 9 years old, and he just wants to go to school. He wants to start playing with his uncles. He wants an education, just wants a normal life as an almost 9-year-old. Well, I'm homeschooling him for now, but, we just take one day at a time and just been raising him in a way where I am closely watching him and not letting him out often, and just been keeping my eye on him so that no one on the outside can influence him within the camp system, basically. I think President Trump did the right thing for Northeast Syria, and I think that the only solution would be to repatriate and rehabilitate everybody, including the ones that don't want to go. Forced repatriation, deporting people would be the best option, and so that these ISIS people are not scattered around in Syria. It's unfair to the Kurdish people, and it's unfair to the Syrian people to have unwanted foreigners here without any legal status, just wandering around. I escaped ISIS, running away from ISIS. I almost got caught and put in prison and killed by ISIS because of my escape. And I've been anti-ISIS in the media since day one, since I've come out of the territory. I'm not with ISIS at all. And I condemn them, and I wish people from the West don't get inspired by them, especially the youth. The best thing would be to go back in the arms of my country and repatriate me that way. Sitting here and wasting 7 years in the camp doing absolutely nothing was a waste of... It's a waste of the intel that I can provide my own country.
Again, that was Hoda Muthana speaking to Al Arabiya. Well, we're joined now by Mick Mulroy, who's a former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense under President Trump. Mick, you were listening into that interview with us just there. I mean, Hoda Muthana seems to think the United States is her country, but America doesn't agree. I mean, she was born in the United States. Why can't she come home?
Also, Tom, of course, the history, as my understanding, is she left as a college-age person and willingly joined ISIS and then denounced and promoted terrorism against the United States. Now, that doesn't mean that she isn't a U.S. citizen, but that's a technical issue that relates to the fact that her father was a diplomat. If she was born while he was a diplomat in the United States, there is a exception to the birthright citizenship rule that she would not be entitled to citizenship. I don't know what the facts are or which one's true or not, but that is what the administration is stating for not allowing her to return to the United States.
Just listening to what she was saying there, I mean, she clearly regrets leaving the United States for Syria back in 2014. She's made sort of apologies in the past for some of the postings she made online, I suppose you could call it propaganda she was doing for the Islamic State group. Do you think that kind of remorse would help her case at all?
Well, I certainly think it would be better than not having any remorse for those. I guess it has to be determined whether they're genuine or not. I mean, ISIS lost and she was put into these camps and obviously doesn't want to stay in those camps. So I don't know if it's genuine or not. I can't make that assessment, but I think it certainly does help her case to make that. The other question is, and I don't know the statute of limitations on material support to a terrorist organization, but the United States could potentially look at investigation and prosecution for what she's done in the past. So there's a lot of issues at play here, and ultimately it's up to the State Department to grant visas and to basically honor passports. And if she doesn't have one, they don't necessarily have to provide her one. So this is a legal issue that will be decided primarily in the courts, but this is not just an issue for the United States. There are many other citizens of other countries, for example, who've had their citizenship revoked, like the UK just revoked citizenship of individuals that were there that they don't want to return. So this is an issue, this has been an issue for the SDF that's housed these individuals for many, many years, with countries not willing to take their people back, essentially, and leaving it in the hands of the SDF now, not in the hands of the SDF, but likely in the hands of the Iraqi government.
I mean, she seems to be saying she thinks she should be prosecuted, in fact, and she wants to be rehabilitated. She wants to go down the path of rehabilitation. I mean, how do you go about rehabilitating someone who has clearly in the past been seduced by an extreme ideology? I mean, is it easier said than done, Nick?
Well, it's definitely easier said than done, Tom, but it's an important part of this discussion because it's not just her. it's a lot of these individuals that have been brought up in these camps, especially children who are now adults. All they've ever heard is the jihadist philosophy. We need to have, as an international community, a plan to rehabilitate these individuals, not only to essentially tell them the other side of the issue, which is not everybody's your enemy and you have to commit violence, but also give them something that they can use as a trade, as a vocation, so that they can have a path forward. I think we should be doing that as an international community and not simply housing all these individuals in a camp and hoping for the best, because that's likely not going to be a good solution for the region, for Europe, or the United States.
And in the case of Hoda, she was married to 3 different militants who were in the ranks of the Islamic State group. All of them died, we understand, in combat. That's what's been reported. But do you think potentially she's a useful asset to the United States, assuming she goes down the road of cooperating and wanting to be rehabilitated? Could she be useful as an asset in terms of the intel, in terms of the insights she could offer the intel community in the US?
Yes, I'm a former CIA officer. I can certainly see how important she could be for historic information, as she's obviously publicly opposed to ISIS now, and that wouldn't be effective as far as collecting information on anything that's currently going on. But yes, she should be debriefed. She's obviously willing to do so, and that could provide a lot of information on individuals she knew that were involved back then that might not be identified in the intelligence communities that follow counterterrorism. So I think, yes, that could be very helpful, and certainly would show a willingness on her part to go toward rehabilitation and away from extremism.
Could she be a useful propaganda tool, if you like, for the United States as the kind of the anti-militant voice, online? Could she be used as sort of a poster girl for an anti-Islamist sort of agenda?
She could, and she could do that now on her own. I mean, she's obviously doing interviews. That would benefit her and obviously benefit the cause of anybody that's against these really despotic philosophies that really espouse violence against people simply for being different than them. That's something she could do now, and if she wasn't actually asked to do so, I think it would show that she's genuinely interested in rehabilitating her life.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Really appreciate it. Mick Mulroy, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, that's all we have time for on today's edition of Global News Today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Look forward to seeing you again tomorrow with some more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
To take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
So what are the priorities for you after today and what we heard from the speakers in the conference?
Well, first of all, what we heard today was tremendous support for what the Board of Peace is trying to do in Gaza. Not just in terms of political statements, but in terms of financial commitments as well to support the people of Gaza in this first stage, which is just the humanitarian stage, the early recovery stage. I'm not talking about the big reconstruction that needs to happen. My priority right now is going to be 3 things. First is to create the conditions for which the National Committee of Dr. Shat and the Palestinian Technical Committee is able to go into Gaza and take control of governance there. Now, for that to happen, it requires, of course, some conditions to be met. One is that we need to understand exactly what they're going to be taking over in Gaza in terms of the institutions, what is there, the people, the civil service. Secondly, it requires that the ceasefire not be violated by anyone. And thirdly, of course, it requires that we have some financing as of today, because we need to show people that as soon as the committee is in, they're able to help the difficulties that they face on a daily basis right now. The second track is the process of making sure that all militant groups in Gaza are disbanded and weapons decommissioned in order to be able to allow for the Gaza Strip to be reunited in one. Because now Gaza is split. Right. You have one Gaza, a yellow line, and a second Gaza. And the longer this situation persists, the more difficult it will become to see Israeli withdrawal as well. And to get the Israeli withdrawal, we need civil governance in Gaza, we need the decommissioning of weapons. So I think these are the two main areas where we will focus. And thirdly, of course, is the creation of the International Stabilization Force.
So why Mr. Shat has not been able to go there? Is it because the circumstances on the ground is not ready yet? Is that the reason he is unable to enter with his team?
No, it's not that he hasn't been unable to enter. It's because we need to prepare things for him to be able to enter in an appropriate way. You saw today was the first time that we have the financial commitments made. We begin the process of recruitment for the new Palestinian security force. We have agreements with Egypt that we put in place. We started these discussions. This is not a one government leaves and another government comes in. It's far more complicated than that. So that's why we need to make sure that the process is well prepared and done in a timely manner.
As you know, the UN estimating that Gaza needs $70 billion to something like this figure to be reconstructed. We're talking about 17 billion today. Maybe the number will go later in Norway or elsewhere. But are you confident that donor countries will send this money for reconstruction in a short period of time for Gaza people to see the effects on the ground?
What I want to see is donors to send money now so that we can relieve the suffering of the people in Gaza. The reconstruction of Gaza needs to be done in a different way, because what has been done in the past until now is that one country builds a hospital, another country builds a school, but really the conditions are always very difficult for people. What we need is a new plan for how to really redevelop Gaza, if you wish, in a way that it allows the Palestinian economy of Gaza to flourish, and it allows people to have, not just some normalcy, but have a normal life. And for this, we need a very different approach in how reconstruction will be done in Gaza than what has been done in the past. I think, we will get to that stage, but now we're at the stage, the first phase, if you wish, which is really the humanitarian situation, the emergency needs that are necessary, and the institution of governance, so that we can get to this point which I spoke about earlier, where Israel withdraws and you have one Gaza. Because what reconstruction can you do unless you have one Gaza? Everything you do until then is temporary.
Just one final question, because you have to go. About the UNRWA, the Israelis and the U.S. has been putting them aside. They don't want them to take any part in Gaza. Is the UN able to do something similar to the structure of UNRWA or reinstate UNRWA as a major donor for Palestinian?
I know the UN very well, I think, and I'm convinced that there are a number of very, very good agencies within the United Nations system who have been critical to Gaza and who will continue to work forward. We've had very good meetings in the last few weeks with UNDP, with UNOPS, with the World Health Organization, with Food Programme, many, many others. And their work has been critical in sustaining Gaza's in the past. But what we now want is a partnership that actually helps build a new Gaza. A Gaza in which doesn't need humanitarian aid constantly. A Gaza that is not a drain on international donors for years and years. Because, with all due respect, I've been to Gaza many, many times. I know the whole strip quite well. And I know the entrepreneurial spirit of the people there. notwithstanding the occupation or Hamas or war or destruction. These people are the driving engine of the Palestinian economy. Why should we keep them on humanitarian aid and not give them the opportunity to thrive?
I'm happy to put my neck on the line now. I think West Ham will stay up.
Momentum.
I'd love to see Tottenham go down.
And straight from the off.
And I don't want Arsenal to win the league.
Football's supposed to be like music. Music brings the whole world together.
Yeah.
It depends what you like. Why are we bringing race into football when it's not doesn't need to be there?
Right, we're back. This is the Dressing Room Podcast, Football Without the Filter. And we drop every Tuesday morning. I'm Joe Cole, and as always, I'm joined by my good friends Carlton Cole and Wayne Bridge. How are we, chaps?
Yeah, we're good.
Mate,
Good to be back, mate.
Yeah, it's good. It's
You know
great.
what I mean?
Back, baby.
It's great to be back, and we'll get on to the brilliant weekend's football. But we have to address. We need to. It's important we address. You know, the incident in Portugal with Vinicius, and also again this weekend 4 Premier League players racially abused online. Right, let's start in Benfica with the incident with Prestiani and Vinicius. It is alleged and it's under investigation, so we have to say that. But it was just an ugly scene, wasn't it?
Yeah, one that it doesn't seem to go away, does it? Like I thought we're past this. We're in 2026, and we're still having these type of problems. Like, look. Racism definitely on the terraces, I think, has improved. I think culturally, people are starting to accept one another.
Yeah.
But as I've said this before, I think in football, it's its own ecosystem, and it's an example to how to be in the world, because a lot of people have eyes on it. And I don't understand why a player, and I've never got it, another player will be racially abuse another player, pro. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit weird for me. I look at it, I think, that's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. And listen, it is alleged, but why do you feel to cover your mouth if you was going to say something nice? Do you know what I mean? Like, you've said something that you're not supposed to say. That's why you've covered your mouth. Now you've left the door open for people to speculate what you said, and now then you've got other Real Madrid players saying, "Yeah, he said it. He said it," because you've let that happen. So you was a coward in the first place. Because if you got anything to say it with your chest.
Yeah.
And I know it's a high octane scenario, and everyone's unhappy about this situation, and you do things in certain situations where you're probably not supposed to do because of high pressure. But then what signal is it going to send to people that actually are abused on a daily basis? They're going to be upset by it, even if you might not have said it, because you covered your mouth. Everyone thinks you said it now.
That's what I said afterwards. And it's why it's under investigation, because ultimately he's covered his mouth, which I said at the time was a coward move, like you said. You know, if you've got something to say, you stand by it. And that's the reason it's going into under investigation, because it's going to be, obviously, the Real Madrid players' word against the Benfica players. And I suggested after the game, the only way to deal with this now is anytime there's an altercation and there's a player covering his mouth, you're going to get dealt with as if you said the worst possible thing, you know, to that person. So I think that's the way that we're trying to find solutions for it from UEFA's standpoint. From the societal role, right, what you said, there's certain countries which are behind, I feel, because we've all grown up multicultural, and then we know. It's this country does it is. Listen, it's not perfect. I'm not saying that. You know, there is.
Yeah,
you can never. If you get 100 people in a room, some people are going to be morons, and if you get to a certain age and you haven't quite worked out that, regardless of the colour of your skin, You know, it's the person who's underneath, and they can be a good person, they can be a bad person, an angry person.
Yeah,
you know,
it doesn't
all
matter.
of these things. It doesn't matter. But I think there's certain places in the world where they're not as. And when you have an incident like that, it sparks what we saw in the stadium.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And we have to have an opportunity as as human beings. You know, it's about
Lead by
bringing
example.
the people together. And just, you know, the kid, if he said that, educate the kid.
Yeah.
Don't. You know, he needs to be dealt with, and there needs to be punishment if that thing happen. But it's about bringing people together, you know, and learning.
It could have been dealt with properly. Better than it has been.
It's a world problem. It's everywhere, which is really sad. But what's even sadder, like when you say cowardly, well, it is really, isn't it? When I look at sport these days, and when I go and watch some of the kids' football, you know, like if a player annoys you. It's like there's people who are inside think I've got to say something to hurt him here.
Yeah.
I've got to do something.
Yeah.
I've got to do something back. And I think what we need to realise as well is it's like it's just as harmful people saying stuff and it's turning around and punching someone. If anything, it could be a little bit worse because you don't realise what it does to them
mentally,
internally and mentally.
Yeah.
But I think it's a problem that people, for instance, whether he said it or done, but how he's dealt with, if he said it and he's come out and he apologises to it and he is remorseful about it, he's probably going to get a bit more love from people from owning up and saying I said it if he has said it, and hopefully that has then a knock-on effect for other people knowing it's the wrong thing to do.
Yeah.
But something has to be done.
Yeah. Well, it is alleged as well. So he's hiding behind that he didn't say it, but another 5 players said they heard him say it. So it's their word against his. Plus, afterwards, we got to understand how it was, how it's dealt with. Yeah. That's the main part, how it's dealt with and how you're going to own up to. If you said something, what did you say? Yeah. If you're saying you didn't say that, what did you say? And he's saying that you misheard. Tell the world what you said then.
Yeah.
Come out and say, so we can see it for what it is. Okay, he said that. It might sound like this. It might. Let us try and make an excuse for you. But you're saying you didn't say it, and you're not even telling the world what you said.
Yeah.
So we can speculate all we want now, and then it's going to get worse for you.
Also, the fans, like they're going to have to be dealt with as well if you want to kick it out.
Yeah.
Because it will hopefully stop people doing it in the stadiums. But people just need to
chill out,
learn a lesson, and just you know whether it's you were taught it in school or you know. I think it's mad that you even have to be taught it.
Yeah.
I think it's mad that a colour comes into it or where you're from comes into it. It blows my mind.
Yeah, it does. Well, listen, like you said, there's you're right. Kids don't see it. Do you know what I mean? And then society changes them as they get older, and then they. But ultimately, this is an opportunity for everyone involved in this thing to come together. Maybe someone put their hands up and go, this is what I said and it's wrong. And then what a lesson for all the people out there. You know, the Benfica fans, all the sports fans around the world. We're not going to tolerate this. You know, but Company said it. But if the player holds his hands up and says sorry, we're also not going to ostracise that player because we've all got one planet, we've all got to live on it, we've all got to get on. And anything in the world now that brings us all together, I'm all for. Do you know what I mean? And we got to live.
Football's supposed to be like music.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Music brings the whole world together. It depends what you like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But why are we bringing race into football when it's not? Doesn't need to be there.
Yeah.
You're making it like that.
Yeah.
Is he a good player or not? He might be annoying, but he might have celebrated something a way that you didn't like. But there's no need to abuse him because of the skin of his colour, his tone of his colour, or anything like that. Yeah. It's nonsense.
Yeah.
Football needs to do better, and I think we can stand for something here.
Coley, you're right. Football needs to do better.
Yeah.
Another at the weekend, 4 more players, Premier League players abused online. You know, but what we do need to remember is football is a beautiful game that brings people together and can bring unity and something that we can move forward.
Yeah, you're right, Coley. I think, listen, we need to move on to this, but it's such a lovely game, a beautiful game, and it's just a bit hard when you do see this type of stuff still happening in our game, the game that we love. And I hope we can do right by the players and by the fans as well, because the fans, not all fans are like that. And I think right now we're in a tipping point where things are changing. And once we get to this point now, I think we've got to make a difference. And the way we talk to each other, the way we embrace each other, and the way we treat each other in stadiums, it all needs to change. But I think we're getting there, and this is just it's a reminder that we need to do better.
Let's get on to the football now.
Yes.
The beautiful weekend that we just saw.
Brilliant.
Some beautiful football.
Week, actually.
Yeah, brilliant football. We're going to go straight away to the North London derby.
Oh, mate. What's
The shenanigans that were going on. First of all, like, me coming from Kentish Town, I've got Spurs fans who are at the game.
Oh, you claimed that there?
Arsenal fans were at the game, right? So this is just like, it was beautiful, right? So my pal's gone to the game, right? And this is what football can do to you, right? It's about getting people fired up, right? I've got the group chat's popping off. He's at the game. Ozzy, we give him a shout out. He's got his tickets, right? He's going, you get on this, lads. Look, get on the seats I've bought, right? So he's showing me seats, right? He's got the seats. He's like, there, bang. You know, and I turn around and it's the Arsenal fans there, right? And he's going, I can do without this. About 30 minutes later, when they scored, he's videoing them going, you mug. This is a normal guy, and he's looking over at him. He's going, see you lot. I'll give it.
Do you?
I'm like, listen, and I'm like, if that invisible line weren't there,
you ain't doing that at all. But it's hilarious.
He said when they went from the 3-1 and 4-1, he said I had to just.
I'd have to leave.
He said I just couldn't even engage. I turned my back to him.
He had the blinkers on like them horses.
He said, I did not speak to the geezer for 30 minutes. He said, what a game. And like, it's one of them watching it as Chelsea and West Ham. It's like, Tottenham could get sucked in.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So you want that to happen.
Yeah.
And also Arsenal, you know.
You want to see bottling.
You like to see them make,
You
make them a little bit nervous.
It's something to talk about for us anyway.
So we're watching it, and it was actually, he had a little bit about the game. What did you think of it, Bridgie?
They were just too good for them, weren't they?
Yeah.
Just too good. And like I said, it's a hard one to call, like, who you want to win, or because I'd love to see Tottenham go down.
Yeah.
And I
straight from the off.
And I don't want Arsenal to win the league.
Oh, it's true.
So for me, it was just like,
which one? Using
a draw would have been nice. You know what I mean? But I think Tottenham, like they're in amongst it, but I can't see him going down.
Yeah, but why not?
Why?
I look at that team.
I don't know. I know.
But you can see West Ham going down.
I don't want him to.
Why can't you just... No, hold on a minute. We need to get something straight.
I want the Spurs to go down. I want West Ham to stay up. There you go.
Yeah.
I want it.
That's it.
That's what I want.
That's the good thing about this podcast.
That's what you prefer.
So it was a step in the right direction for that.
Okay,
that's what
cool.
I will say.
Yeah. Fair enough.
That club, I can't put my finger on what it is.
For me, Arsenal can't win the league. I'm saying it here. I'm not hating on you.
What do you mean they can't? You don't think they will?
No, I think they might.
It's in City's hands, you could say.
It's in both of their hands.
It's in both their hands, but if City win every game,
the reason why, listen, for me,
and the same for Arsenal.
Yeah,
they've got to play each other.
Listen, but I live in London.
Yeah.
I can't have another London team winning the league.
Yeah.
Like, you got to understand, this is it's close proximity.
Yeah.
Like, it's too in your face. I've been seeing Arsenal shirts in South London. Yeah. All of a sudden.
Really?
Mate, I seen a guy jogging down the road in South. Yeah. I'm thinking, mate, you lot weren't out like 2-3 years ago. Now you're all buying Arsenal shirts.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? They're full-grown men, not kids. They've all got Arsenal shirts on now, bro. Oh, mate, it's getting ridiculous.
The bottlers have come out a lot over the last week or so. The bottlers shout.
The bottlers shout.
So they've answered it.
There you go.
Should we just get an Arsenal bottles made? If they don't win it, we've got to get bottles made up of Arsenal written across it, mate.
Right.
But do you know what I mean? They've answered, but it's against Tottenham. Do you know what I mean?
Well, you put an asterisk on it. That's hard. That must be harsh for Tottenham fans to hear.
It is.
He said
there's one over there.
Game,
there's one in the room.
You say that Man City went there and drew. Do you know what I mean? So they went over there, and this is more of a high intensity game. But look, one thing I've got to say about Spurs, they're in a bad way injury wise as well. They've got loads of injuries.
Well, that's just never ending for them. I feel like it's every season we talk about
someone's got
injury problems.
So they've got something like the medical team's got someone to answer to now.
Did you see Igor Tudor's comments after the game? He does the same thing what every manager does when he comes in. We need to be fitter. We need to run more. I'm not necessarily sure because I think the players. I think they must have been running into the ground.
I'm like, were you with Jolien? I think you were Jolien speaking, and it was about these younger players and how they get rested and stuff. Whereas Jolien speaks more like me. I'm like, no, you train hard for your body to be conditioned. Like I used to hate going away.
Talk about going to the red zone and it's the sports science.
Training at Chelsea when we were there, it was intense, wasn't it? You felt like you had a training session. You'd go away with England and I'd be like, mate, we ain't done anything. Just sit around eating and do like a little training session that you don't get nothing out of it. I think you have to. So I don't know. That's Tottenham. They doing enough, not doing enough.
Only sports scientists around. Like
I think it's more than that.
Get rid of them.
I think it's more. I think it's no. It's nothing to do. I think
too much.
They're making the players soft. Yeah, they're making the players soft because the players use it as a tool to get out of training.
Really?
Of course they do. I would.
I would. Remember Ranieri?
If I was lazy, I'll do that.
Like you'd be told you're not training.
I'll be like, bingo.
No, I want to train. I feel good. Let me train. They go, no, you need to rest.
I remember that.
No, I need to do something.
Yeah.
And you'd be home doing what?
Nothing.
No, you wouldn't.
No.
I'd
go to the gym.
I'd
go to the gym at the thingy, but I wouldn't go home and train. I'd go to the gym.
Okay.
Like, I'd always go to the gym before training.
Do you remember the old DVD players?
Yeah.
Like I've come into training. And I'll be like, I think I'm the first one in. Like I'm eating with scrambled egg or something, and I go down to the gym, and it's him like Lance Armstrong, who's sweating with a little DVD player like that. And I look at it and I go, "Oh, what you warming up, geez?" He's done like 45 minutes at like RPM.
This is what he does.
Stupid.
When we go to his house, look when we go to his house.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, we went to Sam Palmer's house.
Yeah,
it was good. He was in Sam Palmer's gym before him.
Yeah.
I think it is because I love food. Because I love food so much.
I don't know how he let himself in. Yeah, to Sam Palmer's house. He was downstairs in his gym before Sam. Yeah.
What about these things?
Waiting for him.
What about this? Right? Because he gets proper angry, right, when you don't train properly.
I know.
And he went. And we ain't done enough. We'd done a little circuit, and I was blowing. I was questioning. I walked down to your garden, and you come out trying to speak to me, and I thought, just leave me alone. Right. I had the lactic acid building up.
I remember that.
He's gone, one more thing. I thought, if you don't do one more thing, he's going to be annoying all day, right? So we went, should we just throw this medicine ball, right?
Yeah.
And I've gone to pick it up, and I thought he's nailed it. I thought he's nailed it. This is a joke. He's nailed it to the floor. Right? So I'm like, and he's like, just like a machine, just picking this thing
like you were
saying.
No, it's not that I'm not. It's not that I'm. It's not crazy.
It is.
The workout wasn't that bad.
It is.
It's like you've come to have a workout, right? So we're going to work out.
Yeah, but there's
you two, and Sam. What you do is you do one exercise and you start chatting to each other.
Social.
And it's like, yes, it's a social event for you.
It's supposed to be social.
We'll have the social bit afterwards. We're here to train.
Can we?
How have we even got onto this anyway?
Because you're anyway.
That's podcast with ADHD. Podcast with ADHD.
Yeah,
right, let's get back onto North London Derby because we talked about the actual game. We've got to give a proper big up to Eberici Eze.
Oh mate, he scored 5 goals in
5 goals,
2 games.
And this geezer nearly signed for Spurs.
Oh,
he had the shirt ready to go.
Oh.
Yeah.
But when you talk about Spurs. No, I've got one more thing to say about them. Sorry.
Yeah.
They've got a problem mentally. They don't understand how not to be losers. Something's in their blood over there. It's in the waters.
Yeah.
Like they get so disappointed so quickly. Yeah, and then once they never come back. The only time I saw them show a bit of fight was against Man City.
Yeah.
And this is in the last 2-3 years. I've not seen anything else to say. So I think they've got a problem mentally,
culturally
maybe. Yeah. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
They're losers.
They're good at losing. You're saying.
I'll tell you what, we've just lost. We've just lost some listeners there.
No, but I think they need to change something there. And I think how they do it is take certain influential players out of the dressing room. So they have to sell. They're gonna have to sell a few players. That I saw a clip on Van der Ven, yeah, and Igor Tudor was saying, "Listen, I want you to push up high," and then he was saying, "Nah, I ain't."
Yeah, let's bang
he
out.
said, "Nah." So this is what I'm saying. This is the type of people they are. They're like, "Nah, I'm not listening to the gaffer. You're not here for that long." So, but he's trying to save you. Listen to him. Do what he says, but you think you know better. That's the problem at Spurs at the moment, I think, anyway. Culturally, they need to get off their high horse and start learning the game and understanding that the manager knows best.
Yeah, I agree with you, mate. So, bad day for Spurs.
Yeah.
Brilliant day for Arsenal. The title race is back on.
Yeah.
I'm just happy that we got a title. Like, honestly, I'm just happy we got a title race. And from one title rival to another, we're going to go Manchester City. I covered the game. I love going up to that stadium. Really good place to watch football. One of your old clubs, Bridgie. What did you make of them?
Do you know what? Well, they were good. But Haaland was great.
Yes,
really good. You know, at one point he was heading out of his own box. And he's bringing people into the game. Like he was really good. But I got a feeling, and I pep talk about it afterwards. The way they celebrated, the way it felt, and the fans. I think there's actually a feeling. That they're going to do it.
Momentum.
I think they've got that feeling. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
They've been there before.
Can I give you a stat from the game? Haaland touched the ball more times in the Premier League than he had done in any other game.
Is it?
And didn't score. Yeah, he was brilliant. And you're right, because I've covered the game.
For the goal?
He got an assist.
Got an assist, yeah.
He's now got the most goal
involvements
involvements by a country mile of any other player. When you watch him live, he is like a different species of footballer.
Yeah.
He is, mate.
What type
Poor
of
Dan
species?
Burn.
What
Poor
we
Dan Burn. You know when you look at someone's face, and Dan Burn's a good footballer, by the way. Because
I saw him had them in a headlock.
Mate, I saw Dan Burn after 15, 20 minutes. And
he bullied him a couple
do you know
of
what he looked like? You know, like, yeah. And listen,
Dan Burn, yeah.
Dan Burn is a very good player, and a bit, you know, massive respect. But he was like,
worried.
How do I deal with this geezer? And he had a go, but he was just brilliant, Haaland. And you're right, late on in the game, you know, Man City, they wasn't flowing at their best, but they were better than Newcastle. Then Newcastle come into it, and you've got to give them credit, Eddie Howe and his boys. But what they done so really well, Man City, and Haaland led it, was dealing with crosses from the box. At one point, Haaland chased Anthony Gordon down into the corner. And
fighting for his cause. He wants to win the league.
Yeah.
He wants to win the league.
I've never seen a player like him. I'm not going to lie. I think he's incredible.
Another one, O'Reilly, mate.
Yeah.
He can play anywhere.
I haven't seen. O'Reilly's a really good player, young player as well.
Oh, mate,
I've never seen Haaland live. I don't think.
Really?
Not live.
Yes, it's real.
Do you know what?
It's real. He said it's real.
It's so different watching someone on telly and watching live. Because I remember the first time I see Phil Foden, I was just like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Like, it's so different watching him live. You can just see it.
Yeah.
The power,
the quality,
strength, passing, speed of pass,
first
touch, everything.
Yeah, he's
just different in real life.
Would you be able to cope with these players defensively?
Of course he would have.
Look, it's so easy to say yes.
But do you rate yourself that highly? It's just like,
yeah, but it's such a different game these days.
You talk about the tackling and the challenge.
Yeah, it's just different game.
It's not physical enough.
Yeah, do you know, like now it's some of the yellow cards. Oh my god, I'm like, that's a yellow card. I'm like, as a fullback, I'll be going into a game thinking, oh my god, don't get sent off today.
Is it? Yeah.
That's how I'm watching it. I'm not in it playing it, so I don't know. But looking at it, I'd be like.
Well, that's why I say.
You get 2 yellow cards easy these days.
You see, like when we do these these comparisons with different generations of footballers, and you say, "Oh, he's better than him," or "He scored more goals than him," or the game's changed so much, even from the days we were playing.
Yeah,
it's hard to compare different types of strikers for different types.
It's impossible to compare.
Yeah, because the defending's different. The rules are different.
The pitch is different.
The pitch is different.
The ball's different. The boots are different.
Everything's different.
Training's different.
So like us lot, we were coached to play in our era. Now, when you take us out of this era and put us in this era, I don't think we'll be able to survive. But if we was coached in this era, we'd be able to, because we're athletes, we could do it. But it's just totally different eras that you're trying to put a player into and say he's better than him. He's better. I think it's unfair when you do that.
Yeah, do you know, just quickly going on about O'Reilly. Just don't keep it on
Good
him because
player.
he's a
He used to be a centre midfielder.
Mate, he played midfield at the weekend and scored 2.
He started off in midfield, and
he's played
and then
all his life in
and then he
midfield.
went,
Pep just said you're playing left back.
yeah.
But you got to get in where you can get in.
Yeah, you got another James Mill, mate.
Yeah.
As a young player, you have to get in where. Listen, my son, for instance, right?
Yeah.
He's played left back.
Yeah.
Like for the last 4 or 5 years now.
Yeah.
He's about to get his pro, right?
Yeah.
They put him in the 21s.
Right.
First game in the 21s, he's playing right wing.
No way.
Do you know what I mean?
Furthest possible.
Furthest play. But he done well.
Did he?
He done well. And this is the thing when you're saying about players, like when you've got no pressure in a position, you actually come out your shell and show that you actually a good footballer first before you play the position. So I can play.
You
know what I mean?
You know you're a player when you go left back, midfield.
You go further up the pitch.
He's like number 10, whereas I went left wing, centre forward, number 10 left back.
Get him out of the way.
So good.
No one else is left back. No one else can do it.
We go 2 off piece.
No one wants to do it.
No, yeah.
Go on.
I want to go one more off
Back to
piece.
City.
I want to make
go
a
on.
point. One more off piece for the Man City game because I did it right.
Yeah.
The referees, right?
Oh,
What's happening to the referees? Like they look
They're
like,
lazy.
No. Like the tight tops, the muscles.
Oh, they're not lazy. They're going gym.
I'm looking at this geezer. This geezer looked like he was an MMA fighter, a Ryman. He's definitely got his missus top on. Big, like he had the dye on his beard.
Oh, they're having themselves now, aren't they? That's what I'm trying to say.
I
They're all
remember
having
David
themselves.
Ellery. They looked like a headmaster, like
Right.
Mr. Burns.
Right.
That's the referees that I remember. These guys, they look like they're like in a boy band or something. No, sort yourselves out,
Mate,
refs.
no, I'm not sorting. They're getting better.
Nah.
What one's going to look better than you now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This geezer was wham. He was just there. Anyway, we're moving on.
City, though. Here we go. City. Who would you rather be now?
Go on.
Arsenal or City? Would you rather have the points and be Arsenal?
It's the City game, the games at the Etihad, right? I prefer to be City.
Yeah,
of course.
I would as well.
And they've been in this position chasing the pack.
Yeah.
Arsenal's been in the position bottling it.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
they got PTSD.
We need to get water bottles made up for the show.
Mate, Arsenal have PTSD. That's why their fans are getting shaky right now, getting a bit touchy because we're giving them a little bit. You know what I mean? There's like, they're all coming up with these stats and facts. Bro, just relax, innit? If you're going to win the league, you're going to win the league. If you're not, we've got something to talk about next season.
I know. That is funny, though. I we'll move on in a minute, but there's some Arsenal fans I know. There's one of the school dads, right? Every like you just, all right, Arsenal, and he's been like really excited the next few years. Like nowadays, he's got the memo. He's like, yep. 11 games to go. We're just going to concentrate. No, mate, you're not a player. You think you can get excited?
No.
They don't even want to.
They don't want to engage with it because they've been disappointed so many times.
See, I'm that person. I wouldn't celebrate until it's done. Not during the middle game. I'm not giving people stick because you know what can happen. I'd rather.
There's loads of them out there. My mate, Swifty. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's unbearable.
Really?
Unbearable. He asked me to go pub the other day. I declined.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not doing it because you're just going to hear his nonsense about him winning the league. So let's move on.
Right. Talking of pubs, Pep Guardiola said he would like his players to enjoy some cocktails. It's an interesting.
What for?
No, he said
to unwind and relax.
Yeah, he said
after the game.
Yeah.
Just enjoy the moment.
Just enjoy the moment. Go and have some cocktails.
Enjoy Arsenal
decent. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Yes, Pep.
I think it's a good
I'd have
era
been first
to
in
do
the
it.
bar.
Yeah.
I'd have been making them. What do you want?
Tom Cruise cocktail.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, why not?
I think it's a strange he's been here long enough to know that you don't go for a few beers, lads, but go for the cocktails.
I think it's a different era, though. The drinking culture's not as big. I think saying it back
don't say
then is
cocktail.
very different to saying it now.
You don't say cocktails.
Can you imagine?
No, okay.
Imagine like
Cocktails.
Sam Allardyce.
I like a cocktail, mate.
Imagine,
but no one says that. I'm going out for a few cocktails. No, bro. Leave that for the women. That's not what we do. Cocktails.
I don't mind a little spicy marg. So do you, by the way.
Pina colada.
I'm giving it. I'm a geezer. I do like cocktails.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I don't mind a rum punch.
Spicy margaritas.
Rum punch is nice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'll have a rum punch.
Mezcal and ginger ale is my drink at the moment.
Mezcal, that's
I'm
the
obsessed
key,
with it. Like anyone's going to Mexico, I'm saying they're bringing me back bottles. I love it.
Him saying it as well. I think the day we're in at the moment in football, I think they go out and it's not going to be crazy.
Yeah.
Whereas if back in the day when there was a drinking culture,
No.
Can I
just say, do you know bullfighting? When the ball, if a manager said that to him, it's the ball's coming out the trap.
Mate. that red mist.
No, there's an exaggeration going on here. I was never that bad.
What? I beg your pardon.
We had a belting one the other day. We were talking about your goal against Arsenal in the Champions League.
Yeah.
And you ended up. Was you? Can we talk? We might have to cut this out. I don't know. Kipping in the club.
Yeah, but that was all right. Basically, I was a bit drunk, but it was one of them things that after the game, it was. Bridges, there was loads of Chelsea fans. They all just kept giving me shots, and I just passed out.
You don't have to take them. You don't have to take the shots.
Oh, mate, I was just on a high, wasn't I? But I went from hero to zero very quick, mate. Very, very quick.
What was the zero looking like?
Well, they covered me in pillows and forgot about me.
He popped up with a cleaner in the morning. Imagine the geezers watching the Champions League the night before.
I'll tell you what, I made it to training though.
Did you?
Yeah.
The geezers watching the Champions League. He scored like the biggest goal in Chelsea's history, and he's just popping up from under a China White under some pillows.
Yeah. Not my brightest idea.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Mate, this we're making us smile.
Oh, mate.
Anyway,
so
let's break this down.
Let's break this down because
Right,
the cocktails. Okay. Yeah. So what?
We're in the group chat.
You got any ideas for a cocktail for Man City players?
A Man City teeny.
Man City teeny.
I'll come out with the best one. Donna Rum Punch.
Donna Rum Punch. Yeah,
that's a good one.
That is good.
And there was another one I come up with, but I don't know if I can say it. Looks alright on paper. Is it Rodrito?
Rodrito, yeah, decent.
That's right, it's not too bad.
If anyone wants to...
I was struggling after that, to be honest.
Yeah. I said a Grand Haaland Rise.
Yeah,
I like that.
That's all right.
That sounds...
Yeah, but I don't know what's in it.
Yeah.
Tequila Sunrise, isn't it?
Tequila Sunrise. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
what else have we got? A Sky Blue Lagoon.
Sky Blue Lagoon, yeah.
That's a decent one, isn't it? But I do like the Donna Rum Punch. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
You won. Makes sense as well.
That one.
You won there. You won there.
I think they might do one in the Man City bar, isn't it? Donna Rum Punch. Come to us.
Yeah. If you think you can do better, email us in. Coley, you got the email address.
hellodressingroom@gmail.com.
Moving on from that, someone who I don't think has many cocktails, and that's why he's still playing. And it's an amazing achievement, and he needs to get his flowers. James Milner broke the record, 40 years of age, 654 Premier League games. It's incredible.
Blimey.
You played with him, Bridgie, right?
Yeah, great lad.
Yeah, I've only played with him for England, and it sort of crossed over a bit. Great lad.
Great lad, and I think any kid growing up, I think he's one of them pros you just got to look at and go, I should be like that. Not like me, because otherwise you'd be sat in the studio while he's still out playing, basically.
Yeah.
Mate, he lived the life.
Yeah.
Lived the life.
No, you lived the life.
Let's
get one thing straight here. Yeah. He lived professionally.
I like to think I was professional while I was there, but some off-field stuff I probably could have been a bit more professional, whereas he was just... Yeah, he's one of them people that
he's tea and biscuits.
If you miss his,
I don't even think he has.
It's tea and biscuits.
He has the tea.
Yeah,
just tea, not biscuits.
Yeah.
He eats well, mate. He's like chiseled like Bruce Lee. Like he lived everything right, work rate. Like
it's perfect.
He if your daughter brought him home, you'd be happy.
He's your son-in-law, right?
Yeah.
He's one of them.
I wouldn't, man.
Yeah.
Would you rather have me?
Yeah, I'd rather have you. More exciting. You know what I mean? Tea and biscuits.
I'm
not having it.
He's one of the guys. I can't think of any other player.
Ashley Young.
Ashley Young's up there as well.
He's up there as well.
Yeah.
Gareth Barry.
Yeah. They're all in the list.
I mean, like Gareth can enjoy a beer as well. I mean, strictly just lived the life, clean.
How do you know?
Let's just celebrate.
James doesn't he have a beer or anything like that? No. It's teetotal.
Yeah.
Blimey, that's boring life, isn't it?
Well,
no, mate, he ain't having a boring life at the moment. He's still running around playing football.
That's true.
That's boring.
I mean, yeah.
When you're 40, you're still running in the Premier League. That's boring, mate. But listen, I take my. That's just what he wants to do. That's what he wants to get out of his life. But it seemed like with me, I wanted to enjoy being a footballer too, and what it came with off the field. And it does shorten your career, definitely.
I've seen your knees.
I know, you've seen my knees, but at the same time, I can say I enjoyed my life.
Yeah.
And we all do it in different ways. That's what rocked my boat. That's what rocks his boat.
Yeah.
Your boat rocks in a different way. But James Milner wanted to be the model professional, and he's got it.
Yeah.
And listen, kudos to him.
I can't see many people beating it.
No, I don't see anybody beating it.
Did you know what? I think there will be. Because the way football is now, that they're starting so young. They're starting at his age, 16 years old.
Someone like Jordan Pickford.
Yeah, goalies don't count.
To be fair,
they should have a record already. Oh, J-Mo's up there. He must be up there, J-Mo.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree. There needs to be an asterisk if you're a goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Why?
They'd be fuming with that. Any goalie's going to be fuming with that.
No. I know they've got their own little goalkeeping union, but at the same time, they're still professional footballers.
Yeah, they are.
And I just don't like the way you just
they're
discredit
professional
them.
goalkeepers.
Don't discredit them, man. They're proper.
Okay. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
I hate him. Really?
You know what? He's so good at getting the knife out and just twisting.
I'm provoking.
Okay. Fair play to James Milner.
Yeah.
It's an amazing achievement. I hope he keeps playing on for as long as he wants to. And
well
we
done,
move.
mate.
We
Brilliant.
move. Right, we're going to try a few new features, and one of them is going to be called Carlton's Away Days, because you travel here, there, and everywhere, being loans manager.
Yeah.
And you've had an interesting one this week.
Yeah. So I went to Germany.
Yeah. What's it funny? You can't say Germany.
Because I went on my own, didn't it? Like, you know me. Like, I'm not organised. I'm not organised.
Basically, Carlton struggles to even get on a flight with a passport, mate. He gets to the airport and he's got on his passport.
Right. So anywhere in England, I'm fine. This was a trip abroad.
Okay.
Right? So I've got to go and watch a player called Callum Marshall.
Striker.
Put him on loan to Bochum.
Good loan.
Bochum. Yeah, very good loan. It's in Bundesliga too. And look, I got, mate, it was stressful from the off, right? So obviously I get there, I can get on the plane, yeah? and the club secretary, Kim Montague, she knows me.
Right.
And she says, listen, you're going to stay at the airport. So you can't get lost. So we booked the Sheraton. I'm like, yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't know that Bochum, wasn't in Dusseldorf, because I've landed in Dusseldorf.
Right, okay.
Bochum, you got to get on a train, or you get an Uber.
Yeah.
So now I'm looking at club expenses. I'm trying to look after the club expenses. So I said, all right, I'm not going to go in an Uber.
Right, okay.
I'm going to get a train, go on a little bit of an adventure.
That's very good. I'd have got
I'm a club man.
Executive.
I'm a club man.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, I want to bring the cost low.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Anyway, I've got on the first train that I saw.
Right.
And it's taken me towards Bochum, but it's stopping at every stop. I'm like halfway, and I've stopped at, I think, every stop in Germany, right? Before I'm getting, and it should be only like a half an hour journey, but it's getting on to an hour now.
Yeah.
So I've got there. Then now I've got, once I get to Bochum, now I've got to find the stadium. Because I don't even know where the stadium is. Got there. Mate, it's ridiculous. I just said, you know what, I'm getting an Uber now.
Yeah.
Got on the Uber, got to the stadium, just made it in time for kickoff.
Yeah.
Watched the game. By the way, I've got to say, Bochum fans, unbelievable.
They're Germans.
They're proper. In Bundesliga 2, unbelievable stadium, lovely stadium.
Yeah.
The fans are unbelievable, great atmosphere.
Yeah.
I was like I was watching a Premier League game.
Really?
Yeah, it was wicked. Like, and then Nuremberg, so it's Bochum v Nuremberg. Nuremberg were in the corner. They had that tifo.
Tifo.
They had the tifo. They had everything going.
Yeah.
When they scored, like fireworks are going. It's going crazy. Great atmosphere. And like the fans are really welcoming because I was sitting with obviously the Bochum fans.
Yeah.
Really welcoming. Even offered me a beer pretzel as well.
Yeah.
So I had a pretzel. I had a pretzel. It's dry, man. It's dry. I was like, what do you enjoy this? Do you enjoy? I was like, I'm eating it. I'm thinking of fries. Where's the beer? I'm supposed to be working. I've got a beer in my hand. You need a beer with the pretzel anyway. So I spoke to the player. He played really well, by the way. I think he was man of the match for me.
Yeah.
Doing really well. Spoke to him after the game. And I wanted to take him out, but then I was like, I don't know where to go. He don't know where he's going.
Yeah.
So I was like, do you know what? I'm going back to the hotel. So I've gone back to got to the hotel, slept, woke up in the morning, had to go to the airport to go and get my plane. Got to the airport. Damn. Yeah. It was, what do you call it? It was...
the day before.
No. It was delayed. Because there was no straight flight going back. So I had to go to Zurich first, then on to London. But there was the delayed flight, so I would have missed my flight to go to London from Zurich. So I said, I called our secretary. I said, listen, book me another flight, a later one that's going to go at 5:15. So I said, all right, cool. And then they cancelled it. So now I've got to stay there. So I stayed there for 2 nights.
In the airport?
At the airport.
You had a pretzel, mate. I think you done all right.
Yeah, so I've had a mare getting back, but it was actually a good trip because I got to know a little bit of Germany. Yeah. And I've learned a bit of German. And I've learned a bit of German as well.
I bet you have.
And
the
football was good, though. The football was good.
The football was good. Right, so we're going to start a league table.
Yeah.
You're our very own Wish You Were Here.
Yeah.
Remember that show? Going over, Wish You Were Here for football.
No,
so
I don't
away
remember that.
days. You don't remember it?
When was that?
It was basically
1990s.
It was like a holiday show where they go and rated it. So
I'm
going to ask you to rate the fans of Bochum, the beer, and the food. So out of 10, let's start with the food. So the pretzel.
I had the pretzel. That's the traditional German food.
Yeah, and what we're saying,
or a bratwurst, they call it, the sausage. I didn't have that.
Oh, right, they're the best.
Yeah, I didn't have that. I didn't really fancy that. But I had the pretzel. Pretzel. This type of pretzel is like, you know, the pretzel that we get in England. It's like the little ones you get in the packets. That's what I know as pretzel.
Yeah.
This one was the big.
Yeah.
I've never had that.
Never seen it before.
No. So I was like, he bought me a pretzel. So let me rate it. I had sesame seeds on it.
Okay.
Yeah, bit of glazing.
All right. Ready, steady, cook.
I'm gonna give that. Yeah, I'll give that. I'll give that a 6.
I don't know why I'm writing it down.
I'll give it a 6 out. I'm gonna give it a 6
You were
out of 10.
slating it earlier, saying how dry it was. You need a beer to wash it down.
Is it? You sure?
I think that's what you're supposed to do. You need that beer. Yeah. So 6 out of 10.
Right,
but it
6 out of
tastes
10.
nice.
Okay.
The texture is dry, but that's where the beer comes in.
Okay. That's fair enough. And the beer, German beer, at the stadium, because people will be watching this. Maybe they might be thinking, "I fancy a Bochum game."
At Bochum, the beer was beering. Yeah, and I'd say I'm gonna give that. I don't even know what beer it was because it got given to me.
Right.
So got me a bit lively. So I'm gonna go 7 for that.
7. Okay. And the fans.
Fans unbelievable.
Really.
Yeah, really get behind their team.
Okay.
They love Callum Marshall as well.
Really?
So
Good.
that's gone up in my estimation. So I've got to give them an 8.
An 8. Okay.
Good. Yeah, 8.
That's a decent
By the way,
score.
did these fans get you these?
Yeah.
That's amazing,
mental,
isn't it?
Yeah, I'm the only black man in there, mate.
Did they know you were?
No.
So they just
saw me. They thought
because you were the
that
only
guy
black
needs a
guy in
beer.
there, they thought he needs a beer and a pretzel.
He needs a beer and a pretzel.
Hey,
that's what I'm saying. That's why I say that.
I like that place.
I like that place.
That's what I'm saying. I said we need to go.
We're gonna
They
go.
love us over there.
All right. Okay, we'll go. We won't take logistics. They love us.
Just bring vibes.
We won't take logistics from you, but we'll go.
No. As long as that part's organised.
What you been up to, Geese? Anything?
Mate, I've been on my own with the kids for
Yeah,
a while.
you have, haven't you?
And it's been half term. So a bit of skateboarding.
Yeah.
I'm
You're desperate to get me skateboarding. Every time you go,
I
you go
want you
like,
to go on, but I'm giving up, mate.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I've ripped my
Skateboarding,
best
though?
trousers.
You ripped your best
Yeah.
trousers.
You know,
Fall over.
I can't bend my knees that well, and Carter's just got too good.
Right.
So he's dropping
that's the main reason.
Yeah.
What? No.
His son's better than him now. His son's better than him now. That's why I stopped playing
It's
computer. I know the feeling. Like when my son stopped playing.
Like, if you ever stand on the top of a half pipe and you've got to drop in, one, you've got to have no fear.
Yeah.
and just go forward. And you've got to be able to bend your knees properly and have a bit of
Yeah.
cushioning. I'm just too stiff these days.
Yeah.
And you
And
think
mate, I just dropped it, went straight over the top, ripped my trousers. I went, this
and
ain't
you
for
think
me
you can
no
beat
more.
me at paddle?
I'll beat you at paddle. I'll beat you at
Geezer,
paddle.
you're having a laugh, mate. You can't even skateboard.
Other than that, that's a bit of skateboarding and kids football. That's ain't not a lot going on, mate.
Yeah.
What about you?
Me, I had the same thing, mate. The kids after term. I've been doing a lot.
You were skiing.
I was skiing. Yeah, my little girl needed to still do a filming for the had a similar experience to you, so we had to go and film for the GCSE. She said she does skiing, but she dropped it on me last week. Oh, Dad, I need to go and film these things. So I'm like, you've seen me ski. I can ski, but I'm not good enough to be filming someone. And so we went there.
Skiing, yeah.
It was lovely to spend time with my daughter, just us two. It was really beautiful. But the organisation was messed up, staying in the wrong place, and ended up I didn't book a car park underground. So I parked my car on the outside car park and not thought about it.
This is a reoccurrence thing with these two, right? They literally couldn't organise anything.
Listen.
That's why you're here.
You like it. Anyway, so I've gone. We checked out the hotel. We had a lovely time skiing. We really bonded. Everything was nice. I've got 3 hours to get to the airport, so I'm thinking I've cracked it here. Organisation. I've got plenty of time. A nice slow drive. I've got there. Got to the car park. I'll show you the picture. We'll put it up so people can see it. The geezer, I've gone, mate, what do I do here? To the fella, I went, how am I going to get out? He just went, hold on. He give me a spade and laughed. Laughed
So
at me.
you were proper snowed in?
Mate, you can see my car. Right, I'm thinking, someone's going to do it for me.
To be fair, if he was there, he would have dug out the wrong car.
I went, it's that one. Oh, mate.
Right, so listen. So I'm like, mate, I've got to get to the airport. And he's still laughing, this geezer.
Is he laughing at you?
He's laughing at me.
Oh,
He's going,
mate.
yeah, you better get started, sort of thing in French. And I've got to give me that, right? So then I'm digging out, right? And there's two geezers there. But they're like, I'm like, mate, have you got to get out today? He went, no, we knew. Like, we're going to do a little bit today and then put the things on. And they had tools for it. They had, like, things you put under your car.
The
They're
chain,
just me.
and then you got the chains go around the tyres.
Yeah, and none of that. I was just raw. So I was
I said I'm raw. Bareback it.
Took me top off like that. I got the tunes on because I thought I need to get in the zone here. I told her just go and have a cup of tea or something. I'll deal with this. And I'm got my t-shirt. I'm sweating. It took me 2 hours, mate. But I've never felt so manly in my life.
Mate, it took you 2 hours.
2 hours of sweat. My back.
Mate, you've never worked a day in your life, and this is what you're doing
that's true.
now.
That's true.
This is mad.
But we got
I'm so
to the
happy
flight
for
on
you.
time.
I'm so happy for you.
And logistics similar to yours.
Yeah.
Before we go, let's touch base on a few things from the Premier League, a few games from the Premier League. Sorry, and we start with all of our clubs. Chelsea. It was a really tough day, Bridgie. Like 1-1 at home to Burnley. My son actually went to the game for the first time by himself. Like,
Was it?
Yeah. So and he was fuming.
Was he?
But yeah, he said Chelsea were really, really poor. What did you make of it?
Oh, I didn't watch it because I was busy trying to get back. I'm not going to lie to you.
The sending off didn't help, obviously.
Yeah. What did you make of the
is-
sending off first?
I'll
From a
say-
defensive
I'll say
point of
this.
view.
So this is why I think it's so easy to get sent off, because I don't think the tackles. It's not that bad. I know, he's got on his foot, but it's not high. It's just he's got close to getting the ball. So that's it's harsh. But again, that's the law now, isn't it? I guess, but it's harsh. But
I'm more concerned with Bridgie. I'm more concerned with the fact that Chelsea should be able to dispatch Burnley at home with the players they've got. And
they should do.
1-0 up after 4 minutes. Wonderful bit of play. Neto, João Pedro, the players that the team can rely on. And then there was just this. It wasn't like Burnley were.
But
Burnley were making chances. Like that can't happen.
do you feel since I love Liam, but do you feel like he's come in? They've won games comfortably.
Liam's come in and his record's good since he's come in.
The record's good.
And he's come in.
But
And
have they won comfortably?
they've not-
Would you say they have?
I wouldn't say that there's they're not. I haven't seen Liam. He hasn't had enough time to implement his style.
Yeah.
So I think he's been smart and he's stuck with the sort of thing that Enzo did before him, because Chelsea are still sitting fourth, which is where I think is par for the course for the club at the moment. But you know what football's like. Good. 1-1 at home with Burnley, and the fans were sort of on the turn a little bit. They're not happy. Look, you can't lie. The fans are not happy with the way the clubs run, right? Then there's loads of fans. West Ham fans are probably the same. Tottenham fans are definitely the same. Manchester United fans, up until last few weeks. So you have to take that into consideration. So Liam's coming into the job, and Liam's got to manage up. So he would have a mandate, and whatever agreement he's got with the owners is the players, how they will make, how they will manage the club. I'm sure he would want to do it slightly different, because we all know him as a person and as a player. Like, I think that, and I've said it, and I'm a broken record, the team's crying out for experience, because you look at the fact that they've lost more, they're the most team that's lost points at home after, so that's one thing that can't.
It's experience.
They can't see a game out.
They can't see a game out. And discipline. So discipline and seeing out a game in different stages are the one things that come when you have experienced players and leaders. So they need that.
I don't think they have a strong core at the back.
Yeah.
There's no real.
They've changed the back four more than anyone else.
The thing about it, when I spoke to Axel Disasi, and he was talking about who he enjoyed, because he was obviously at Chelsea. He's at West Ham now on loan.
Doing great, by the way.
Doing brilliant.
Yeah.
And I got talking to him. He basically said that Thiago Silva, when he was there, was the voice of reason, like the big brother, the uncle.
Yeah.
And then when he left, that all kind of went, because there was no experience to lean on, so they're all leaning on each other, and they're not experienced enough to lean on each other, so they have to look at each other as we're all in this together. But they're gonna make mistakes, because they just need that guide that's been there, done it, knows how to get out of a situation, knows how to protect a lead. And you need to pay for that. You need to pay for that. And I know their policy is not to buy an experienced pro over a certain age, but I think these players, if you're going to have young players without the experience, you're going to need one or two that can be in that dressing room to try and guide them when they're not, when they're failing.
Yeah, culture setters.
Culture setters. Like, it's very, very important. And you've got to get the right characters as well that people respect. Now, Liam, you look at him, you think, he's trying to do that for them. Yeah. So, but he's got to manage. And he can't make everybody happy. Do you know what I mean? In that team. So now he's in a bit of a dilemma where he knows that he needs that, but how is he going to manage up to say, listen, we need... I know Liam thinks that as well. Because he's like the old school. Because he had it. He had someone to lean on when he was coming through. Do you know what I mean? So how do you try and steer that conversation with the owners and say, listen, I know the policy is this, but if you want to have stability and climb up, we need to get a few experienced pros in that will help the younger players.
It's the unseen, right, with Chelsea. It's because, they want to buy these players at this age, play them, improve them, and probably sell them, and then climb up slowly while building the business, right? So they're looking at it from data going, we signed Esteval at 18, 19, he plays 200 games for Chelsea, at 23 he's worth this, right? And there's data to back that up. So the people that run the football clubs they run businesses, and they'll go, right, boom, 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 right, that makes sense. But what they're missing is the sort of all the nuances and all in the dressing room and all of the and they'll go, well, we've got this coach, and this coach has improved this player and this player, but this coach may have improved this player and this player at this player at this club, which has got a more traditional set of experienced players within it. So it's like the numbers. There's more to football than just the numbers, and they need to understand that
it's a feeling.
That there's a feeling, and there's a culture that needs to be set. We talk about the culture of Tottenham being completely sideways. The culture at Chelsea for 20 years was success, win, success. It was chaos at times, but you knew what you was going.
Yeah.
Tottenham's down there, and now Chelsea, with the new ownership, have just slightly dropped down, and that's why the fans are going, what are we? What are we? And then you need that leadership from within the dressing room, because everything stems from there. Does that make sense?
No, it makes complete sense. But hopefully they do address that. 'Cause I know I know some of the staff at Chelsea, and they're good people.
Yeah,
they are
good people,
and I think they will get it right.
Yeah,
but they do need to take some advice from some people that know the game a little bit, and I know they do. They've done really well to get to where they are, but this experienced pro thing for me is the main thing for them at this moment in time.
Yeah. I bet you they listen to this. They might listen.
Nah,
they might
do.
listen
I'm not
to
naming no names, but I think they do. They listen to all of these.
Go, they're all the same old thing. The same old things. Professional. Senior players, but it's just the truth. You can't get away from the truth. That's what you need, and that's it.
They have a bit
trying
more
to reinvent
mental,
the wheel.
They have a bit more mental strength, I'd say. Senior players, which is what's needed with Chelsea. If you look at like the points they've dropped, is it becoming a thing now that they're worried that they're just gonna drop? It's just the mental strength.
And that would be a cultural thing.
Moving over from West London to East London, another one of our old clubs, West Ham. 2 points dropped, Coley?
I thought so.
Yeah.
I thought look, Bournemouth are a good outfit, but the form that West Ham are in at the moment, I thought, and I saw the chances, and some was gilt-edged. Should have put them in the back of the net, you know, and you put that in the net, and now, and especially when, obviously, Liverpool were playing, Forest were playing Liverpool, I thought it was a great opportunity to close in and make Forest worried even more, and Spurs as well.
They've done all right for us.
You know, so it's one of those ones where I look at it, I think, opportunity missed there. Might have to wait another week now. Do you know what I mean? Another week goes by, then you're thinking, you're going to be thinking about that game.
Yeah.
But listen, when you look at Bournemouth, they were good. They were good too. They weren't bad. They had their chances too. So it could have gone either way, but I'm just glad we'll turn the corner when we don't lose those games. You know, now we've got something. We registered some points. So a point.
When I look at West Ham now, because they're on a great run of form, right? I covered them in the Burton game and he changed the whole team. Yeah. But so I sort of disregard that and I look at it and go, right, what has he done, Nuno? Right? Because he remember when he first come in, he looked like he was trying all sorts of things. Right? He's gone right. I've got Disasi and Mavropanos, two proper centre halves. We're going to play a low block. They're going to defend the box. Wan-Bissaka and Diouf, I think, very good players. Wan-Bissaka, arguably one of our best players last year.
Got to remember, they went on African Nations as well.
Yeah, so now this is massive for West Ham. So if people are thinking, why are West Ham playing so well? The two boys in midfield, Fernandes and is it Magassa?
Yeah, Magassa or Potts.
Potts. Physicality in there now. So they remember the early start of the season, it was like, they looked like 40-year-olds playing in the midfield. They couldn't get around. And then Somerville, I think, has been outstanding.
Yeah, looks good.
They're looking at him for the Dutch national team now.
Yeah, good.
Ruud van Nistelrooy was watching him. Yeah. So now I look at West Ham and I look at them and go, I think they're going to get out of it, Coley.
Yeah.
I do.
I've said that,
Yeah. What do you think, Bridgie?
I think they could.
Yeah?
I think they could.
But do you think they will? Because I think they will. I'm happy to put my neck on the line now. I think West Ham will stay up.
There's momentum.
Do you know what? I find it this season really hard. I feel like anyone's going to beat anyone. And I think it's really hard to go, are they going to win this week?
Banker.
Yeah,
I think it's really hard. You look at all the games, you've got to pick one or two teams to win. I think it's really hard.
There's loads of surprises.
There's an upset all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I look at it.
Like I said, they're on good form. They're heading in the right direction, whereas a couple of others
I think
aren't.
the reason why we're heading in the right direction is because of a settled team. So now, when you look at any team, that needs to get out of that situation, you need to have a settled team, as in who's roundabouts, who's starting every week. When you're chopping and taking one out, putting another one in, no one knows where they're at as players. Remember, if it was us, you'd want to know that you're starting next week so you can mentally prepare yourself for that game. Now, if you've got something going on, like say, he might be coming, then you're just you're 50%. You don't know, you're not quite sure. And I think that having a settled team and that repetitive, knowing that I'm going to battle for this cause every week, and then it's up to, and if I get injured, that's when another one can come in. Do you know what I mean? And then he knows he's going to try and keep his place. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? And that's where the competition, that's healthy competition for me.
Yeah.
And it's not like, I played rubbish this week, but I'm not going to start next week.
Yeah.
I think you got to stick by them until they get it right.
What I will
and I think
say,
it's happening good for
I've
West
been
Ham.
there enough times, well, with Southampton and with West Ham, and I think the fact that they're playing well
massive.
is great, because if
Massive.
you're down there each week, each training session, you're not playing well, mate, is mentally very, very tough. So I think the fact that they're playing well and better is setting them up for open.
I think you got to be when you're down there, you got to be a little bit predictable, and then tell them to give 100%. It's as simple as that.
I don't want to be predictable though.
You have to be, because for the players, I mean, you got to say, this is what we do. This is what I'm good at.
You need to know what your jobs are.
Yeah, you need to know what your jobs are.
That's what you meant.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Before we wrap up, chaps, I just want to ask you for your players of the week. This will be a feature. You know, I'm good. Shall I go first?
I'm going to go first.
Go on, you go first.
I'm going to take your one, Haaland. Sorry.
Typical striker, just stealing in like
first post, mate.
I've beat 3 players and put it across the box. He's tapped in from 2 yards.
Yeah, and I'm running off like that, like Alan Shearer.
Yeah. Any reasons? Well, give us your reasons.
Because you said he was unplayable.
Yeah.
I'll take that too.
Okay, right. Yeah.
I'll go next. In case he picks one of mine.
Haaland, go on.
No, I was going to go Yorkerez, but I'm like, just because of the style of his goals, and I think he's been having a hard time. But I'm going to go Riley.
Oh,
Man City.
Okay.
Mate, just some of the positions he picked up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where he's moving, getting
Left
2
back
goals.
Union.
Well, he's not really, he's number 10 now, isn't he?
All right. You can go Haaland.
Okay,
you can go
No,
Haaland. I was actually joking. I was actually joking.
No. I'm going to go with this guy who I've got deep love for.
Your type of player.
Eberici Eze. I love this guy.
Yeah.
I love everything about him. I love the way he plays. I like his smile.
Yeah.
I like how he conducts himself.
Even the way he walks.
His
dreads.
And you know, I'm going to tell you a little story about Eberici Eze.
Yeah.
I was about 4 or 5 years ago. I was taking the kids over Battersea Park for a bit of, and this was deep into the summer, and he was there training by himself.
Wow.
Do you know what I mean? And I just said hello, and I was just like, I think this was when he first, might have been longer, I don't know.
What is that, QPR?
Mate, I don't know, but it was. But I was like, and I'm like, this kid's going to do it, man. And I love his story about, and he doesn't. I know he doesn't like this because he got released by lots of clubs, but I think it's such a positive message for young players and anyone in life. If you get a knockback, you come back. So seeing him do that in the derby was beautiful. So
he's the type of person you can rely on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's been through the mill and back, and he deserves everything he gets now. So hopefully he can get some form after this.
Right, love that, boys. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Best thing I'll do in the week.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to be dropping every Tuesday. So please watch, listen, rate, review, subscribe, and like. Do all of them.
Is there anything else you want them to do?
Send us some money as well while you're at it. Anything you want to do.
A few quid.
Yeah. Right, boys. Great. See you soon.
Laters.
Baked potato.
Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Al Arabiya English, coming to you from the World Defence Show in Riyadh. I'm Melinda Nucifora. We have the pleasure of being joined by one of the world's largest aerospace firms, VP of International Business Development at Boeing Defence, Vince Logsdon. Thanks so much for being here.
Good to be here.
Vince, Saudi Arabia, you have said, is one of Boeing's largest partners outside of the US. Talk me through why this region is important for Boeing's future.
Well, Saudi Arabia, in general, is a central point for Boeing's presence here in the Middle East. And we see Saudi Arabia as a major partner in helping us to define the future of aerospace.
There's a big push, not just for strategic partnerships, but for local investment in Saudi Arabia. You've said that you're not interested just in selling platforms, you're here to be strategic partners. So elaborate on that. What does that mean, and how does that differ from how you may operate in other countries?
Sure. Well, there's a lot of capability here in the kingdom, and very capable country. So what we want to be is a strategic partner across the board. and that's from every aspect. So when we're here to talk about the capabilities that we can provide to Saudi Arabia, we know that just providing those defense capabilities, that's not enough. We need to partner with the local community. We're partnering with the industrial places here and making sure that what we do is engaged across the board. And we do that through various ways. We have joint ventures, we invest in human capital, we cut across the board to include industrial participation and supply chain. We want to be a part of that whole infrastructure.
Human capital is an interesting arm sort of investment, because obviously you can have the capabilities, but you need the people to have the know-how. So how challenging is that? How interesting is that? And how important is it to Boeing?
Well, it's extremely important and extremely interesting. So when we're investing in high-tech research. We're investing across the board, again, with workforce training, making sure that when we bring our capabilities here and we bring that partnership here, that we also have trained the people and that those folks are ready to join that part of the aerospace business. We also do a lot with the local communities here. For example, the universities. We're very engaged there, and we're doing things with the local universities, such as getting into future capabilities like AI and autonomy. And we want to make sure that we're providing the best of the best to the local communities to make sure that locally we're ready to engage in the next level of aerospace.
You talk about the next level of aerospace because the face of war, the battlefield, is changing so rapidly. Talk me through what you think are the future challenges and opportunities for such an established company like Boeing. I mean, is it agility? Is it speed? Is it UAVs? I mean, how challenging is this new frontier?
Sure. Well, obviously very challenging. The world is changing constantly, as is the defense space and the battle space. So we have been trying to manage that in terms of a total system. So it's a system of systems approach. You can't just be in the battle space with this type of system and that type of system. You're cutting across a whole family of systems. And at Boeing, we're proud to offer an entire array of systems that cut across everything that you may need in the battle space, from our F-15 fighters to our heavy lift helicopters like the Chinook into space, and then things that are in the future like our MQ-28, a collaborative combat aircraft that extends the warfighter's capability, our tankers that expand that reach. It goes on, and pulling that all together, that's the future of warfare, that's the future of defense, and that's one of the things that we work really hard on at Boeing to make sure we're pulling that all together.
Integration is a theme of World Defence Show this year. So has it surprised you how quickly the need for that integration has come about, or has it been on the horizon for Boeing for a while?
I think it's been on the horizon for Boeing for a while, certainly. We've been working on these concepts for some time. Because we are a large company and we build so many of these different systems, pulling them together just makes sense, and it has for some time.
Just finally, I know that for a company with such reach as Boeing, do you find that now part of the company's remit is future-proofing? Is it forecasting, assessing what the future threats are going to be, not just responding to them when they happen?
You can't just respond to them. You have to be out in front, and that's what we do at Boeing. We're staying in front of where we think the battle space might be going, and again, another great example of that, back to the MQ-28, when you're looking at extending that space, how do you do that, and how do you build that mass but do it affordably? That's where we're going.
And how does that integrate with work in Saudi Arabia?
It integrates. Now, it's a fairly new, when we're talking collaborative combat aircraft, that's fairly new, and I will say that we're ahead of just about anybody that's in that space. How that may interact here in Saudi Arabia remains to be seen, but Saudi Arabia certainly has the capability to do those types of things.
Is an interesting space to watch indeed. Vince Logston, thanks so much for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah.
Pleasure.
Well done.
Thanks. Welcome back to our special coverage here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora, coming to you from the World Defence Show here in Riyadh. Well, globally, as countries consider increasing their national spending on defence, one particular sector that is garnering a lot of attention is the maritime sector, not least because of recent attacks on undersea cables and also the increased military focus in the Arctic. So we are pleased to welcome the CEO of Europe's largest shipbuilder, Fincantieri, Pier Roberto Folgiero. Thanks for being with us here.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much. First of all, start by highlighting what you see are the important strategic relationships between your company, between Europe and the Gulf region.
I think that Europe and Middle East has a lot in common. In particular, Italians, as good, I would say, Southern Europeans, are quite accustomed to strengthen and, I would say, expand relationship in any industrial sense. And I think that this is the era of defense. So it's time for defense company of Italy to get along as much as possible with Middle East companies.
Tell me about the partnerships and the collaborations you have, particularly with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I know they are looking through Vision 2030 to localise a lot of their defence. How does that open up new opportunities for you, for example?
Let me say, this is the DNA of Fincantieri. If you compare Fincantieri with the other shipbuilder, we have a characteristic to be regionalised and localised, very far from home. So we have 18 shipyards all over the world, from the far west to the far east. We are in the region of Great Lakes in the United States. We are in Brazil. We are in Middle East. We have 8 shipyards in Italy, 3 in Norway, 2 in Romania, an important presence in India, and a large shipyard in Vietnam. So when it comes to building ships, complicated ships, including the naval ships, we have a lot to say. And we are very interested in what is happening in Saudi. First of all, because Saudi is and will be more and more one of the most prominent defense spender in the world. 2, because it is requiring a localization and strategic collaboration, which is exactly what we do for a living since many, many years.
There are reports that the Kingdom is in talks with Fincantieri to procure attack submarines. Is there anything you can comment on with regards to that?
Well, let me say, the beauty of Fincantieri is that we have a long list of very well-proven platforms, including submarines, that we've developed for our Navy. The Italian Navy is a very strong one. I would say one of the first at NATO level. So in this specific moment, we are offering a strategic collaboration on this list of very well-proven platforms, including submarines, which is something we have been doing and we've been producing since many, many years.
The Red Sea increasingly is a critical arterial for global trade. How do you assess potential challenges and opportunities to meet those particular threats in the Red Sea region?
That's a very good point, because what we are experiencing is that not only this is the era of shipbuilding, but this is also the era of underwater. So there are a lot of underestimated threats for the critical infrastructure. So Fincantieri is putting together an unconventional offering, so made of drones, unmanned drones, acoustic barriers, command and control systems, so a set of solutions that can be, let me say, a new way to take care and monitor and patrol the key coastal critical areas. And we believe that this approach is fitting very well with the Red Sea, I would say, clear requirements.
I mean, the attack on undersea cables that we have seen across Europe is really a new frontier for warfare. Do you consider then Fincantieri to be at the forefront, at the cutting edge of that level of defence?
Let me say Europe and the Mediterranean Sea in particular is being a gigantic lab for new solutions for the underwater. I don't know if you know that the Mediterranean Sea is not the largest sea in the world, but is the most congested in terms of kilometers of cable, criticalities of telecom cables, seabed mining in the longer term, all the way to commercial applications of those solutions, so protection of oil and gas infrastructure. So basically Fincantieri is testing on the requirements of the Italian Navy new solutions, unconventional solutions made of drones, again made of sonars, new telecom systems that are fitting very well the shallow waters and the other requirements of the Red Sea.
Just finally, if we turn our attentions back particularly to Europe, you've commented recently that you'd like to see greater harmony in design in Europe's shipbuilding industry. Can you tell me why that is of concern to you?
Come on, Europe has to grow its industrial defense base, and Europe has to grow its spending inside NATO. So Europe is expected to be a pillar of NATO in the short, medium and long term, but at the same time has to have its own defense industrial base. So what we are saying in shipbuilding is that the ship is a platform, so it will be very, very advantageous to share requirements as much as possible and achieve defragmentation on the ship of the future. So that's why we are working on a ship that is called European Patrol Corvette, which is a corvette that can at the same time align the requirement of Italy, the requirement of Spain, the requirement of France, and the rest of Europe. So we don't need to build a corvette for every nation, but you can share the platform as much as possible. It's a way to spend more, but also to spend better at the same time, because defragmentation is not only interoperability and interchangeability, that are two very important topics, but is also a way to optimize the cost. And we have the duty in front of the taxpayer to exploit any possible synergy at continental level. That's it.
Spending wisely is at the forefront of countries' minds.
Sure.
CEO of Fincantieri, Pierroberto Folgiero, thank you so much for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Cheers, sir. Thank you.
Grazie. Grazie.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.